What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. Probably way too late because I am late to stream again. It is Friday, May 23rd, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amani Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. I know this sounds like Groundhog's Day, alright, but Ethan has somehow gotten more unhinged. Like both on Instagram and on his stream today, which was another crash out, another attempt to take the the deaths of two people in DC and try to make it about him. Anyway, chat, it's like, you know, we're expecting it at this point, but it's getting worse and worse. It's getting more and more unhinged. It's getting weirder and weirder, and this time, yes, it does include some kind of implication that iDubbbz's maybe was underaged when he met Anissa is her name. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what that's all about, but yeah, he's back to talking about the skulls. And yeah, essentially blaming not just Hassan, but the entire Free Palestine movement for what happened in DC. He's going for limbo world champ. Wait, what do you mean? Like mental gymnastics? What is chat talking about today? Ticks? Not those kind of ticks, chat, but the other kind of ticks. The kind of ticks that can give you, what is it? Rocky Mountain spotted fever or Lyme disease? Yeah, chat, I've got to figure out a way to wake up earlier or somehow have breakfast ready right when I wake up or something. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. And the other thing that's annoying is that, like, I've got access now to a gym, but it doesn't open until so late that if I worked out before I streamed every day, the stream would be way too late. It already is way too late. I can tell by the fact that nobody's talking to me in chat. No, just kidding, chat. I love you. You're here. That's all that matters. You're here, I'm here. Have you smoked Tide Stick yet? I have not. Although, I don't know, M85, if you're asking me if I've smoked the particular, I don't know what it is. It was probably just a way of preparation. What's annoying? Being, but the fact that I live in a different time zone now, right? So, in order to stream at the time that I'd like to, I'd have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, I am waking up early, but it's just like, you know, it's not just like you wake up and then you see, like, what are you going to cover? In this case today, I was finishing the last little bit of, like Ethan's stream. And then got to make food and all this stuff. Anyway, what's annoying is that, like, it's hard to make the schedule work. But yeah, I will endeavor to keep trying. Even as I add another thing to my schedule, that being language lessons, which I'm going to be starting up pretty soon here, as soon as I can get it going. I'm going to be learning the Thai language, which will be great, chat, because trying to buy products, right? Oh my God, why? It's, if I hold it close enough for you to look and read it, then it's too bright. If I hold it back far enough for you to read it, it's too small. But yeah, you know, everything's written in a different language, and it would really help if oh wait, no, this is mostly English, right? This is a Chinese product, it looks like. Or at least it's Chinese herbal therapy. Yeah, I finally got, chat was telling me that the fact that I'd purchased clarifying conditioner was less than ideal. That clarifying, you know, conditioners and shampoos, they do take out some of the product buildup. If you have product buildup, if your hair is too oily, if you're like over conditioned or something like that, like that's what it does. But like if your hair is dry, then it will in fact dry you out. But I was able to find some stuff. This stuff is really interesting, right, chat? I've heard of this before. This herb, oh, you can almost see it. Look at that. This herb is called soap nuts, right? And it's actually a type of nut that can produce a lather, a soap of some sort. So, yeah, this is the shampoo that I got. Again, I would love to be able to read all of this, right? And I was trying to read it. I was trying to understand like what this was, right? The thing that gave me fear is that, like, I think the way that soap nut, you say soap nut in Thai is something along the lines of, oh my God. Let's see if I can pull it up. Yeah, Makam di Kwai. Makam di Kwai, right, is what it's called. And when I saw Kwai in there, right, chat, that's just one word that I do know. Kwai in Thai. Translation to English. It means water buffalo. It's a very important animal in Southeast Asia, because it's an animal that was key for agricultural production prior to, you know, modern farming technology, right? You can also, it also has like a connotation, like if you call somebody Kwai, you're insulting their intelligence, because apparently these water buffalo, not that smart, not known for their intelligence, right? So, but anyways, yeah, when I saw the product is called Makam di Kwai, right? I'm like thinking, has this shit got water buffalo antler in it? And it's not as wild as you think, right? There are a ton of, you know, like in terms of like, what do you call it now? Like people used to call it traditional Chinese medicine. I think now the favored term is Eastern Asian medicine or something like that. Yeah, in like a lot of these medicines, things like a antler or a horn of an animal they're definitely used as herbs. They're definitely used as like treatments and stuff like that. So like the idea that, you know, a shampoo had a water buffalo antler, a water buffalo horn in it, is not all that out of the question, other than the fact that this was a pretty cheap bottle. Bought this for the equivalent of about $3 in US money, and were this, you know, I think I'm assuming that kind of herb is more expensive. Yo, speaking of expensive, Buffy Geek, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. They have made it more expensive, but it means a lot that people still support me despite the fact that they keep on raising the prices over there. That is 40 months for you, Buffy. Congratulations. And there we go with the with a jellyfish. Looks like our jellyfish are fully working. Anybody want to spam some jellyfish in chat and show YouTube what that looks like? But yeah, false alarm chat, false alarm. The phrase Makam Dikwai or Prachan Dikwai. It's another way to say the same thing. It refers to the soapberry tree, also known as soap nuts, right? These fruits are a natural cleanser and can be used for washing clothes, cleaning surfaces, even as a shampoo. So yeah, that's what it's a Latin name is Sapindus trifoliatus. It's really funny, chat, because I have studied, a little bit about herbs. I'm not somebody that believes that you can use herbalism, herbs as like a cure-all, or that this is like the way that superior medical treatment to pharmaceuticals or anything like that. I just find it really interesting that herbs do have an effect on the human body, and to what extent they have that effect is pretty interesting. I mean, like what I found overall though is that like a lot of herbal treatments that have an effect on the body, the effect is just not pronounced enough to be therapeutic, right? That's the sad thing about most herbal remedies, right? Is that, and this is why we developed medicine. You take the molecules that occur in herbs and you concentrate them down to a medicinal dose, and therefore you have the effect. But yeah, not to be super woo about anything, I find plants incredibly interesting, and the interplay between plants and humans, the things that humans use plants for. So the fact that there is a nut that humans have been able to create a soap out of, and I'm actually washing my hair with it, is pretty amazing. Speaking of hair, chat, what do you think of my hair? Right, this is the first time I've washed it. This is the first time the first time since I've dyed it. This is the first time I've ever washed my hair, chat. I'm new. No nut shampoo is incel. Is incel? Oh, incel. Okay. People who specialize in herbs and flora always last the longest in the Alone series. Wait, Alone series? What is the Alone series? Is that like Naked and Afraid? Clarifying shampoos and conditioners will strip out your hair color. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I got the cool lemon grass clarifying shampoo and conditioner set, and then I immediately dyed my hair. So gloves look cool. Where did I get them? I don't know. They were part of a cosplay, right? I think I got them along with the rest of the stuff for that cosplay. But yeah, we're probably going to start off with a little bit of, Cheech and Chong referenced Thai stick. It's a strain of weed called Thai stick, but they mispronounce it. Yeah. There was a whole thing. I was tied to a stick once. There was like some method of, I don't know, delivery of, or what am I trying to say, chat? Like the flowering part of the cannabis sativa plant, it often grows in clumps, right? Some people call these clumps buds, right? And sometimes a clump like kind of grows like long and thin to where it would be a little bit fragile if you were to put it in a bag alone, right? And for that reason, I think that's where the tying it to a stick, thing came from, right? Thailand is interesting in that like a lot of its delivery, oh my God, I don't have an example. I was going to show you an example of this, right? But when you get products, right, sometimes they come in like to-go containers like this, right? And sometimes they come in bags. Like a lot of like, if you order food or something like that or get takeout, right? A lot of times it'll come in a bag. if you know, a lot of times something like this even, right, would have some bamboo leaf on the bottom. So rather than your food being in contact with the plastic, your food is in contact with the bamboo leaf. Bamboo leaves are a really popular way to package stuff up here. And so
Rachel super chatted $5. Butterfly, 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 butterfly.
Butterfly, 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 butterfly. That's a lot of butterflies. And thank you, Rachel, for getting us started on the butterfly goal. That's right, chat. We've got how much? I might try to give you a little bit more time for this. I think we're at 11 out of 100 here as far as the bonus content goes. And as far as the butterfly goes, I kind of did this wrong, chat. We've only got 1 hour to make the butterfly happen. I don't know if you can do it, chat. Do you think you can do it? 9 more teal super chats in the next 56 minutes and 45 seconds. I think it's because I started early today, right? Or like I started the stream. What am I trying to say? I started the butterfly goal before the stream was live. Phytopharmacy is a cool topic. Plants are the basics. Yeah, that's a good point. Winnie Cat. Here, let me see. There we go. Yeah. So, I almost called you the Winnie the Cat. I'm sorry, Winnie Cat. What Winnie Cat is saying here is that a lot, like I said, a lot of times the downfall of herbal treatments is that they are not a concentrated enough dose of a given molecule within a plant, right? So there's an active ingredient, there's a molecule in the herb that's doing something, and maybe it's just not concentrated enough, right, for it to do what, you know, you're trying to do in terms of treating a pathology, right? Which is a big deal. Right, so yeah, a lot of these sources for the pharmaceuticals, right, are actually the original discovery of the molecule that has the effect that they want to concentrate and do something with is in a plant, and they'll, you know, take the plant, extract the active ingredient, and then turn that into a medication. I used to get sticks in high school, for real? I've never seen that. I've definitely never seen that in the US, and I still haven't seen it in Thailand either. Tay says, in vet med, there is a last step herbal remedy for emo abdomen. Buys the dog more time, called Yunnan Bile. I think it made me reconsider my stance on herbal remedies. It's not all BS. That's the whole thing about fucking complementary and alternative medicine, is that, you know, it describes so many different things, like lifestyle, exercise, and diet are technically complementary and alternative, you know, remedies, right? And I don't think that anybody disagrees that your, you know, lifestyle impacts your health. But at the same time, there's a lot of hatred for, you know, medicine in general. There's a lot of distrust of science now, and so there's a lot of people just kind of crashing out on an imperfect, you know, medical system, but willing to take, you know, something that is pretty much confirmed not to help you out. Like a anti-parasitic, you're taking an anti-parasitic for a virus, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I just learned the brand of hair products, Moroccan oil, is actually a blend of argan oils and silicone made in Israel, not in Morocco. I didn't know that. Sarah, I had a friend. I doubt she's watching, right? But I had a friend who was all about Moroccan oil. She was always like, I don't think she was an affiliate or anything, but she was always suggesting it to people. She's like, you gotta get Moroccan oil. I like the red hair. There's a new trend on social media that coincides. Nice. I'm gonna just say I knew about that. But yeah, I have not seen like any sort of cannabis that's like, you know, tied to a stick or anything like that. I was joking around with my friend about it though. Like the night that I got here, I think I've told this story before. M85 says, wait, what is this nut in? Wait, I'm losing track of chat. Nut in shampoo. That's what I thought. That's what I thought she said. Wait, you have a plant like but anyway, there is something different about the cannabis in Thailand versus like in the United States. And I noticed that the first night I got here, right? My friend wanted to go and you know, and get some herb, and I went ahead and tried some with him, and just it blew me away. It blew me the fuck away. And I don't know what it was, Chad. I had massive jet lag. I hadn't slept in about 24 hours. And on top of that, you know, it's different, let's just say genetics. The genetics of the kind of stuff that you find in Thailand is going to be vastly different than the genetics of what you would get in the US, right? I am not an expert on this kind of herbalism, right? Herbalism, like specifically in terms of cannabis, right? So I won't really speak to the question. I think they call it like a land race or something like that. I think it's called that. Why is Ethan even bringing up iDubbbz's marriage? Oh my god. Because he said that the rules are different now. He keeps on getting more and more offended and then saying that, like, you know, the rules are different. Things are going to be different now, right? As in, like, you made me mad. Now I'm really going to fuck you up, right? And so now he's apparently divulging something that iDubbbz told him in confidence about maybe, like, how much experience that he had had with women prior to meeting Anissa. You have a soap plant. Oh, nice. It will be a tree eventually. That's awesome, Rave. Landrace is a breed of pig. Well, it's also a breed of... It's also a strain, like a description of strains, right? Heavy indica does wonders for jet lag. Yeah, so here's my problem, though. Here's my problem, like, right? Me and my friend could not be more different, right? We both used to party in you know, freshman year of college, maybe probably excessively, right? But since then, I have grown and changed a whole bunch. And one of the ways that I changed is that, like, I still enjoy a little bit of the Sebe Day and the THC, especially if it's sold by Sam Cedar. But I just, you know, it's like a rare thing. It's like a thing at the end of the night to help me sleep, right? Whereas he is a lot more into it, right? So yeah, so somebody said an indica would be the great thing for jet lag. So my friend hands me a off the hook sativa instead. And I got to the place where I was like nonverbal, you know? Where I'm in this weird room in a Thai dispensary, with this random expat that just happened to be there, like, right? And I'm so gone that I can't put words together. Thai landrace is a name given to the landrace sativa, grown throughout Southeast Asia. Okay, so that's what they call it, the Thai landrace. So anyway, we don't know if it's the, you know, if it's what affected me was like the difference between the Thai landrace and just your generic, you know, kind of CBD and THC type containing flowers that you would get in the US. But whatever it was, chat, it knocked me on my ass. I was knocked on, I was out of commission. And then all of a sudden the expat dude starts being like, oh, hey, you two are new here. Hey, let me show you all the cool shit here, right? Let me show you around. And I'm just like, you know, I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to be nice and sort of help us, right? But I knew that I was I knew I was at the point where I could not correctly judge whether I should trust somebody or not. So I just said, no, it's cool, man. It's fine. It's totally cool. Thanks, but no thanks, right? Because I didn't know what his intentions were. But yeah, it was a weird night too. The dude was watching, of all things, chat, of all things, the dude was watching Tropic Thunder. And like, I haven't seen that shit in forever. But the big thing about Tropic Thunder that everybody remembers is that, like, it's got a joke, like its featured joke is about not going full Arsler. And so this guy's just sitting up there enjoying his anti-woke movie and you know, offering to show me the ropes because he's been in Thailand for 2 years or something. It was wild, chat. It was luckily my friend kind of protected me. Like, right, he was there. He was, you know, he's got a lot higher tolerance. So even though he got pretty high, he didn't get as high as I did. So he was able to see that, like, I was in no position to, like, entertain whatever this expat was offering to us. I can smoke 99 times and it makes me chill and sleepy, but one time out of 99 or one time out of 100, I feel like I'm melting into the couch and panic attack. It's like Russian roulette. Damn. See, that's the weird. For me, it's opposite, right? So there's ones that give me like a mental effect, right? And that's when sometimes I get a little panicky. And then there's ones that give me a physical effect. And if I feel like I'm melting into the couch, then I'm okay. I might not be super, you know, awake and super aware or super useful while I'm melting into the couch, but I'm definitely not, you know, having a panic attack or feeling anxious or anything like that. That's rich coming from him who claims to be the hot brother, yet went to Israel to get a wife. Nobody cares about iDubbbz's marriage. Stop ignoring. Well, actually, unfortunately, Metal, that's not true. That's not true. Unfortunately, way too many people care about iDubbbz's marriage. And I find it weird. I find it really fucking strange, right? There is a weird thing going on with people's obsession over iDubbbz's marriage. And you see this with a lot of people too. It's this weird type of misogyny that I seem to only see when, if somebody, like, gets married or starts dating someone and then they change, anything about them changes, then they're like, oh man, your wife is controlling you now. Tropic Thunder is a hoot. I'm just a guy playing another guy. Wait, what? I would go back to school to learn Thai culinary. Oh god, yeah. The culinary tradition here is amazing. The other thing that's really amazing, right, chat, is when you're in Thailand, or at least where I am, you're not just experiencing the Thai culinary tradition. You're not really just experiencing Thai culture. Like, everything bleeds into everything else. Everything affects everything else, right? And with Thailand being close to Burma, you know, having been invaded by Burma, having been invaded by the Khmer Kingdom, which was what Cambodia was called at the time, not to be confused with the Khmer Rouge, but the Khmer Kingdom, the Khmer Empire, the Burmese Kingdom, the Burmese Empire. Like, all of these cultures affect each other, and even at a micro level, right? There's different, you know, food culture in the north of Thailand compared to kind of like the, I guess, the east of Thailand, and then compared to central Thailand and compared to South Thailand. These are all different cultures. And, you know, India massively influences Thai culture. China massively influences Thai culture. Obviously, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia and Myanmar influence Thai culture, especially right now, as there's a lot of immigrants. There's a lot of refugees from Myanmar at the moment, given the, you know, instability that country is experiencing a lot of people from Myanmar have left, right? And since Thailand's so close, they've got a lot of the culinary culture has sort of come over and taken up residence in Thailand, which is pretty cool. But yeah, even within like Burmese cuisine, right? There's subdivisions like of that as well. Like I've been trying out a lot of Shan, which I believe is like a province of Myanmar, maybe even like refers to kind of a group of people or sort of a cultural subdivision of Myanmar. I've been learning more about like that kind of cuisine as well. I would go to Thailand for pastry school. Great place to learn numerous Asian and European techniques. I haven't had a lot of pastries, Rachel. In fact, I think I had the first pastry. I think I had the first pastry I've ever tried here, I think recently, right? And it was just it was called a curry puff. It was just I don't know what you call this. Like on the menu it's called a curry puff, but God, there should be a better, I feel like there's a better name for this. But yeah, I have not seen a lot of pastry places. I have not seen a lot of pastries. Snow says, what's funny is that the same site that they are running with the Anissa denims shit also posted a blind item about Ela Klein cheating on Ethan earlier this week. Wow. With who? Hassan? No, really. I want to, what is this theory about Ela cheating? I love Tropic Thunder. It's the problematic millennial in me. I don't know. I just like, I guess it would have been fine. Like, look, honestly, Tropic Thunder is the exact type of movie that my ex used to watch with me, right? My ex was into like Adam Sandler movies, like that kind of humor, right? That exact kind of humor was what my ex was like super into. So I'm sure I watched Tropical Thunder like back in the day on Netflix or something. And I haven't seen it in a long time. And I sort of forgot about like, what are they doing, chat? They're doing like special effects to make people look like they're like mortally wounded, right? At the beginning of the movie. And that was the other thing. Like the rules are different when you are off your gourd. When you've been swept away by a sativa, chat, the rules are a little different, right? You don't want anything that's gonna freak you out. And that movie was freaking me out. And then I kept on worrying that something was going to happen. Like, the dude was going to start talking about like, yeah, man, this, remember before cancel culture when you could say the R slur? Yeah, that was cool. Oh man, back in the day, we used to call each other the F slur, and we would be hanging out on a Call of Duty lobby. And we would just be, slurring it up. We'd say the N slur, we'd say the F slur, we'd say every slur. It was so great. God, if only wokeness hadn't come along and ruined everything for us. I'm glad that here in Thailand, people aren't about that. I don't know. I could just imagine some cursed discussion starting up that, some discussion that I just don't want to have, with this expat. Have I met and befriended other immigrants in Thailand? Most people only know of the creepy male tourists. See, I don't know which other immigrants are like safe to approach, really. And I haven't been in a situation really like that. I think that when I start up language school, though, that'll change. That'll be different, right? Wait, she's gonna cheat with Destiny? Wait, Rave thinks that Ela's... Oh my god, I didn't even think about with Destiny. Wow. But yeah, like I'm hoping that the language school is going to be what kind of gives me a chance to meet. I probably will meet a lot of other. I mean, it's literally all people that are coming to learn Thai, right? So I probably will meet a lot of other expats in that sort of situation. I just haven't been in I haven't gone on like group. I don't know where you would run into that, like a group tour or something like that. But I think that I will meet people when I'm doing language school. And if you want to support me in that endeavor, it's right there on throne.com/nocommentchick. I have got a Thai visa fund going on. That is for me to get my Thai visa. I'm getting it through education. And in terms of education, I'm going to be learning the Thai language, right? So that's going to allow me to stay longer in Thailand to learn the language, hopefully learn the culture. And yeah, also hopefully I got to meet some people. So if you want to support me in that endeavor, it's on throne.com/nocommentchick. That is where I am crowdfunding for the school. It's not expensive for what you get, but you have to pay for it a year at a time, right? They charge you up front, because since it's a visa, like you want to, your education for your education visa to last a year, you have to pay for a year of schooling all at once. So the upfront fee is kind of hefty, but in terms of like the price per credit hour or the price per hour of class, it's 180 hours in class. It's a whole year of language lessons. So it seems like it's a pretty good deal, but it's just like, it's money that I don't exactly have right now. So I am trying to crowdsource for it to make that work. But I think after that, I'm going to be, after that, I'm going to be good. I think once I came here, I had to pay for my apartment along with the security deposit. And the way things that work as far as apartments, from what I've seen, is that you don't get like the harsh credit checks and income verifications that you would in the United States, or maybe just like they'd be different in Thailand or whatever, but you do have to lay down a pretty substantial security deposit. It's generally 2 times whatever your rent is, right? That'll be your security deposit. So yeah, I had to pay that up front, and then I'm gonna have to pay for the language school up front. But once I get done with that, I hopefully, God, knock on freaking wood, chat, I should be able to finally save up some money. That's what I'm kind of waiting for. Breaky Time says, I'd love to visit Thailand. Got some friends out there, and I've heard there's most definitely a cannabis scene. Like, it's all over the place. Tom Cruise dancing at the end of Tropic Thunder totally took me totally out. I never ended up rewatching it. There's some, wait, Tajium, what are you talking about? That goes on to something else. Wait, no. Go back to, for example, there's something called Kanam Ko, palm sugar, coconut effing bomb, me want, Kanam Ko, wait, okay, so we're talking about like a pastry? Wait, you were talking about pastries earlier, right? No, Culinary. Rachel was talking about pastries. I'm sorry. I'm mixing up what people are introducing from chat here. She got a cheat with Destiny? Certainly? Oh my god. She's been a Destiny fan for years? I don't know about this. Destiny is too unhinged and similar to Ethan for Ela. Seems like she has a secret preference for guys that look like Hasan Piker or AB. Oh no, okay. Wait, Couscous Western? I pictured when Moses proposes to Trish. Wait, like as in spaghetti Western, but like a Destiny and the Gila monster is an Israeli couscous Western? Oh my god. Chat is on fire already, and I'm barely waking my ass up, chat. It's so weird with it being super late for you and super early for me, but yeah, I'm super happy to have this. Like, I don't know if you can see this, right? Oh, you can't. What is up? It's because it's... You can't read anything on this, can you? No. It's too bright. It's too bright. Here, I'll read it for you. Cochleang, rejuvenating and nourishing conditioner with snow lotus, ginseng, borneol, and jasmine tea. Nice. I love it when people put tea in like personal care products. You know what I really need to get is some toothpaste, right, with green tea in it. There's something about green tea that, like, I feel like, or like mouthwash with green tea. Like green tea, it tends to promote a better like ecosystem, a microbiome, if you will, in your mouth, right? Which is kind of what you're looking for, right? When you got the like Listerine or the alcohol mouthwash, it just kills everything off. And it's like, I mean, that's good. You're killing the nasty bacteria that are making your breath smell. But also, now you've got just a sterile environment. And what you really want is some healthy bacteria in your mouth, just kind of keeping things good. Kanamko is something you can get in Thailand. It's called sugarcane dumplings. Oh, pandan palm. I've been seeing this. Pandan is like an herb that I think people attribute, like it's really common in Burmese cuisine, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody said it tastes kind of like vanilla. I've seen like a milk that's got pandan in it. I live on green tea, which is probably why I'm insane. Really? About to drink some green tea right here, chat. No, I've you know, it's really funny. I've kind of traded my coffee addiction for a green tea addiction here since I've been here, right? I'm a big coffee drinker, right? That's why we have the Void Coffee as an emote. Post them if you got them. But anyway, that's another advantage of having a membership or a being a sub on Twitch, is that you'll get the emotes as well, and you'll be able to post Void Coffee. But I have been drinking some coffee while I'm here. The thing is, it's been wait just a second. Right, so something that I've noticed, like, pretty much as soon as I got here, is that coffee is a pretty common drink. Coffee is very popular here. A lot of people drink coffee. However, they don't drink coffee the way that we do in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm from, right? Which is to buy, you know, to find a really good bag of beans, buy those, grind the beans in a special way, and then, and then prepare the coffee. Like, people are super all about like the means of preparation. Like, in fact, for like wealthy coffee drinkers, I almost feel like they care more about the preparation than they do about the coffee itself. Like, right? But here in Thailand, almost everybody drinks instant coffee. Look at that. Look at that instant stuff, right? This is like my parents, okay? Right? Except it would say like Folgers or something, right? My parents drank instant coffee, and I always had a really bad impression of it. You know, just like, I don't know, like the only time I would have tried my parents' coffee would have been that thing where like I'm a little kid reaching for the cup, and they're like, "That's mommy's drink. That's daddy's drink. That's mommy's drink." And I'm like, and the like, fine, here, have some coffee. You probably won't like it. And you know, it's like Folgers Crystals or something like that, right? Yeah, of course I don't like it, right? So I just thought like I don't like coffee. But then I tried coffee in college, and it's like, you know, from Starbucks or something. It's from it's like, you know, made really well. It's like a high quality coffee and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, I do like coffee. I really like coffee, right? And then I get to the point where coffee is like integrated into my life. Like, I've got a French press that I drink it with. I've got a grinder. I've got a special brand that I always, oh my God. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for scaring the bejeebus out of me. I mean, I probably had too much bejeebus in me to begin with, so I'm glad to have at least a little bit of it out at this point. I need to find out how to turn the volume down on that, although, what the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my God, no, that was the correct reaction. Stuffed and wait, let me just try to read your name correctly. Stuffed Fan Todd, thank you for the massive contribution to my Thailand visa fund. That, you just blew me the fuck away. I don't know what to say. That was very generous of you. That was I am without words for once in my life, chat. I truly am. No comment check. Yeah, thank you. Oh wait, new CIA drone pilot says, please don't call people expats. Everyone is a migrant. Expat is a white Western supremacist language. So what you're saying is that what expats does then is like separate, wait, I am not sure. Chat, you want me to show you something? Like, you want me to show you? Okay, like, I gotta do this before answering this. I think what it sounds like an apt criticism from new CIA drone pilot, right? Chat, the that's where we are right now. Do you see that? Yo, I hope that wasn't a misclick, whoever did that, because that's a lot of money, and I wouldn't want you to accidentally be trying to send me $50 for the Thai visa fund and accidentally hit an extra 0 or something like that. Hopefully, if that's the case, you can get it straightened out with Throne. But if you meant to, yeah, like I think somebody just donated 500 towards the visa fund, and you've just blown me away, right? Whoever you are, because I don't see the I see the name that the person signed up with. I don't see that person in chat. You don't have to, you know, if you want to be anonymous, you can be anonymous, okay? If you want to claim that, you know, if you want to claim it, you can claim it. It's up to you, chatter. But thank you, nonetheless. And also make sure to let me know if there's any issues with that, like where you meant to put 50 and you accidentally put 500, because 500 is that's a lot of money. That's a big portion of the tuition. Or not a mistake. What? Not a mistake? Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, wait, I gotta read this criticism because I think that new CAA drone pilot has got something I really gotta listen to. Okay, wait, no, your first comment was, you can get Kali weed genetics in Thailand. Check out Drew is Sharing on YouTube. He's a Britbonger pothead in Thailand. I don't know if I need that new CIA drone pilot, to be honest with you. No offense, and thank you for the information. But my problem with herb is never that it's too weak, all right? It's always that it's too strong. If I could somehow go in a time machine to the 60s and get like some dirt 60s weed or something like that before all the genetics came in, I would do that in a heartbeat because it blows me away. It's like my tolerance is so little now. It used to be a lot higher, but it's super small. Super weak tolerance, right? I'm low tolerance. I'm not tolerant of herb. But yeah, okay, so here's the criticism. Here's the important part. And like, okay, don't call people expats. Everyone is a migrant, expat. So what you're saying is that people use that expats term to like hold out like Western migrants as being a class unto themselves. Like here's like migrants over here, and like here's, you know, Western migrants, we're gonna call them expats because we don't want to confuse these two. And in reality, it's like, you know, if you're a migrant, you're a migrant. Doesn't matter where you're from, where you're going to. Am I understanding that correct? Because I wanna hear what you're saying, new CIA drone pilot. From Kansas, and have we got some ditchweed for you? Well, as long as it's not polluted with, like, you know, oh my God, what's that stuff? The Roundup stuff? You know what I'm saying? The one thing about anything growing in a ditch, and I've learned this from like foraging, right? You can get some pretty cool cress sometimes in a ditch too. And I'm always really careful about harvesting you know, wild forageables from places that I don't really know about, because I know that there's a chance that somebody might spray there. I mean, obviously a dog also might pee there. It's hard to know. It's hard to know, but But yeah, no, I appreciate that you got some ditchweed for me. No matter where the fuck I go, everyone calls me, especially white Euros and Americans would call me an immigrant if they are white. They call themselves expats. Get the fuck out with colonizer language. I didn't realize that's what that was. In my mind, chat, expat is a bit of a pejorative. You know what I'm saying? Like, my connotation, my understanding of the word is that it's like, you know, you might be creepy if you're an expat, right? I don't have anything in my brain of a connotation of like, this is a word reserved for Western immigrants or for white immigrants or anything like that. You know, we are all called, regardless of where we come from, if we are not Thai in this country, we're all called farang, is the word that's used, which is funny because it also means guava. A guava is called farang because at first I think it was brought from a different country or something like that. It's a really funny, so yeah, the word for foreigner in Thai is farang, Farang. And the reason that came to be something that foreigners were called in Thailand was that some of the first visitors to Thailand were Frankish, right? I don't know exactly what that equates to as far as like modern European country, but they were Franks, right? That you know, as far as people that from, you know, the West that visited Thailand. And the Thai people just didn't have any idea, you know, who these people were, where they were from, what they were called. But there were also people like from India in Thailand, you know, that are, you know, it's right next to, you know, the two countries are very close together. And, you know, so I think the Thai language adopted, there's a word in India to talk about Frankish people. And it was like Farangi or Farangi or something like that, right? It almost sounds like Ferengi. And Thai adopted that into Farang. And because the guava was a fruit that was brought from outside of Thailand, they decided to call that Farang as well. So yeah, Farang means foreigner such as myself. It also means a guava. Getting giardia from ditch weed, I think so. I thought that was my thought about the expat terminology too. I just hope I'm not misunderstanding expat. Yeah, no, I thought it was kind of a, I didn't realize that there was a way like that. It was immigrants equals non-white and expats equals white. I didn't know that. Interesting. That's what I was saying, Irene. No, I'm trying to learn. I am also a migrant from the Imperial Core living in the global south. I cringe when people call themselves, I definitely don't call myself that. New say, I hate drone pilot, except as a pejorative. No, like the only, like the whole thing with that is that like, I know that there's almost a tradition of Americans coming to Southeast Asia and exploiting the fuck out of people, right? And whether it's for sex or for, you know, resources or you know, whatever, right? It's definitely something that's always in my mind as far as like, you know, how would I see me if I was a Thai person? Like, what do I look like? You know, how am I showing up, you know, to Thai people? What is their preconception of people like me? Like, what is the reputation, right? They'd never call a Venezuelan or Mexican living here an expat, but anyone from the US, Europe somehow is a different class, as you say. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that. Expat is technically a neutral term for non-Asian immigrants of Asian countries. Wait, is it specific to Asia? is negative because it's associated with creepy, predatory, non-Asian men. Yeah, the passport bros, as it were, right? Is that what we're talking about? That's what I think of when I say expat, but I didn't realize that it had a sort of racist role differentiating, you know, like Western migrants or white migrants from non-Western or not even Western. Even the word Western is a little bit you know, problematic in that way. But yeah, chat, coffee is like this here. And what I was trying to say about it is I have gotten used to it. I was planning on, here's what was my plan, right? I'm going to find out where I can buy coffee beans. I've got a hand grinder, and then I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a French press, right? And I'm going to make real coffee. When I first got here, I was like, this shit fucking sucks. But it wasn't because this shit fucking sucks, right? It was because my preconception of like, you can't, like, you know, like coffee needs to be like, you know, made in a certain way, right? So that was my plan. And before I could find where to buy coffee beans and all that stuff, I ended up finding so many other things. Like, for instance, matcha is actually affordable here, right? Green tea, powdered green tea. And, you know, all you do is like mix it with fruit juice. This is mixed with actually coconut water and a little bit of coconut meat. And it's really nice, right? So I got into matcha, and it turns out this stuff isn't actually bad. Like, if you just want to wake up and have a cup of coffee, it's pretty fucking slick to be able to pour a little bit of that into there and then just pour the hot water and then you got coffee, right? So I'm kind of like, I don't know. Do I need to go back to my old coffee habits? Do I need to purchase a whole fucking kit for making coffee? Or should I, like most people in this country, just drink this stuff when I want some coffee? I don't know. I'm kind of thinking, you know, this is actually enough. The other thing that's really that you may have heard of here is like Thai iced tea, right? This is the beverage that you'll see in the United States in Thai restaurants a lot. And it's a peculiar tea in that it's red, right? It's very red, and it's mixed with milk. It's like a condensed milk and sweetened milk, and then some kind of a red tea. And everybody's always wondering, like, wait, what is the red tea? What is it made with, right? It's a Thai secret that I will now let you in on, all right? So this is the brand right here, right? Chatramu. This is basically like the national drink. Now, if you look at this is green tea, right? But this company also makes a black tea, which I'm trying to remember if it's an Assam. No, I don't think it is. It's just a black tea. But, you know, if you've ever tried Thai iced tea, you'll notice that it tastes different. It doesn't taste like black tea. It tastes, and people will be like, they grow a special tea in Thailand? Do they mix it with Thai herbs and spices? Like, what makes it taste like that? Chat. It's artificial vanilla. Chatramu, right? The national, I mean, I call it the national brand. It's just like the very common brand, a very, you know, prolific brand. They flavor it with artificial vanilla. And I think there's a little bit of red food coloring too. I think there's a little bit of food coloring giving it that like reddish flavor. So that's the secret to and I still haven't bought any of that tea either. I did get this green tea here, which, let's pop this open and take a swift before we get going. Oh my god, chat. I can't open it. Chat, I feel I'm gonna need, do you think we can get Andrew Wilson? Can somebody go get Andrew Wilson for me? We need Andrew Wilson's help, right? Only Andrew Wilson can open the tea for me. Oh. I wonder if this has got vanilla in it too. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. That's the thing. I guess people just really like, you know, a little bit of vanilla in their tea. Yeah, it's just green tea, right? But they also make a black tea. That is the tea that, you know, the famous like Thai iced tea is made with. And, you know, that's what you're looking for if you want to emulate that flavor. A lot of people try a lot of different things to try to get that, to try to approximate a Thai iced tea. And it's a lot more simple than you think. We are asshole people far too often. Australia is so close it gets treated. Oh, wait, Thailand gets treated as a party destination by Australians. Expat is just old white people. Well, I always think expat is like some dude that's trying to have sex with me, right? That's my association, right? A passport bro is the, like, you know, kind of connotation that I had always given to expat. Expat is always used by white people, especially digital nomads now. Not just they want to be called expats. Why would they want to be called? I don't get it, because it's not a positive association for me. And the fact that they're using it to like hold themselves up of like, we're not migrants, we're not like, you know, we're not like you know, Venezuelans in the United States. No, we're something special. We're something above and beyond. We're the digital nomads. We're the expats. And it's like, to me, is that Nescafe Gold? No, this is actually Bon Aroma. I'm trying to pronounce that kind of French, but it's Bon Aroma. I think it's supposed to be like a French name. Gold. What does gold mean, though? Gold means something when it comes to coffee, right? Does it mean like a lighter roast, maybe? Matcha flavored ice cream. Oh, hell yeah. Breaky time. I love that stuff. I've only heard expat being used in Asian countries. Passport bros are technically expats. What's funny is that most passport bros are diaspora cis straight Asian guys. But non-Asians don't know that. I discovered instant coffee in Europe wasn't always like instant in the US. Wait, are you saying it's good? Like maybe this is just good instant. Maybe they just have good instant. Has she talked about Andrew Wilson or Ken Klippenstein? We got to talk about Mochano is smoother. I don't know. This stuff is really good, right? This stuff is strong. Andrew Wilson. Okay, I guess we got to do it. I don't know why this is taken off. I don't know why this has gone viral, chat. But yeah, Andrew Wilson, I have talked about before. I have talked to Andrew Wilson in my own chat when he came in my chat to try to find information or something for his debate with Dylan Burns about trans people. At the time, chat, he wasn't known as Andrew Wilson, but instead, instead he was known as Big Papa Fascist. Oh no, H3 has put out a video of this too. I just want to see the... I just need the clip. I just need the clip. And I'm finding... whatever clips. Is this it? Feminists got triggered when Andrew Wilson explains why they live in delusion. Oh my god, this is the kind of show it is, right? Is this it? I don't know, chat. The channel is called Liberty Dad. All right, let's really quickly before we oh my god, no, I'll take a look at it in a second, chat. I got my comedic reward. You did? I think I mentioned Andrew Wilson right after you had mentioned Andrew Wilson. Go to rare specialty shops in the US for that. For wait, for what? I love French Earl Grey with vanilla. 420 in Denver. How high am I? At least a mile high, Tajium. At least a mile high. Wait, whose name? Formerly named Pat? Wait, sorry. Oh, gold means light roast. To signal to other whites. Lol, that's why they want to be called expats. Formerly named Pat. Oh, expat. I got it. Tempotronica. It took me a second to get your joke, but I lolled. Yeah, the dude's name, like, yeah, he used to be called Big Papa Fascist. He showed up in my chat to try to find evidence for his debate with Dylan Burns about trans people. And I think the evidence was something like that if he saw trans people getting donations and then not immediately being like, okay, chat, we're signing up for surgery. I'm going to go get bottom surgery. I'm going to go get tops, you know, like, right. If you see a trans person get a donation and they don't immediately use that for surgery, then that proves that trans people aren't real. They're faking it. So streamers get donations in order to make what they're doing either, you know, an enterprise which pays for itself in terms of the cameras and the lights and all the things that we need to buy to stream, or that maybe, you know, you make a little money out of it, right? That's what donations are for. But somehow, according to Big Papa Fascist, if a trans person receives a donation and that donation does not immediately go into like reserving a spot for like bottom surgery, then that's proof that it's all over. It's all over. Trans people not real, apparently. Thank you, Andrew Wilson. Thank you, Big Papa Fascist. You figured that out. But what burned me up about that is, as ridiculous as Big Papa Fascist was going into the debate with Dylan Burns, he won. Or should I say Dylan lost? Yeah, that debate was like... I mean, I could have told you myself that Dylan's not a good debater. I've got personal experience. That's why he hates my guts, right? Is that he's not that good in a debate. He can moderate a debate maybe, but he can't debate. He couldn't debate himself out of a wet paper bag. And Andrew Wilson just showed that again. But yeah, you know, like, it's just didn't Ken get... Wait, what happened to Ken Klippenstein? People are talking about Ken Klippenstein now. Anyway, so only time it's acceptable is maybe when they are on an assignment by work and have every intention of going home after a year or two, then maybe they are expats. Okay, well, new CIA drone pilot, I'm not practicing any kind of weird rules about like language like that, all right? I care about what words mean to different people, and I care about if a word is being used for racist reasons, right? The racist reason of differentiating, you know, migrants that are, that are, you know, white and from Europe or Western Europe or the United States from migrants that are not white, right? You know, I care about that, but it's all of my favorite trans creators are disappearing from YouTube thumbnails, like in Back to the Future. That's right. That's what Andrew Wilson did. Anyway, speaking of Andrew Wilson, let's give him a look. What is this? Oh no, it's Ethan Klein. No, wait, it's bad luck to do that, chat. Okay, so here's what I gotta do. I gotta go over the bonus goal. I gotta go over the butterfly goal, which is swiftly ticking away as we speak. Oh no, chat, 3 minutes and 16 seconds left of the butterfly goal. And we're only 1 out of 10 percent of the way. 1 out of the 10. We need 9 more super chats to make the butterfly. Look, I'll do another butterfly goal. How's that sound? Okay. I'll do another one. I'll give another chance because I get that a lot of the time got burned up starting the stream, right? For the anyway, the other thing that I'm looking at now is the bonus goal, which we've already achieved ×5, chat. Be thinking of something special that I can do for you, okay? Be thinking of something special that I can do for you, because we have a bonus goal, all right? It starts at 0, and if it gets to 100, then you get 1 piece of bonus content. What bonus content? This bonus content. This bonus content right here, right? And you can vote for this. You can vote for this over on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to hop over to nocommentchick on YouTube and place your votes, because we want to hear what you think. We make your voice heard on youtube.com. I'm not telling you to watch it on youtube.com. You can still go back to Twitch and watch it there. Just that you have to, the poll is on YouTube, right? So just leave a like while you're there, and I'll appreciate that greatly, right? But yeah, how this works is that if we get to 100, then I cover 1 piece of bonus content. If we get to 200, then I cover 2 pieces. If we get to 300, then I cover 3 pieces. And this is the point where I usually say, and we've never gotten past 3. We have. So you got to be thinking of something special for me to do for you, chat, because I very much doubt that you want me to just do all the bonus content and then, I don't know, come up with something else. Here, let me give you... maybe I'll just throw in the Andrew Wilson thing in the beginning, but yeah, be thinking about something to ask me for, right, for bonus content, because yeah, we're at 500 out of 600. Anyway, there's also a poll associated with this. It's over on youtube.com. You can vote on it. 85 of you have voted so far. Of the 85, 40% want to see what's up with H3 sending Gaza donations that were supposed to be for Gaza, to an Israeli org, to an Israeli think tank. That is a Bad Empanada video. Bad Empanada's got the story for us, right? That's in first place. In second place, somebody needs to do it. Some of you, I suspect, have seen this video already. It's a Taylor Lorenz video essay, and it's really good. It's something that needs to be said. It needs to be said now. Taylor has really put out some important content, right? So that's a video essay to react to. Somebody needs to do it. We will get into later what the it is, and that somebody needs to do. In third place, we have Immajority Report talking about why Hassan should sue the ADL. That was their consensus. Emma, Brandon, and I believe Matt Bender were on that day and had some thoughts about Jonathan Greenblatt saying some things that some people are considering maybe defamatory. Allegedly speaking, it could be defamatory what Jonathan Greenblatt said about Hasan Piker. And so, yeah, the MR is of the opinion that maybe they should sue. So that is in third place, or sorry, that's in, yeah, third place. And then in fourth place is more Crash Out. You know, if you don't get enough Ethan Klein in my coverage of Ethan Klein, then there's always the option to vote for more Ethan Klein as dessert. Would you like some Ethan Klein with your Ethan Klein? Right? Because there's no way that I'm going to watch the whole podcast, and, you know, he's talking about Hassan and iDubbbz's and the skulls and the incident in DC and all kinds of stuff throughout the whole thing. So there is more Crash Out if you want that, right? Somebody needs to do it. Get us all the bonus goals. Well, somebody already did, general public, to the point where I am now wondering what do I do for 500? We're at 500. Thanks to a very generous contribution to my Thai Visa fund, right? Speaking of very generous contributions, some people that are in the practice of making very generous contributions, that would be my Patreon, right? They give me a very generous contribution every month, and that really helps me out in terms of forming a basis of support independent of any other platform, right? Patreon's also one of the ways that more of your donation goes towards me, goes towards the stream, goes to what I'm doing. Same thing is true for Throne. There's less of a, YouTube takes like 30%. Twitch takes like 45%. Twitch is ridiculous, right? I never want to say, I usually avoid saying that because I don't want people on Twitch to think that I don't appreciate, or I appreciate their, support less. I don't. I appreciate it more, right? Especially since they've raised the price and everything. And, but yeah, we want to grow both communities in parallel. But yeah, I appreciate Patreons especially because more of that contribution actually makes its way to me. And also it's independent of any platform that I'm on. As we found out from watching other content creators, those platforms can be taken away from you just as easily or more easily than they're given to you, right? So I greatly appreciate having monthly contributions from people on a platform that is not going to be, knock on wood, taken away from me, right? That being said, I give everybody a fancy shout out at the $5 level or higher. You get a shout out. Let me do those shouts out now. Shouts out to Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Severa. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a shout out to Animus. Fancy shouts out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. And chat, with that, I feel like I have explained everything. Oh yeah, this thing, what makes it go up? Well, one thing that makes it go up is contributing to my Thai Visa fund over at throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to help me defray the costs of the huge upfront cost of paying for a year of language lessons, right? Thankfully, a lot of that has just been taken care of by a very generous contribution today. So the other ways that it goes up are if you do a super chat, right? Which I'm also going to throw up another butterfly goal because I miss the butterfly chat. I don't know. I got to have something as a goal, but I also like having butterflies in my hair. And so I'm going to add that back. But yeah, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, obviously, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I do greatly appreciate, in spite of the fact that Twitch takes a big chunk of that out, because I don't get paid for doing Twitch other than through the support of viewers like you. So thank you, subs. Thank you, people that gift subs, and thank you, people that throw bits my way, because I appreciate that greatly. Anyway, chat, it is time to get started. We're going to get started on... Ethan? There he is. But before we get to Ethan, let's pay a visit to our old friend, our big fascist friend, Andrew Wilson. All right, let's see what he's got cracking today. All right. So this is, I'm told,
Rachel super chatted $20.
Yo!
This is the deadline on your visa, tuition.
What is the
Butterfly.
What is the deadline on my visa tuition? That's a little bit confusing, right? That was the one thing that I was confused about. It's gonna take like I'm gonna have to pay the tuition. It's not like there's a deadline, right? But Oh yeah, I guess the deadline would be when I pay it, in terms of like when is the last chance to get money to me to be able to defray those costs. But yeah, the complicated thing about it is that it takes a certain amount of time to process, right? And I'm not even sure what it like. I was told 8 weeks. And then, or maybe more than 8 weeks. I don't know. It's going to be complicated. I might actually have to leave the country and come back in order to do it. Right. I might actually have to, re-enter or I at least will have to go out and come back at least once. Right. because it's going to take so long to get the visa stamped and approved after paying for the tuition and applying for the visa, that, you know, I'll need to exit and re-enter the country just because of the amount of time that you're allowed to stay here. So I'll have to kind of get back to you on that, but good question. I'm going to try to figure that out too. I guess I'll know more when I talk to them. I'm thinking on Monday. Monday is a holiday for you, but as far as I know, it's not a holiday here in Thailand, so I should be able to go in and talk to the language school and see exactly what the deal is, because it was complicated. There's two ways to get it: either being in the country and paying a certain amount, or leaving the country and showing your bank account. You know, and I think, like, I mean, they're not expecting like a whole bunch of money to be in there, so I should be okay. But yeah, it was confusing. I'll talk about it more if we have time. But yeah, this person that you see here is a Jubilee debater. I don't know much about her other than people say that she's, you know, she's a really good debater, and she's showing up on the Whatever podcast. This is a Red Pill podcast where they have debate lord shitheads like Andrew Wilson come on and put the bitches in their place, right? They bring on you know, people that are either, you know, working on OnlyFans, or that are like, you know, social media influencers that are trying to get ahead in their career, trying to get more eyes on them. And they just ridicule these women usually, right? That's their whole thing, is like, oh, you expect too much from men, you should settle for less, right? Women deserve less. I don't know. It's a strange thing. I can't say I entirely understand the Red Pill content format, but supposedly she's a really good debater, and she embarrassed Andrew Wilson in more ways than just this. Let's take a look and see what everybody's talking about here. This is the Andrew Wilson versus a jar of pickles. Okay. So that's hilarious. They've got music on here. They don't have audio on here. I don't know if they're getting copyright claimed, but we are seeing here, I'll just read you the subtitles. All right. Some tell others how to be a man. That's essentially what Red Pill content is. All right, bro, I can do it here. Okay, so she brought a jar of pickles. She couldn't open it, I guess. If you're so strong, you should open it. Yeah, I got to be able to grip it. Okay, we'll grab it. Literally slippery. Some just show. What the fuck? Oh my god. I just need the fucking clip. God damn it. Why is everybody memeing this thing? I just need the straight up clip. I just want the original clip. God damn it. I guess we could look. We got this for Ethan Klein, but look, Andrew Wilson. Maybe Twitter will help me. Andrew Wilson. So I mean, you can see what happened, right? Okay, there's Parker. Get a job.
Uh-oh. Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You can
so
do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
Right.
I do. This seems a little immature. No. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick
for,
now.
It's a little,
See, it
little fun.
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My shoes
literally-
are as well.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my god.
No,
here
it
we go.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew!
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh. Back.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh.
Okay, well that's not.
Come on.
That's not what I was looking for either. God damn it. Just give me the clip. Okay, we got the memes. Andrew Wilson versus the olive jar. Can we just fucking...
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top.
Does nobody have the whole clip? Nobody has the whole clip. What the fuck is wrong with people? 53, is this the whole clip?
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Oh.
God fucking damn it. Like, the thing that we're missing is that after this happened, he hands it to somebody else, right? Oh my God, why am I not able to find just the freaking clip? Andrew fucking Wilson. There's just one more, like... Is this a longer Picklegate got me screaming? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Maybe this is it.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
It's just
slick now.
It's a little,
See, it
little
is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My shit is
literally-
dry as well.
It's look, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my God.
No,
you're
it
ridiculous.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're
hand.
doing olive jar.
If you're
Are they taking it down under copyright claims? I fucking hope not.
so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once the top is dry, if you still
but do
can't
we
get it
now
out.
need to allow her another opportunity with the
Yeah,
with
give her the
towel?
paper towel so
Give her
that...
the
No,
paper
I think
towel.
you should do it, Andrew. You're the big.
I gotta say, as much as these assholes want to complain about DEI, I feel like the real DEI are these red pill podcasts. Like, these podcasts made careers for some talentless, boring motherfuckers, right? This whatever podcast is literally whatever. There's nothing to it. We are going to bring in OnlyFans models, and we're going to have some like right-wing debate lord tell them that they have too high of expectations, like ha ha, owned the feminists, and they're not feminists. Like most of them are. The fact that they're on a red pill podcast should show you that they are probably not too far to the left. They either don't give a fuck about politics and they're just doing it for exposure, or they are, you know, somewhat red pilled and right wing themselves, right? But I mean, like, dude, this whole format of content, right? It's like easy mode for worthless bros to seem like alpha males because they like insult women. They oh yeah, you really put that OnlyFans model in her place, like, right? Yeah, good job, you know, fucking anyway, I don't know if she brought this on as an own, if there was any sort of subterfuge going on her part, or if it's literally like they were doing the podcast and she was like, I would like some olives, and she couldn't get them open and just hands it to him. It doesn't really look like it's like a plan. It doesn't look like it's a trap for him or anything.
Big strong man. There you go. Come on.
Here, I'm going to let some chats come
Hungry.
through. We got some chats while they're working on that.
We got to do the super chats. We got to get paid for being misogynistic assholes.
Red Fox, thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent, but threshold exceptions introduce consequentialist reasoning.
I'll let you go first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased it all up. There you go.
This is Tim Pool style philosophy, by the way, that they're talking. You know, this is like freshman, 100 level philosophy course shit that they're trying to represent as something more impressive just because it's got big words like consequentialism and deontology tells us that.
Are absolute. Introducing a threshold is ad hoc.
Did you know, Sam, that many villains in modern film are utilitarians, such as yourself? Were you aware that a man named Thanos is also fashions himself as somewhat of a utilitarian? Did you know that, Sam? Maybe you don't know about utilitarianism. Maybe you don't.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That clip sucked because they're like all the good stuff is not in that clip.
Way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid. My fingers are literally slipping off the lid. I just can't grip it.
You know what? Maybe the olive jars are harder than the pickle jars.
They're not hard to open, but I can't grip the fucking thing.
Watch this shit.
So you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy. The top of it's like,
You tried it with like 4
feel
minutes
it
ago.
yourself.
He just wants people to think that she's exceptionally greasy.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You know what?
Is that not greasy and
It is actually a
sticky?
little greasy.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking greasy.
I'm going to let...
But it's the top, not the
Lulu
side.
donated $200.
Lulu, thank you for this.
Katara, you got good.
Oh, come on.
You're not engaging with Andrew on the level in which he's challenging you.
Oh, he's calling me.
Here, you know what? Let me
Yeah,
comment.
this is not openable.
You believe in.
Fucking Fort
Read
Knox.
a philosophy book.
Here, go.
Yeah, just can't grip them.
Okay, now I want it to be
I got
open. It's
this,
like pissing me
boys.
off.
Pisses me off.
Yeah,
Should we-
I know.
should
it's
we have
fine, it's
Jake
fine.
try?
You'll see the same.
I know that he hands it to somebody and the person opens it. This is why I'm complaining about these clips. Oh my god, chat. Maybe we'll look, here's what we'll do. We'll catch it on the tail end, all right? We'll catch it on the other side. Right, I can't like let this like hang us up, right? I want to watch it. People mentioned it. Everybody's talking about this clip, right? I feel like the most interesting part of the clip is the fact that somebody does, he hands it off to some dude that comes up behind him, and the guy just opens it, right? The guy just opens it, so apparently it wasn't that hard to open. Anyway, I want to give you some background on what Ethan's going to talk about today. For that, we're going to watch the most recent Hassan video on the actual Hasanabi channel itself. So here we go.
Last night, 2 people that work for the Israeli embassy were shot. 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed out.
Dane Vera, does no one have a rubber band? Right, I feel like if you've got jars, you need to have rubber bands, right? If you're a big jar, if you like to eat things in a jar, have rubber bands, have various sizes of rubber bands, because it makes it so much easier to just put a rubber band on top of the jar and just open it like that. It's so much easier, right? Either that or like my mom used to have this thing that was like a rubber, like almost like a mat, and it was a little textured on top. And this thing, I swear to God, any jar, you just like grab it with that thing and you open it. Ow, fuck me. Oh, sorry, chat. There's a corner of, the marble kitchen counter corner is right here, and I just fucking funny boned myself. I boned myself, chat. Andrew, get a grip, exactly. Not used to handling that girthy equipment, I guess. Stone freshmen, lounge philosophers, but with British accents and bass baritone voices. I don't know. I was putting on a little effect of the debates, bro, discourse on deontology. Her fit is awesome, and he looks like a thumb in a black bag. Yeah, he doesn't look. I don't know. I swear to God, chat. Big Papa Fascist was he's looking worse and worse every year. For a guy that sits there and shits on women's looks, nobody's holding him to any kind of standard as far as looks, right? I'm not trying to insult I don't care how he looks. I'm not trying to insult him about something like that, but I will say that he's looking a lot worse than how I remember him. Irene, I mean, how does someone like Andrew make it anywhere? He's the man, the father, god of the family unit. He should be able to. I know, right? Matt Walsh should be roasting him over this. Didn't Matt at the end of the movie, What is a Woman? Like Matt Walsh famously never really answers that question, but he asks his wife. At the end of the movie, he's like, so what do you think makes a woman? What makes a woman, or what is a woman, right? And she's like, a woman is a person who needs you to open this jar of pickles. And he just real easy opens it up to show what a man. It feels like maybe the question more like was what is a man, right? They didn't answer what is a woman. But apparently a man is the guy that opens the pickles.
Outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. This is breaking news, and a lot of people.
Oh yeah, Pernition says you can open any jar with a butter knife. That was my technique. Somebody made me paranoid about one thing, though, chat. I'm pretty sure I'm overemphasizing this, right? Like I'm pretty sure I shouldn't be worried about this, right? But when you take the jar and you take the butter knife and you go to make it open, is there a chance that you're going to like microfracture the glass and that little shards of glass are going to end up in your food? Is that true? Because somebody told me that, and I have always been paranoid about that ever since. It is stuck in my mind ever since. And and after that, I never opened with a like I was always afraid that I was going to swallow little micro shards of glass.
Instantly rushed online to get their thoughts out.
Last night, 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed as they left an event at the Capitol Jewish...
Oh, general public, you don't need a rubber band. Just eat the gum fruit. Be a rubber person. Yeah, that would do it.
Now, video from the scene shows the arrest of a man who appears to be the shooter. The victims have been identified as a young couple who were set to be engaged. They were killed right across the street from an FBI field office and less than a mile from the U.S. Capitol.
Hey, Gail, the Capitol Jewish Museum is that smaller brick building behind me, if you look closely at your screen. And that police tape is hanging from the side of the Washington, D.C. FBI field office. That's how high security...
Have you seen everyone trying to call a false flag event? I think people's brains have been cooked, but I get why people think that. There are a million different opinions out there. Some people think, oh, it's great. I'm glad that this happened. Other people say this is the most heinous act of violence that has ever taken place. Please do not pay attention to the dead Palestinian.
Wait, what is this? No rubber bands needed? Just a pop on top? Wait, what are you saying you tap it on the top and it opens? Is that real? Can chat confirm this for me? Is it really that easy? Oh, yo, Philip Blair, thank you for becoming a sponsor. Philip Blair, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Children, that Israel is melting at a rapid clip, and instead talk about this. There are plenty of people who are using this as an opportunity to be like, this is a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence. Everyone that says free Palestine should be instantly jailed, all this stuff. Ultimately, I mean, look, this is, let's just go through the details, and I'll give you my perspective.
Ducky says a bonk on the side of the lid on the floor. Yeah, but does that, I just always worry I'm going to get glass shards. Heat the lid. Oh, I've heard of this. Wait. How do you heat the lid though, Funk Master Caw? Heat expands things? Yeah. So make the metal expand. It'll expand. Yeah. And that's probably why it's so hard to open too. They put the lids on, I'm sure, when they're kind of hot. Lid expands, the glass jar stays the same size. Does that run it under hot water? Okay, that sounds like a better, because when the second you said heat it, I'm like thinking turn the jar upside down, put it on a burner, and turn the burner on. And it's like, yeah, that might work. Or
okay, what the fuck does set to be engaged mean? Are they engaged to be married? Said to be engaged is they're humanizing the victims in this situation. That's why this is how it goes. Obviously, there's no such humanization, of course, when the victim of an Islamophobic attack.
Jarred food is usually sealed in a water bath. Oh wait, I think my grandmom used I've seen her jar stuff before. And it is like, yeah, heating up. I think she like heats up the jars or something. Rachel says, thinking of all the newly engaged and newly married new parents in Gaza who aren't being humanized in death, right? Right. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Just to be able to have something to say, right? I think the guy had like bought a ring, right? So that's what they mean when they said they were set to be engaged. And yeah, they're definitely trying to, humanize these people to a degree that's only absurd because of the lack of humanity given to either any victims of the Trump administration's oppression when it comes to people advocating to free Palestine, or the Palestinian people themselves are not humanized in death to anywhere near this degree, right?
is a 7-year-old child, and that doesn't happen obviously in the United States of America. But the reason why they're talking about it is because he bought a ring to basically announce his engagement to the girl that he was dating. They're both in the Israeli embassy. But the reason why people are like saying this is a psyop is for two reasons. I don't think it is, for the record, and I'll tell you why. The reason why people think it's a psyop is because this happened right after the Israeli occupying force shot at diplomats in the West Bank. And immediately people with maybe a little bit too much pattern recognition turn around and go, ooh, that's probably a way, like they probably executed these like low-level Israeli diplomats so that they can like change the SEO or whatever when people type in Israeli diplomat attack or something. And no, that's not the case. That's ridiculous. Or, people think it's a psyop, or people think it's a psyop because like they're just like sacrificing low-level Israel embassy workers because they claim they want to change like the victimhood narrative back to Israel or something. But of course, there are a lot of pro-Israeli accounts that are using this opportunity, as they use any opportunity, to turn around and say, oh my God, we have to stop people from saying free Palestine, which is ridiculous. Suck my dick. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You know, because of this incident, we should actually just close our eyes to the genocide that Israel is doing. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable bargain.
We do Italian tomato day and boil the bottles to seal them. You do it like all at once, like.
A fatal shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
Damn, you eat that Jewish hard.
Wednesday night. Law enforcement says prior to the attack, the suspect was observed pacing back.
Let's hear that.
Incident, we should actually just close our eyes to the genocide that Israel is doing. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable bargain.
A fatal shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C.
Damn, you eat that Jewish hard.
Wednesday night. Law enforcement says prior to the attack, the suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside the museum.
He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire, striking both of our decedents. After the shooting, the suspect then entered the museum.
Our decedents? Does that mean the deceased? I've never heard that word before. Anyway.
And was detained by event security.
This morning, the Israeli Foreign Ministry named the 2 victims as Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, embassy staff workers in Washington.
I don't know about the girl, but I know the dude's background. I've looked into the dude's background, and the dude is like a Jews for Jesus guy. He is a German Christian originally, which makes the story even crazier when people are like, oh, dude, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. It's like, bro, very clearly, the dude even wrote a manifesto, the dude that did it wrote a manifesto, and it's entirely about Israel, okay? Like, entirely about Israel. The victims are Israeli embassy workers, and not only that, but also like one of the dudes that work for the Israeli embassy is a German Christian, like a German Christian that I guess he like changed his name or something. I don't know what the was going on there. Like but regardless, this could have been anti-Semitic or not. I don't know. Could he have known that they were staff, or did you just target random people leaving the museum? Impossible to tell. And the possibility of backlash from the state is terrifying. This is how Kristallnacht started. Exactly. And yes, I don't think that the person who like the gunman knew exactly who the he was targeting. And the reality of the matter is, I'll give you an example. Yeah, the dude also volunteered for the IDF, even though he's, dude, I thought they were Israelis. What the No. Yeah. By the way, he was Christian. She was an American Jew. None of them were Israeli, yet they are literally working for Israel. Insane that these people don't have to register as foreign agents. I know. It's kind of the point. That's how it works.
I'm so confused, chat. I heard a lot of people talking about this as if they were Israeli, either, had dual citizenship or,
Man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
The suspect, who's now in custody, was identified by police as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. The FBI says it's investigating ties to potential terrorism and his motivation.
The suspect chanted, "Free, free Palestine," while in custody.
Witnesses say Rodriguez was with them inside the museum after the shooting before they realized who he was.
So, chat, you can kind of see where this is going, right? We've had an attempt to, you know, marginalize several chants, several slogans. From the river to the sea was represented by Ethan as potentially like a call for, you know, genocide, right? And the Trump administration is treating any involvement with the Free Palestine movement as a as if the people, you know, anyone in the movement is somehow in some way like aiding and abetting, you know, terrorism in a material way. And now you've got essentially a push to take Free Palestine, which, like, unlike From the River to the Sea, you can't twist that, like, right? To say, no, what it really means is, you know, do something bad to Jewish people, right? Like they were trying to, or what it really means is anti-Semitism, or right? They're literally trying to do that. They're because of the, you know, this person, you know, said those words. Now, you know, they're going to treat like Free Palestine as a statement of hate.
So about 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, "I did this." He said, "Sir, I'm unarmed." He put his hands up. He grabbed a red keffiyeh out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants.
President Trump responded to the shooting.
He, dude, oh my God. He hit like every button he possibly could. It's just, if he had yelled From the River to the Sea, that would have nuked him. No, dude, him saying free Palestine and also having like the red keffiyeh on the ground, like all of that is so perfectly placed for the government to say, if you have a red keffiyeh, you're going to jail, you're a terrorist. If you say free Palestine, you're going to jail, you're a terrorist. Like it is, I don't think it's a false flag or anything, but it's so perfectly designed for the government to utilize in an effort to stop people from saying, like, Israel, please stop murdering children. Like it is so perfectly designed. Okay. Anyway, let's continue.
Posting these horrible DC killings based obviously on anti-Semitism must end. Adding, hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA.
Dude, you are Donald Trump.
But they have every place in my administration. In fact, it's a prerequisite for being named, for being nominated, right?
What are you saying? Donald Trump saying this is like Adolf Hitler saying this, okay? What do you mean hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA? You literally won on hatred and radicalism. You are Donald Trump. Did you forget who you are? Yesterday, he literally was talking about how there's a white genocide happening in South Africa. It is literally a white nationalist conspiracy that virtually no one believes. White people in South Africa don't believe it. Only a select handful neo-Nazis advanced this conspiracy theory, and Donald Trump is one of those guys now.
Trump contacted Attorney General Pam Bondi, who was with the Israeli ambassador.
Together with President Trump, our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will stand together tall and firm, and we will confront this moral depravity without fear and with determination.
Israel's prime minister says they are strengthening.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, JRZ. Everything is anti-Semitism.
Security arrangements at their posts at their Israeli government facilities across the globe. An initial search by law enforcement.
The event was not a Jewish LGBTQ event. Earlier, Chatter lied. It was an event for Israeli diplomats. AJC's Access, Young Diplomats Reception. That's what it was, right? The American Jewish Center or whatever. Like that's what here. AJC's event targeting DC shooting was AJC's Young Diplomats Reception about response to humanitarian crises. The event Wednesday night at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. outside of the deadly shooting. Also, don't say the person was lying, okay? Don't immediately assume that they were lying. They could have been misguided, okay? Calm down. Yeah, I don't endorse the notion of it being a false flag, but here's the video of him being apprehended. I know, I saw this, which is why I was like, this is insane. Like the way, like, look, there is a... Like the guy picks up the keffiyeh from the ground. This isn't even the best version of this video because like I think he literally takes it out of his pocket or something and like tosses it.
All right, there we go, chat. New butterfly goal.
Free Palestine!
By the way, one of the craziest parts about this in this video is that there are dudes there. This guy just shot people. He is turning himself in. He says, free, free Palestine. And there's still motherfuckers there that are going from Hamas. I was like, bro, do you have no sense of safety? Like, how embedded is this in your mind? Like, automatically, you hear someone go free Palestine, and you go from Hamas. It blew my mind. I was like, dude, no sense of being. No, you're just like, at that point, you are just a vehicle for Israel. You are in DC as an American citizen, and you are so invested in like behaving like a bot that you hear free Palestine, and immediately, even after, like, you don't know what the situation is. You don't know if there's a bomb there. You don't know if there's other shooters there.
Rachel
You are
super-chatted
literally just
$5.
auto Hosmer a bot.
Butterfly. Thank you, Rachel. Oh my God.
You hear free.
I wish they like gave me more control out of this to like. We were 1 out of 10 towards the, or we should be 3 out of 10 really. I don't know.
Palestine, you go from Hamas. You know what I'd be doing in that situation? Running away. That's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be like immediately time for the retort.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
Like, what? Like, that's insane. That's insane.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
They are definitely going to start clamping down on Palestine protests just before Israel's displacement plan. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's like saying that they're going to clamp down on pro-Palestinian protests now is kind of funny too, because it's like, now, you mean, they have been doing that already.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. Anyway, chat, like, so I'm giving you a little sense of what Hasan's reportage was on this matter, because this is going to come up in Ethan's stream, right? He's, portraying Hasan as somehow giving credence to the, conspiracy theory that this was a false flag, despite the fact that, like, you heard him say it, he doesn't think it's a false flag. All he said was, I could see why people think that because of the timing, right? But that, he thought people's brains were kind of cooked, right? It wasn't a statement of like, oh, I don't know, seems kind of weird, oh, I don't know.
Pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact, they've been doing that. So I don't think that that's like anything new. They'll just like escalate it. But yeah, here, I'll give you the analog here, okay? Luigi Mangione was an adventurist. He had obviously a goal. And because so many people had been directly victimized by healthcare in this country, that as soon as we knew who the victim was, everybody immediately understood what the motives were. Allegedly, Luigi Mangione, despite being an adventurist, had a clear-cut agenda that most Americans very quickly understood. Even if they didn't agree with the methods, like, they kind of understood where the resentment was coming from. I wouldn't say this situation is comparable, and here's why. Because Luigi Mangione, allegedly, but when Luigi Mangione targeted the United Healthcare CEO, that was the United Healthcare CEO. Luigi Mangione didn't go and kill the I don't know, reception desk worker at United Healthcare and then turned around and said free healthcare, right? And that's the major difference. If Luigi had done it, of course. Allegedly, I'm saying.
I mean, that's what the book is going to be after he's found innocent. Chat. He's gonna write a book called "If I Did It."
Allegedly, Luigi Mangione, who I think is an innocent man and is unjustly maligned, if allegedly he had done this act, that would be the equivalent to what took place here. Now, I'm not going to entertain the emotional blackmail that Israel defenders who very clearly don't care about victims of Islamophobia, or even these people that died and simply only care about defending Israel's interests, the emotional blackmail that they are going to try to enforce here at a time when Israel has very openly stated their desire for permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. That's not going to happen. Okay, so don't expect that from me. I'm not entertaining that. Okay, having said that, that's my position. I explained it to you. This is, going after low-level people, and it's most likely going to be used against the Palestinian movement. But I'm also not going to sit around and constantly fucking wail away either. Okay? Did you see PSL National's tweet? Yes. So the alleged perpetrator yesterday was a former PSL member. So of course, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. For those of you who don't know what PSL is, it's the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Wait, he's the worst version of the hype guy from Cypress Hill. Wait, who is?
We reject any attempt to associate
that's the Insane in the Membrane band, right?
PSL with the DC shooting. Elias Rodriguez is not a member of the PSL. He had a brief association with one branch of the PSL that ended in 2017. We know of no contact with him in over 7 years. We have nothing to do with this shooting and do not support it. So I think it's of course appropriate to say this. Like, it's appropriate for them to come out and say this. And that's also part of the reason why I talked to a bunch of my other friends as well this morning. Like, no person, especially no person like immediately affiliated with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, who are fantastic organizers overall.
Oh my God. Now chat's all hits from the bong. Is that another Cypress Hill song? It sounds like it. Chat, I can't ever tell you that, like, you know, for any goal, like, right, the result would be me doing anything like hits from the bong. But I will tell you that if we get to 100 likes today, I'll do something special. All right. How about that? How about, I don't know if I could, it might have to be off screen. How about that?
Organizer is going to do something like this, and no organizer is going to associate their organization with something like this, because organizers understand that this level of association with an act such as this one will be catnip for the federal government, who is already using every fucking avenue they can to clamp down on free speech and free.
That's the only thing that gives me any sort of encouragement at all, is that the fact that the government has been, you know, even under Biden, but especially under Trump, clamping down as hard as possible on this movement. I don't know what else they could do. This definitely gives them, you know, this definitely gives like the media I think this might make the media worse, right? Because the media was just starting to come around to recognizing what most people in this country already have recognized, that what is going on in Israel is unacceptable, right? This is, you know, you're seeing whole numbers like you've never seen. Americans are always overwhelmingly positively disposed towards Israel. Now you've got polls that are showing the opposite, right? You've got polls that, you know, show that Americans generally have a negative opinion of what Israel is doing in Gaza, right? So, and the media is just now starting to kind of catch up with that, right? Or I don't know, given like it seemed like the whole time they were trying to kind of push the other way. So I do anticipate media coverage getting worse. I don't know how the government oppression by the Trump administration could get worse, but I don't want to assume that it couldn't.
Association. So before people get like in their feelings and go, what the fuck? I can't believe that they're saying this. Like, don't be a fucking moron. They're probably still going to aggressively come after PSL anyway. They're probably aggressively going to come after any and every.
Wait, what is false flag Hannibal?
Pro-Palestinian person, myself included. They've already even started coming after myself, as far as I understand. It's pretty crazy. It's crazy times that we are a part of, but you know, it is what it is. I'm going to keep saying the fucking truth. If you think that I'm going to stop saying the truth about Israel, about what Israel is doing, which is a live-streamed child Holocaust that Israel is committed.
Wait, PSL, aren't those people associated with Jimmy Dore? No, that's Movement for a People's Party. Yeah. Yeah, PSL is different. Claudia de la Cruz, I think, was their previous candidate for 2024.
And the only way that they are able to do this is by unlimited munitions that they get from the United States of America. If you think I'm going to stop talking about that, you are out of your fucking mind.
Police have identified the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. After the shooting, he entered the building, and at first, witnesses said he appeared distressed and gave him water.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. So about 10 minutes later, when the cops actually came in, he said, I did this. He said, sir, I'm unarmed. He put his hands up.
And then he reaches into his
I don't mean to be focusing on unimportant aspects of the story, but
so about 10 minutes
that's a nice view of the chest hair.
later, when the cops actually came in, he said, I did this. He said, sir, I'm unarmed. He put his
Wait a minute, what's going on? Does this guy just have his shirt complete? I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
hands up.
And then he reaches into his bag and pulls out a keffiyeh and says, I did it. I did this for Gaza.
That traditional keffiyeh scarf to show solidarity with the people of Gaza was handed to police as the suspect was taken in.
Like, either this is an adventurist who fucking thought that he would get like Luigi Mangione level prominence off of this or something, or just a dude who thought that this was the best possible thing to do. But like I'm not.
I mean, look, given the fact that he just seems to have randomly been shooting, you know, whoever was coming out of that building next, I would say that, you know, he's not, I don't know, chat. Like, it doesn't seem like there was a lot of intentionality. It does seem like, you know, somebody maybe, I don't know, chat. It's
not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is.
That's the part I think that Ethan's gonna clip, right? I feel like that's the part that Ethan showed, right? So we watched this whole thing, Hassan going out of his way to be like, I don't think it's a false flag. I think that people that think that are brain broken. I can see why people think that. You know, like, you know, it is weird timing and everything, but Jesus Christ, like, you know, it's, you know, you use Occam's razor a little bit. I'm censoring the view. Wait, which part of the view, Danver? What part couldn't you see? Wait, surprised to be learning that Hassan is unfamiliar with MK Ultra? I'm sure he knows about MK Ultra. That shit's famous.
Flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody. I don't look. We don't know what we don't know. I mean, maybe more stuff will come to light later, but
But it is crazy. This was legit the worst thing that could happen to the movement. No, it's not. And you guys need to stop doing that. That's another thing that I don't like either.
Oh, was I in front of his shirt? Oh, that sucks. No, I want to show you his I want to show you the dude's chest hair.
Have some conviction. Have conviction. Assume that you're
really? I was blocking his chest hair. What the fuck? All right, let's fix that. There's the guy.
Distressed and gave him water.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. So about 10 minutes later.
Yeah, there's the chest hair guy. Let me. Oh, that's what's. Oh, I got it. It's not me that's blocking the chest hair guy, chat. It's you. My hair. Wait, what's going on? Oh, shit. Okay. We got to return this. There we go. Do you see the chest hair now?
Later, when the cops actually came in, he said, I did this.
Look at how many buttons he's got undone. Like, at first I was like, okay, well, he's got like 2 or 3 buttons undone. That's a little bit more than I usually see, but whatever. Maybe it's hot. Maybe he's distressed. He's trying to cool off, right? But like when you see him move, you see that shirt, like that's totally separated. Like he said, look at that chat. He's got like either he's got the whole shirt unbuttoned, or he's got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 buttons unbuttoned.
Unarmed, he put his hands up.
And then he
Look at that. No, I think he had his shirt unbuttoned. What is going on there? Am I just ignorant? Is this like a look? Do people walk around with no unbuttoned shirts? Is that a thing?
As humans, a single death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic, and this is precisely how
we call the chest hair taco meat.
Israel operates. And
there's a lot of meat on that taco.
Yes, I saw his account. His last retweet was literally denying the famine.
Oh, maybe he was dancing. Yeah, he could have been dancing.
Was taking place in Gaza. This doesn't mean like, I'm not saying like, oh, just justified, whatever. That's not my point. But understand that like the hyper focus on,
was he wearing a wire and had to rip it off? I don't know.
Or the attention being placed on this is very cynical. It's not because these guys are pacifists.
Wait, he basically had an undershirt? Wait, what? I didn't see an undershirt.
Okay? They're not fucking pacifists. They're not humanists. They simply want to defend Israel, and they will use any victim to push for that cause. What a lot of Israel defenders are doing is just trying to engage in emotional blackmail, but also simultaneously demand deplatforming of anyone and everyone that has ever said anything negative about Israel. This is a state. A state represents a political ideology. A state is comprised of individuals.
Oh shit, the undershirt was his chest hair, true.
A state is not a representation of religion. ISIS is not representative of Islam, neither is Saudi Arabia representative of Islam, and Israel is not representative of Judaism.
Was once a member of a left-wing group known for sharing anti-Israeli rhetoric and posted a manifesto on X last night condemning Israel and referring to an...
Yeah, he defended the murder of the Red Cross workers, celebrated the murder of Hassan. Like, of course he did. He works for the fucking Israeli embassy. He is the dude that died is literally this is the dude that died was demonstrated in the classic case of the zealotry of a convert, zealotry of the revert. Basically, if he
maybe EMTs attended and checked everyone out, just gave him a quick EKG or an ECG in this case, because just checked it, just ruled out any sort of fibrillation, anything that might be going on with his heart. Yeah, maybe. Why wasn't there one button on his shirt buttoned? There has to be a reason. That's what I'm thinking, right? It just doesn't seem like a normal thing. It just doesn't seem like a normal, like, I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Like, given the time and place, it doesn't seem like a normal thing. In fact, that kind of shit will get you in trouble in Thailand. They definitely have at least an informal rule about, like, you know, shirts and shoes.
If rolled
that a lot of American tourists seem to want to violate, right? Seem to want to walk into like a place of business with no shirt on, and that is not okay here. In fact, when I got my visa the other day, right? When I got my extension on my visa, I had to take a picture, and they were adamant that I not have my shoulders exposed, right? Like it's partly as, you know, they want a certain degree of formality, but or like when you go to a Buddhist temple, for instance, right? If you're dressed like me, you'd probably be told to cover up a little bit, right? Or if your legs are showing, or
were reversed, he would be treated, if this wasn't about Israel, and if
Rachel says the dead guy was insanely anti-Palestinian, anti-UN, pro-war crime, pro-bombing hospitals. Wow. He has an older girlfriend. Wait, he has an older girlfriend, or iDubbbz's does? Was he wearing a bulletproof vest? What, like, I've just never seen anything so... Yeah, I don't know what it is either, Sarah. It's kind of... Like, I know it's not what we should be focusing on, but I'm, you know, my curiosity is piqued.
Was not applied as like a defensive shield here. You would look at him like Johnny Jihad, you know what I mean? Like the classic like Salafist white guy who reverts to Islam and then goes and joins ISIS. Okay, that's because that's what he did. That's like, that was his. Be careful with using the post facto uncovered posts of the victims in any way, even if you say it's not a justification. There's zero evidence the shooter knew the people. Yeah, no, I know that. It's not a part of this.
Yeah, chat's very protective of us on. They know the deal. They know that there's going to be people watching looking for clips to make.
I don't know what the shooter's calculation is. I suspect that he saw that it was a diplomat event and was like, maybe I'll be able to get a fucking Israeli diplomat here. That was his goal. That was ultimately his goal. This is adventure.
Yeah, and that's what makes me think that, like, rather than like somebody that methodically thought this out, like this is somebody that
regardless. It's not a way to build a cohesive movement, a coherent movement. That's why while Channel 4 is actively trying to bring this back to like PSL, for example, no fucking organizer would ever do such a thing. No organizer would ever do such a thing. I'm simply talking about the difference between like this and Luigi Mangione, for example, and also simultaneously talking about the media narratives and what trappings not to fall into. The manifesto is indeed that of the Israeli embassy shooter. He previously used his email address, elias94@gmail.com, for the account Kyoto Loather, but was, oh shit.
Look, chat, I'm not. What's bothering me is that nobody's, like the Occam's razor in this case would suggest that maybe this is somebody that's got problems, right? And maybe somebody that was also concerned about what was going on in genocide, but they're just like kind of shooting the first two people to come out of there. It doesn't seem like something that was planned strategically. It doesn't seem like something that was thought out. It doesn't seem like something that was designed to, signify something. Where the victim's IDF, at least one of the victims had spent some time in the IDF, right? I'm not sure how this works because I've heard various things. I've heard people say that they were both Israeli citizens, that one of them was an Israeli citizen, that they were dual citizens. But I think the guy did serve in the IDF at some point.
Suspended in the meantime, but he claims banned after DMing death threats.
I mean, we don't know what we don't know, but I don't like that everybody's like making this assumption of like, oh yeah, no, he did this for the movement and he was really, this was it's more of that they're trying to twist it in a way to make the movement look guilty, right? To make it look like this is the result of spending time, hearing people, to discuss Israel doing a genocide, right? This is like, or the movement's like pushing people towards this or something. Like I'm really wary of, what might be a somewhat disturbed individual, lashing out in a way that doesn't really make a lot of sense. As a representative of the movement in some way, right? That's what I'm concerned about, right? I wonder if she was going for Israeli citizenship through marriage. I'm trying to remember the story. Like, yeah, he's did he converted to Judaism, right? Or I don't even know. Hassan said Jews for Jesus. Does chat know what Jews for Jesus is? One in chat if you understand the concept. Right, there's an organization called Jews for Jesus. Spoiler, they're not Jews. They're Christians, right? But they call themselves Jews for Jesus because of the whole, Christian idea of being the replacement for God's chosen people, or whatever that whole like line of reasoning is, right? Jews for Jesus is like a, it's a Christian organization. It's not Jewish. They call themselves Jewish, but they are not, and they're not considered. It's not a branch of Judaism, right? I heard somebody else say messianic, and I wouldn't even call like Jews for Jesus like Messianic Judaism. It's not Judaism. It's Christianity from what I understand, right? And a really gross kind of appropriative Christianity. Like they're literally appropriating, calling themselves Jews, right? They're the Jews for Jesus organization is. But I don't know. I've heard various things. So I don't know if this guy was actually, Hassan said Jews for Jesus earlier. I don't know if, usually he pretty decent about research. Female victim was Jewish and could get citizenship through making an aliyah. And the guy was Messianic Jews is what they call them back in the day, but they were Jews first? Wait, what? Well, my understanding, this guy was Christian first, right? This is and then if he's Jews for Jesus, he's part of an organization that is, it's like, I don't want to compare it to, there's a certain organization of people that call themselves Jewish and are not, that it's kind of reminding me of, right? It's I almost want to say it's like a white version of the Black Hebrew Israelites, but I don't know enough about that stuff to really say that. But yeah, but they're not. Jews for Jesus is an organization. Messianic Judaism is a practice. Well, yeah. There's talk of a Messiah in Judaism, but what differentiates, and there have been, people that were maybe thought to, in Jewish history, who were thought to possibly be or claim to be a Messiah. Jews for Jesus can be Christians. I've only ever seen them be Christians. No, he wasn't literally Jews for Jesus, was he? I think he was. That's what Hassan said. Unless he's using it as a figure of speech. Maybe it's juice for Jesus. Oh, Jesus juice for. It's not like black. Well, what I mean, okay, this is why I didn't want to say that, right? This is why I didn't want to say this. Some kind of. It's a disingenuous co-optation of Jewish identity, much like the. Right, that's where the similarity ends. And like I said, I don't know a lot about actually either organization, either Jews for Jesus or the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Will Stansel. Okay.
It's a company.
Well, we can't actually read it from that any longer because his account got nuked. But here is the alleged manifesto written by Elias Rodriguez. Kenny Clips has it. Suspecting the killing of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington, D.C. I believe the document to be authentic for several reasons, including the fact that it is signed by Rodriguez and timestamped well before he was named by law enforcement or any media. I am publishing it here, not to glorify the violence, which I find abhorrent and condemn, but so the public can better understand the truth of what happened. Refusing to confront the content of these texts often creates an information vacuum that is quickly filled by hoax documents, conspiracy theories, or selective leaks from authorities that can distort the facts. I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant, especially when politics is involved, as the document makes it clear the case here. Metropolitan Police Chief Pamela A. Smith identified Rodriguez as a 30-year-old man from Chicago who she says shouted "Free, free Palestine" at the scene. The manifesto echoes this message, citing the war in Gaza as a central grievance and framing.
Perplexity said that Jews for Jesus is a specific organization of Jewish people who believe that Jesus is the Messiah. See, here's the thing, right? If you talk to some Christians, they will call themselves God's chosen people, right? This is a thing that was in the Old Testament referring to the Jewish people as God's chosen people. But their view of Christianity is that the Jewish people let God down too many times or something, and then God said, "Okay, you are no longer chosen. Now it's you people. Now it's the Christians that are chosen." But in terms of Jews for Jesus actually being Jewish people that have, I don't know, decided that actually Jesus probably was the Messiah. I think that's what they represent themselves as. As far as I understand, this is like an organization that goes back to the 70s, right? Jews for Jesus are Christian missionaries. They had a weird place in Kentish Town, London. Yeah, that was my understanding of. Like I said, I don't know a lot about Jews for Jesus, and I don't know a lot about the other group either. So correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I like they would call themselves Jewish is my understanding. But these aren't like people who, like they might undertake some sort of a conversion or something like that, but they're not like, my understanding is it's not people who grew up in the Jewish faith, Jews for Jesus, right?
The killings as an act of political protest. Below is the document in full. Before reading the manifesto, I think it's important to remind people that adventurism and propaganda of the deed is overwhelmingly ineffective as tactics. Anarchists were wrong about adventurism, such as ad hoc actions mainly just gives the state an excuse.
Some people who practice Reform Judaism speak highly of Jesus. Yeah, he was. There's. What is the phrase? He was a good man or something like people would like a lot of Jewish people when they're asked about Jesus, they'll say that he was, that they'll speak positively of Jesus, but say that, he's not the Messiah, not the, Son of God, not this stuff, right?
To do repression. Yes, I of course will not stand for any kind of state repression in this circumstance. Halantar is a word that means something like thunder or lightning. In the wake of an act, people look for a text to fix its meaning. So here's an attempt. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Instead of reading descriptions mostly, we watch them unfold on video, sometimes live. After a few months of rapidly mounting death tolls, Israel had obliterated the capacity to even continue counting the dead, which has served its genocide.
The first followers of Jesus were Second Temple era Jews, so it could be more accurately said that Jews for Jesus are not rabbinic Jews. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, in that sense, I guess maybe the disciples could be called Jews for Jesus, or Jesus was Jewish as well. Two members of Jews for Jesus I know were both raised Jewish. Yeah, they all say he's a righteous dude. I'm trying to remember the phrase. Like, there's a phrase that I've heard a lot of Jewish people say, a particular phrase about Jesus that's like, he was a good man, and he taught many important things. Am I going to have to do some research on this, chat? I thought I understand this 70s era org. And also, the other thing about Jews for Jesus is I didn't really think they were around anymore. I thought it was like a movement. My understanding of it was like a movement of Christians from the 70s that wanted to make themselves like more legit by codifying them as, but like instead of calling themselves Christians, they call themselves Jews for Jesus, because they believe in the Old Testament, which is, the Jewish, a lot of what is in the Old Testament, especially the Torah is Jewish law. They believe in, the Jewish law, but they're, believe that there's verses in the Old Testament that Christians will interpret as predicting the birth of Jesus, right? That gets reused in the New Testament. Did everyone drink their Jesus juice today? I feel like I drank my sleepy juice today, or like drink my stupid juice maybe. I don't know. Chat, I thought I understood this group maybe more than I actually do. One of their offices was in DC, and I remember seeing the Jews for Jesus white van. But yeah, that's my understanding of it. It was a kind of like a weird cult of Christians that like insist in calling themselves Jewish, but maybe I don't know, as much about Jews for Jesus as I thought. Yeah, like 70s is, yeah, I've seen it referred to in maybe even the 60s, right? Well, I've seen it Jews for Jesus referred to in like old like movies and stuff, right? kind of a unique thing. Many have tried to explain it to me. Disappeared from Kentish Town. Jews for Jesus for Trump. Oh my God.
Genocide well. At the time of the writing, the Gaza Health Ministry records 53,000 killed by traumatic force, at least 10,000 lie under rubble, and who knows how many thousands more dead of preventable disease, hunger, with tens of thousands now at the risk of imminent famine due to the Israeli blockade. All enabled by Western and Arab government complicity. The Gaza...
Wait. Like, I just want to look it up now. I really want to look it up. I'm really curious now. Jews for Jesus. Okay. Got a website. Okay, so according to Wikipedia, Jews for Jesus is an international Christian missionary organization headquartered in San Francisco, California. So that's the hippie connection, right? That is affiliated with Messianic Jewish religious movement, with the Messianic. Wait, but the Messianic Jews, do they necessarily believe in that Jesus is the Messiah? The group is known to proselytize for its proselytism of Jews. Okay, so they're Christian missionaries, right? They call themselves Jews for Jesus. They affiliate themselves with the Messianic Jewish religious tradition, and their outreach seems to be directed at Jewish people, promoting the belief in Jesus as the Christ and the Son of God, and obviously the Messiah. Founded in 1970 by Moshe Rosen of as Hineni Ministries, before it became incorporated under the current name in 1973. There is no Jewish religious authority. This is what I was talking about, right? There are no Jewish religious authorities. Okay, clarification needed. Okay, so I guess this is controversial. That consider Jews for Jesus to be a Jewish organization, mainly because their founder is an ordained Baptist minister and should therefore not be involved in reshaping Judaism. Rabbinical authorities point out that there is only one mention of the Old Testament, or Tanakh, in the statements of faith. Additionally, the Supreme Court of Israel determined that Messianic Jews are not actual Jews as belief in Jesus. Wait, so Messianic Jews do believe? Okay, Messianic Judaism is a syncretic Abrahamic religious sect that combines Christian theology with select elements of Judaism. It considers itself to be a form of Judaism, but is generally considered to be a form of Christianity. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I consider them Christian and not Jewish. And my understanding is that the majority of the, of Jewish institutions do not see these people as being part of their culture, part of their faith. Although there may be people who grew up. Some people in chat were mentioning they knew Jews for Jesus that did grow up in Jewish families, right? That is probably a result of their proselytization of Jewish people, right? Their missionary work, their outreach is towards Jewish people. So, any Jewish people that they convince that actually Jesus is the Messiah and you should get with this cool new Messianic, Judaic movement like that we founded, that those are people that were proselytized, right? But it does make it more complex, because then what I said about them not being, Jewish or not having, grown up in the Jewish culture, is not 100. It's not 100% true. But I can see where this complexity comes from now, given that they're a missionary Christian organization whose outreach is primarily to Jews, right? Mainstream Jews consider the belief that Jesus was the Messiah and a divine being in the form of God the Son, and the doctrine of the Trinity in general to be among the most defining distinctions between Christianity and Judaism. It is also generally considered a Christian sect by scholars and other Christian groups, right? It emerged in the United States in between the 60s and the 70s from the earlier Hebrew Christian movement, and is most prominently propelled through the nonprofit organization Jews for Jesus, founded in 1973. So wait, of Messianic Judaism, right, they're saying that Jews for Jesus is maybe the most prominent org, or it's the one that they mention here. Founded in 1973 by Martin Moishe. Oh, okay, so he took on the name Moishe. It sounds like his given name is Martin Rosen, right? But he's got like his nickname is Moishe. An American minister of the Conservative Baptist Association. Messianic Jews adhere to conventional Christian doctrine, including the concept of salvation by believing in Jesus, referred to by the Hebrew name Yeshua among adherents, and the Jewish Messiah and humanity's Redeemer, and the spiritual authority of the Bible, including the Hebrew Bible and New Testament. In Hebrew, Messianics tend to identify themselves with the term Mamenen, believers, and Yehudim, meaning Jews, in opposition to being identified as Notzrim, i.e. Christians. Jewish organizations inside and outside of Israel reject this framing. The Supreme Court of Israel declared Messianic Judaism a Christian sect for the purpose of the law of return. Okay, so this will not get you, like... Anyway, chat, the ironic thing that I'm realizing just now is the only thing that we have pinning, like, you know, one of the deceased to Jews for Jesus is an offhanded remark by Hassan that I'm not even sure in what spirit he meant it. Like, when he said this guy's Jews for Jesus, I don't know if he meant that he's literally you know, part of the organization Jews for Jesus, or if he meant that he has got he's a Christian that, you know, takes on some errors of Judaism in the same way that that Jews for Jesus members would.
Office includes the 10,000 under the rubble with the dead in their own count. In news reports, there have been those 10,000 under the rubble for months now, despite the continual making of more rubble and repeated bombing of rubble again and again, and the bombings of tents amid the rubble, like the Yemen death toll, which had been frozen at some few thousand for few years under the Saudi, US, UK bombardment before being belatedly revealed to stand at 500,000 dead. All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year.
So I think he's reading the manifesto here. We're gonna... I mean, this is another thing that Ethan clips, but if you want to read the manifesto, you can do it on your own.
But that is dangerous in a separate way. The very fact that a person who is this legible, who has their shit together enough to be able to write a fucking, write prose such as this one, in the act of vengeance, in the act of vigilante justice in his own mind, is meaningful in and of itself. It's meaningful because it means that there are people who haven't fucking lost their minds that also see and are choosing to take action such as this, taking action such as this that is terrifying for the average person, okay? Regardless of what their position is. This is the reason why I'm reading this, the reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is done, this is conducted. The shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. It's deliberate. It's very clear.
Okay. So we have the manifesto, while, we're not going to read it here. What I'm getting here is that it's not, there's no indications of anti-Semitism here. Everything that's written about, in the manifesto is about the genocide in Gaza and not, blaming Jewish people writ large for those events.
It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did. And I'm not urging you to, okay? I'm not saying that at all. But it is deliberate. Now, ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza. By his own admission, they don't have an issue saying the shooter is a fucking white supremacist when the shooter is a white supremacist. When a shooter writes a manifesto and they're a fucking white supremacist, the media will at least take parts of that manifesto to dive deep into the consciousness of the fucking stochastic terrorist. They don't have an issue then. They will openly be like, this is a white supremacist shooter. He went to a fucking area where there were black and brown people, and they wanted to kill as many black and brown people as possible to fucking spark like a race riot or whatever fucking dumb shit that these crackheads believe, okay? The reason why the media won't actually fucking cover the purpose here is because they are worried about copycats, number one, even though they're obviously worried about copycats in every single circumstance. That's an understandable fear to have. But more importantly than copycats, the reason why the motivation here is left to whatever the Israeli government is saying, even though they're fucking thousands of miles away, the reason why the narrative is set in this way is because this, if shown to the average American is not exactly favorable on Israel. The average American is not exactly going to, they're already selfish. They're already violent. We are predisposed to violence in this country. We have an incredible amount of tolerance for violent acts. That's the reason why they don't want to fucking, mention this shit. That's the reason why they won't talk about this. In any case, ultimately, knowing full well what the government will do with this information, knowing full well what institutions are doing with this information, organizations like the ADL are trying to get out of this information, two things should come to mind. One, be careful with what you say, even if you are exaggerating or even if you're joking, especially if you have even an anonymous account, because anything and everything you say will always be used against you. That's number one. And number two, do not fucking allow any oxygen for victimhood narratives as it pertains to Israel. Okay, that's it. The idea that this is a neo-Nazi that came after Jewish people deliberately looking for Jews to kill, like all of that stuff is incorrect. This is not a value judgment on the actions of the shooter, but it's obvious that this was a person that was brain broken by a lot of the realities that are unfolding in Gaza. And now it's being used by those who seek to defend Israel to try and turn around and further prosecute those who say free Palestine. So many of the Hasbro accounts on the timeline are either A, coming after me and numerous other pro-Palestinian content creators and speakers, but they're also just saying insane shit like the keffiyeh is actually the Nazi armband, or the mention of free Palestine should be fucking considered like it's, the mention of free Palestine should be considered as though in the same wavelength as like a neo-Nazi sentiment.
Yeah, and I think MR went over some of that was going on CNN, right? The question of, is free Palestine an anti-Semitic statement? That's wild that we've gotten to this point where that can be forwarded as a possibility.
We have 2 people dead in D.C. We have 50,000 dead in Gaza. And how many children starved to death last night? In 1956, Israel invaded Sinai. They invaded Gaza. The United States president at the time, Dwight Eisenhower, put his foot down, and he told the French and the British, get the heck out of the Suez Canal, and he told Israel to get the heck out of Sinai, and out of Gaza. Now, where would we be today?
This person is the DC shooter's neighbor. This is the DC shooter's neighbor. This is what he's saying.
If we had a president that could have said that 2 years ago.
Excuse me, can you describe again the Elias personality that you met?
Quiet and friendly. Quiet and friendly. Yeah.
What's your age, if you don't mind us asking?
71. Yeah. I'm the guy with all the signs in the window.
What do you hope happens next?
Ceasefire. No more deaths. No more deaths in D.C. No more deaths in Gaza.
What about with your neighbor?
I don't know.
If you could.
You always bring up how our politicians don't respond to this 80-20 issue of stopping weapon shipment to Israel. I think a lot of this reflects that feeling of disenfranchisement people are feeling right now, especially this being a despite being this a gross condemnable act. Yeah, that's what it is. That is what it is. The reality of the matter is there's only so much death and destruction people watch unfold in front of their eyes, so much moral culpability they experience, and when they go through those motions, like there is inevitably always going to be, especially in a country as violent as America, especially in a country where violent narratives are so normalized, there's going to be someone who takes matters in their own fucking hands and engages in vigilante justice.
That's probably going to get clipped, right? So we can see what Hassan actually said. That was what I was kind of going for. See what he actually said about this issue. And then we're going to compare that to how Ethan portrays that. But first, let's see. We got to watch this video.
I wonder if there's a mental illness, term for a mental illness that makes one compelled to center themselves in any and all events. As you watch Hassan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis, okay, didn't happen, understand that me and Hila are just as valid targets to them. I don't think so. That's ridiculous.
You see what this is, right? Bodies are not even cold, and Ethan is centering himself, victimizing himself with this.
I've known this as people like Hasan and iDubbbz's lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended leftovers. Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally...
I'm sorry, if you want to argue against people characterizing you as hallucinating threats, the last thing you want to do is hallucinate this as a fucking threat to you. Jesus Christ, Ethan.
You're on my death. There is a toxic, violent, nihilistic extremism brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us. Okay? No, this is a hallucination. I will say it once again. If I don't think it's appropriate for someone to call CPS on Ethan Klein, why the f would I ever think it's appropriate?
Yeah, exactly. Play something. News and analysis equals admission of guilt. Yeah.
Ethan Klein, are you stupid? Of course. That is insane. That is psychotic. That is a psychotic assessment. Okay? No one. Anyway, it's a grift. To which I said, 2 Israeli embassy officials get killed, and Ethan Klein predicted...
Attack of the Hank? Somebody called you dysgenic? What kind of Nazi shit is going on over on Threads? I have a Threads account. I don't think I've ever used it. Right? I guess I was excited when it came out because I was like, anything that can replace Twitter, but, you know, obviously it didn't replace Twitter.
Predictably moves to make the moment about himself from the comfort of his mansion as the criminal state his community keeps defending continues with his unlimited child murder. And then he responded to that by cutting off his own silly statement this time and just...
It isn't just Ethan Klein. Listen to Rogan, listen to CNN. The rich have drawn a line, and it's a gross one.
Simply showing mine. Imagine saying this to any other minority group in the wake of a violent tragedy. To which I said, Lamau, still going on, by the way. You are an immensely privileged, wealthy YouTuber who's using the backdrop of a live stream child holocaust to try and make drama slop as you call for deplatforming of pro-Palestinian voices. Have some dignity. You are not a victim, just a narcissist. That's it. It's like that age-old conservative meme of the conservative lady from the UK being like, this is what it feels like to be a white woman in the UK, a conservative white woman, and it's a target on her forehead. And someone responds, yeah, this is a perfect analogy because no one's coming after you and you place the target on your forehead. Yeah, Katie Hopkins, yeah. And what you need to understand, is this, okay? Yeah, this is how it feels to be a woke conservative woman. Perfect analogy, because that's not a real target, and you've put it there yourself. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because I need you to understand something. Israel is a right-wing institution, okay? It is a fascist. It's the most right-wing you can get, but it's a fascist, right-wing, reactionary country. And my job as someone who tries to get Americans to understand certain concepts will always utilize the existing contextualization tools that you have in front of you. That's why I always talk about how this is exactly what Israel defenders do, okay? This is exactly what Ethan Klein is doing. That's it. The only difference here, however, is that anti-Semitism is a real point of marginalization, and yet people who are pro-Israel bastardize that concept and weaponize that concept to make it seem like people are against them simply on the virtue of them being Jewish, when there are more Christian demonstration of a country than there are Jews across the board, Zionist and anti-Zionist alike. But it is the exact same thing. It is they are horrible monsters. Spiral of self-victimization when you are defending one of the most powerful nations in the region with nuclear arms doing a genocide on a captive population that it has occupied illegally for 77 years. And it's backed by, this country, Israel, is backed by the most powerful nation on earth that is offering it unlimited arms. And you want to present yourself as the victim living in that most powerful nation on the planet for not being able to describe your pro-Israel position without scrutiny. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable. The amount of privilege here is unfathomable in comparison to like the average black or brown or even white anti-Zionist, even Jewish anti-Zionist. And I'm not even going to make this comparison to the average Palestinian, okay? Because that is disgusting to even...
We're at 71 likes, chat. Something amazing happens if we get to 100 likes during the stream.
Mention in the same...
We're 29 likes from hitting 100.
In the same category. There is no comparison whatsoever in comparison to obviously the...
Hassan's Eve Fartlow, yeah, it's that is a classic.
The average Palestinian and what they're going through. But even in terms of like how you claim to be consistently victimized here, like there are people in the United States of America who are anti-Zionist that are literally getting blackbagged by this administration, and you still run around as a wealthy YouTuber who just wants to make drama content off of all of this stuff, and you can't deal with the heat, but you cannot get out of the kitchen. Must be hard, Hassan, being on everyone's bad side. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Ethan here, or any number of different stupid slop tubers? Because I might be on the bad side of your favorite content creators, but that's more so just telling on yourself. Like there are plenty of people out there who are still very much pro-Israel, okay, due to the endless amount of social conditioning that they have experienced, taken for granted, believed to be true. Okay. Having said that, at least a lot of those people have the dignity to...
You fought low. That's right.
You know, there are plenty of people who are right now shutting the up. And the reason for why they're shutting the up is because even they understand it's perhaps not the best look to self-victimize when everyone can see how devastating the situation is. And then there are those who...
Dr. McRib, I'm thankful every day I don't live in America. Me too. And the more distance I can put between myself and America, like the better.
Completely lost the plot. And yes, I mean, this is a perfect 2-minute video of the insanity especially as it pertains to like, this is a clip that I saw that I could not believe. Okay.
Ethan is a narcissist. I really want Hassan et al. To start depriving him of attention. I'm kind of sick of his shit, to be honest. I have some other stuff that I'd like to talk about more.
This is a perfect demonstration of what the real resentment is.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting insight, Shireen, about the, quote unquote messianic Judaism, and some of the people in the movement envying the sort of, ancient, nature of Judaism versus and wanting to sort of, put that on themselves.
Is Ethan Klein's resentment towards me.
I'm in Australia? Wait, do you even have Dr. McRib in Australia?
Is not about Israel. He's trying to use the wrong side of this.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's Mr. I was thinking of Mr. Pibb. Isn't Mr. Pibb doesn't exist anymore?
Palestine situation as a way to get additional help from other groups, but the real reason for why this resentment exists is just purely personal. I think under different circumstances, he's been able to humiliate people, bully people into submission, deplatform people aggressively. But it's not happening for him this time. And he literally cannot contend with that reality. He just can't figure out why it's not happening. And there is, this in and of itself is a perfect demonstration of that.
I found a really funny meme while being in the bathroom just now. And okay. It's some sort of hater pipeline, I think, but it must have made it to Instagram, normie Instagram, and I found it so funny.
Someone said,
"Hey, love, I saw this a week ago, and I died."
Yeah, this is probably the funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for you.
Yeah.
It went mainstream for real.
This?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wait, somebody in chat said this. Somebody in my chat said this. Someone said he looks like he's hiding a zombie bite from the group. Yeah. Wait. Who said this, chat? I swear to God, there's some chatter that claimed that said the same, and I couldn't get it out of my head. Why didn't Ethan get a matching? Oh God. Oh, to match Ila's tattoo. They could, yeah. If Mr. Pibb, Dr. Pepper, McRib in one username? Well, damn. I know, right? It's some high level shit. I think Dr. Pepper destroyed Mr. Pibb. Wait, was Mr. Pibb before Dr. Pepper? Isn't Mr. Pibb kind of better? Chat, I don't say this lightly either. I like Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, probably my favorite soft drink. Wait, is it? What is my favorite soft drink? I mean, as somebody who doesn't drink soft drinks, that's a weird thing to say, right? But of soft drinks, right? Yeah, Mr. Pibb is pretty good. Or Dr. Pepper is really good, but I feel like I tried Mr. Pibb when I was little, and it was actually better. Unlike RC Cola, which I expected maybe, it's called Royal Crown Cola, chat. You would think that it would be like the caviar of Coke or Pepsi, and it's not. It's not that good. It's kind of flat, honestly. RC Cola, not that great.
Where?
I just thought it was so good.
I'm gonna change my username. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel self-conscious.
It was on Twitter, it was on Instagram, meme pages were reposting it.
Someone said he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true, I see it.
You're concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so this. I think someone must have edited this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
just fully...
No, bro, stop.
No, I love RC Cola, better than Coke and Pepsi.
The saturation
There's weird age and saturation stuff.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturized.
No, that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
I don't know, man. No, it's only
wait.
Saturation.
Wait. I'm sorry. This is gonna turn into a crash out. This he can't take this level of ribbing. He can't take this level of McRibbing.
You know what? I'm gonna say. You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hassan at every corner in every possible way.
Oh,
What? What? Where is this coming from? Where is this coming from, chat? No, what? Like, am I? Nobody was defending Hassan. What is he talking about? They're joking. Wait, is he serious? Is he seriously mad at them?
Are not that big. The minute.
Just, this is a perfect demonstration of a crash out, a narcissistic crash out, where
they're not even talking about Hassan. Where's this coming from?
This isn't even about me. Why the f does he just like randomly bring me up? He's like, oh,
please, somebody tell me he's kidding. Somebody tell me he's kidding.
You guys love Hassan. You always defend Hassan when I'm actually editing stuff about Hassan.
The only thing I can think of is that, yeah, like that when they're not in front of a camera, like they're talking about stuff in a way that at least sounds to Ethan like they're, you know, somewhat sympathetic towards Hassan.
To make fun of his like feet or whatever, which I think is very strange. But, you know, go off.
Is this goblin mode? I don't know. He's talking about demon mode in this episode. So we'll get into that in a second.
I guess. And then he just like uses me as a.
This is real life?
I am.
This is real life, Gel.exa?
The permanent enemy in his mind. And even Dan is like, dude, Dan literally says right there, dude, shut up. Like, what the.
Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hassan at every corner in every possible way.
Oh, shut up.
How did this fucking come from someone said that he looks like he's hiding a zombie bite? The thing is, he's the kind of guy that, chat, if he got bit by a zombie, he would not only would he try to hide the bite, right? But he would try to deny it to himself, right? He would be in denial the whole time until he turns into a zombie. He'd be in denial. He'd be like not turning into a zombie, not turning into a zombie. You know, like he'd be eating people's brains and still saying not turning into a zombie, right?
He literally says, "Oh, shut up."
Not that big.
Like Ethan Klein is probably the worst dude you could go through a zombie apocalypse with, right? Can you think of a worse one? Can somebody think of a worse guy than Ethan Klein? Like, I swear to God, chat, if I was in a situation where I was in a zombie apocalypse and Ethan Klein was in my party, I don't know what I'd do.
This meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
it's not about terrible.
No,
it's your concerned look. Terrible. It's the look on your face.
That is not original, bro. You can tell on the edges. It's not. What? It's not.
Okay. He's saying it's a Photoshop.
Okay.
His eyes do look a little bit. I don't know. Are his eyes resized? I mean, that would be.
Maybe. Okay. Let's just.
Like Olivia is like babying him like he's a baby. Like he's a baby who is.
He is a baby, Hassan. He is a baby.
Crying because he spilled his juice. She's like, it's okay. It's a meme. It's okay. Come on, big guy. You are so handsome. Like, what are you doing? What is happening here? This is one of the most insane things.
Chat, was somebody in chat said this to me, right? I don't remember when it was, but somebody said that Ethan Klein is the type of dude that would hide a zombie bite. And it got into my head because it's like true. It's true. That is a thing that he would do, right? I mean, it's true. It's, you know, hypothetically true. Obviously, zombies aren't real, so we don't have to worry about that. But hopefully, goddamn. Somebody got a mail Ethan some super Crocs so he can walk his ass out of his house. Damn. Wait, what's up with super Crocs? What are those?
Things I ever saw, dude. What the
I'm sorry, Hot Ham Radio. What are those? I gotta
go back earlier. He was saying your name under his breath as others were talking like he was possessed.
What are those?
I mean, one of the funniest aspects of this is that like
I'm sorry.
This moment, he looks
I realized I was saying, what are those about a pair of shoes, and I had to, Chad. I had to remember the meme.
Like the clip. Like, why is he so pissed off?
doing is proving the point that you would hide the bite from us. So
Yeah, I don't think it's that change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny
Yeah, you don't
face.
look like
together.
that.
I don't think you look
that's
weird
what
at
I
all.
wanna
You
hear.
look beautiful,
No.
gorgeous.
That's crazy, man.
I can't believe this is real, but somebody's just given me the stream that it's from. Let's check it out, maybe.
That was crazy. You look beautiful. You look gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous.
You're such a big, handsome boy. Who's my big, handsome, strong boy?
Even.
You have nothing to say about this.
Gorge.
I don't want to hear it.
I want the.
It also, all of this is like, all this started because like someone made a funny meme. It's like when those guys, there's this one guy who actually unironically is a very talented artist. And he always draws me with a tiny head. And I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I think it's funny. And he's actually a pretty good artist overall. Like, you'll see screenshots of it in my replies from psychos all the time. Like, I make jokes about this stuff myself. Like, it's obviously a emote in my community since the beginning of my, no, it's not scum art. No. I'm not talking about that. No.
Yeah, this is the thing, chat. There's some things that people are going to say about you as a streamer that you just kind of have to tank. Even if it gets to you somehow, like reacting in anger is like probably the worst thing you could do. And like, I do feel like there is something intrinsic to Ethan that is being called out. You know, maybe even with subtext. I think there's some subtext going on here, chat. I think there's more going on behind the scenes. This is making me think that I think there might be a reason for Ethan's insecurity, right? I think that he might have just put his crew through too much shit, and that they vent in certain ways, like, and that's what he's reacting to. Like they say stuff that's like, it's not a direct slap at Ethan, or they act like they're joking, but he kind of knows that like on one level they're not joking.
No, there's a hater who like will try to I don't know if anyone's found the I don't know if anyone has seen them before. He's like it's a new guy. Hiding the zombie bite from the group will make you laugh until no, this is someone say he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group is funnier than anything he's ever said. That's the other side of the story. Like, it's all right to make fun of yourself. Is this the one?
Look, I'll say more. If you want to be a streamer, you got to make fun of yourself. If you can't make fun of yourself, you can't do this job. And he knows that, and he does make fun of himself. That's what there's something else going on here, chat. There's something more going on here. If this is like how he reacts to a comment like this, right? He does make fun of himself, right? But for some reason he's just losing it here, and that makes me think that there is, kind of some subtext going on in his conversation with the crew that we don't know about.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy. I don't want to like highlight them too much because I don't know what their like politics are. They probably have like horrible politics in general.
Yeah, I'd say.
But yeah, I mean, this guy's like clearly a talent.
Wait, that guy definitely doesn't like him, right? They're showing the gun thing and
talented artist. You know what I mean? He is. I saw this and I was like, damn, this guy's actually not a bad artist at all. I suspect that they probably have like dog shit politics, but it's kind of like that one guy. What's his name? The one conservative that actually is like pretty decent cartoonist.
Are you talking about Stone Toss? Please tell me, chat, that Hassan's not talking about Stone Toss. Is he talking about Stone Toss, or is he talking about Freedom Tunes? What do you think, chat? 1 in chat if you think Hasan is talking about Stone Toss. 2 in chat if you think Hasan is talking about Freedom Tunes.
But he's like, no, not Meat Canyon chatters. Stop.
Not Meat Canyon. Hey, he's kind of Trump coded, a little bit MAGA coded, but like no, I'm not trying to dog on Meat Canyon.
No, not Garrison. No,
not Garrison. Ben Garrison. Oh, that's hilarious.
No.
It's got to be It's got to be Stone Toss, or it's got to be Stone Toss or Freedom Tunes.
And certainly not Stone toss. Ew. Stone toss is
Okay, thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. He's not saying stone toss. I was so worried he was going to be talking about stone toss.
Dog shit artist.
He's got to be talking about Freedom Tunes, right? Like, I hear people say this about Freedom Tunes all the time.
No. What's the guy? The one that was like the one that did that famous comic about
what was like the anti-woke dog or something?
Joe Biden turning people white, turning black people white. I think I even follow him. You know what I'm talking about? Like the one where Joe Biden like siphons the blackness of a black woman for not voting for Joe Biden. It's this one. Yes.
Oh no, it's not. That's not Freedom Tunes. That's somebody else. Biden, decider of race. Who is this? Who is this artist?
This guy is a conservative. Okay, this artist is a conservative, and yet he sometimes has some bangers, and I'm not above admitting that. You know what I mean? Like, this is a banger. This is dumb as fuck, and his art style is actually fantastic too. There's no reason not to. There's no reason not to like to. That guy's racist as fuck. No, I know. I'm talking about something that's. I'm talking about.
Who is this, chat? Anybody recognize the artist?
Something that is totally not about politics. Just like this dude. I think this guy is pretty talented. This person.
Oh shit! We're not gonna find out. Anybody know who that was? I've definitely seen that meme around. I just don't know who it is. I don't know the artist.
Is very talented. Elon is still locked in, replying to my. Like, he's.
For the record, chat, I don't think Freedom Tunes is that funny. I mean, Anti-Woke Dog was probably like the best, the closest to, you know, like it's probably the funniest thing Freedom Tunes has done. I feel like Freedom Tunes is kind of overrated.
He doesn't agree with me on my worldview, but, you know. Yeah, this is the guy I was thinking about, George Alexopoulos.
Tay says he's mad because the original title of the episode... Oh, yeah, you're right. Was about Hassan's tiny feet, but the person who photoshopped the picture to make his feet tiny came forward. So Ethan had to apologize and retract. So he's mad because the tiny feet picture was actually photoshopped and he wanted it to be real. Am I getting this correct, Tay?
Or whatever. Yeah. But if I were to separate the artist from the art, like, or separate the political perspective,
who is that?
Political ideology that they demonstrate in their art all the time, and I just like look at their art style, look at their skills in drawing, like this is pretty solid. This is very good. Anyway, but yeah, you should be able to laugh.
Wait, and there is a comparison of the OG photo of Ethan next to this one, and the only thing that changed is the OG photo of Ethan next to. Oh, okay. So okay, I get it. So Tay is explaining something very important for us to understand how funny what just happened was, right? So there was a in that video, it's this one, chat. It's this one. James Charles is even worse than we thought. Hasan Piker scandal got much worse. Yeah, here it is. Wait, let me just give you the whole segment. I gotta pee though.
So I think we gotta move quickly on to the James Charles stuff.
Well, let's do the Hassan stuff's really fast.
Okay, I guess
let's go look at his tiny little feet. So this morning, it came out first of all.
God damn it.
I guess I made this Insta story here. I just thought the little petite feet jokes were funny. I saw this on the subreddit, and it made me think of the Tim and Eric song, Petite Feet, Feminine Step. Sounds like a lady when he's walking in the room. I don't know how many of y'all remember that tune.
I do.
But it's just so damn funny.
Here, I'm going to pee really quick. I'll listen to it on phone.
Yeah, it's a earworm.
Now, Ethan.
Well, hold on.
Ethan.
We'll get there.
Okay.
You're getting ahead of yourself. So anyway, I posted this, and then I want to lead with, when I first showed this morning, I was laughing about it, and Dan was like, I was like, let's do it in the title. And Dan, you're like, bro, you're being trolled. There's no way that's real.
I did think this was fake. I thought it was fake.
See, you don't understand.
It seemed like a copy pasta to me.
It's very real, and this is something Hassan does a lot. He goes to his Discord amongst his like biggest sycophants and just cries to them and looks for validation. It's one of the most pathetic things you can do as a creator, in my opinion. It's quite sad. Anyway, he says, it's weird that he photoshopped my feet while trying to brigade my wiki feet. Not at the same time. Bro, don't complain about me brigading wiki feet. Like, nobody has the right to complain about that. That's the one thing. He goes, anyway, I'll read it without interrupting. Still weird that he's photoshopping my feet while also trying to brigade my wiki feet like we are not friends, and also you are weirdly sexually obsessed and also a gross defender of Israel. Grow up and raise your kids to hate Israel, old man. Now, which part of this was unbelievable to you?
Well, the wiki feet part made me think that it was just somebody in our community making a meme.
Because like, who the fuck would actually be upset about that? And also, when's the last time we tried to bomb his wiki?
Yeah, I don't remember talking about wiki feet. Did we?
We might have. Yeah, I think
Maybe
we brought it up
out
on one episode a while ago.
No, but I mean specifically within the context of talking about that photo.
No, never. Not in the context of that photo. Why was he just name searching himself on WikiFeet?
I don't know, but yeah, I thought you got trolled. I did.
No, turns out you got trolled.
I guess so.
Yeah, he drops these cringy little messages in Discord all the time, and for me, there's a few things here. One, we are not friends. Well, I would never bomb WikiFeed of a friend. Just so you know, I reserve that only for my deepest, most severe enemies. Also, I thought he was the photoshopping accusation. I thought he was doing a Mike from PA thing, where Mike was like, "This photo of me is photoshopped," and then you look and it's not photoshopped.
Wait, it's being reported that you did tweet out a call to action to tank his wiki feed.
When?
Do you not remember this?
Well, it was
3 months ago.
Whatever it was.
It was 3 months ago.
Yeah, it was like a one-time, just a gag.
Okay, got it.
It wasn't like a sustained campaign. Speaking of which, what is his wiki feed at? Just saying.
Are you still banned from WikiFeed?
Yep.
Oh man.
I'm never getting back on that website, man. Like, we tried making like acronyms of my name.
Right.
We tried to.
I forgot about that. We made like an alias.
We tried to slip through the moderators, and they were so sharp on
Ethel Klein.
Was that it?
Yeah, we
Ethel
were
Klein?
gonna put you in drag.
Yeah, I find it disturbing that he's still at.
Look, he's got a good rating. What is he? There's nobody.
Where's the
It's all
rating?
good.
Where's it?
He's got 5 stars.
No, but it doesn't say the number. It used to say the number.
We changed that.
Yeah,
I think they changed
I
that.
did because I pushed it too far.
It's his shoe size as well.
Yeah, that's obviously incorrect. I don't know what his shoe size is, but anywho, you guys, feel free to give this 1 star. Those of you that are still logged in. And then he goes, I just find it amazing that people cannot insult me anymore without bringing my kids up. It's like, bro, new challenge unlocked.
Yeah.
Try to insult me without bringing my literally fucking children that have nothing to do with it into it. Like, I know you can do it.
Ew.
Whoa.
Get off the screen.
How the fuck we get to that?
I don't know.
What the hell?
I don't know. I don't like it though.
I don't like it either. Why is it doing this to me? It won't let me go back.
Oh wait.
All right, I gotta reopen this message. Fuck you, Imager.
What?
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna do what you said. I'm gonna raise my children to hate Israel. Like, I'm gonna teach my kids to hate, like a good father. Doesn't matter what, just hate. And also, bro, this is what Anissa kind of does too. It's like, I can goof on you without being weirdly sexually obsessed with you. Like, that's cringe as fuck, bro. Seriously. Come on, dude. Please. And anyway, yeah, I would appreciate if these people could just make like an effort to not bring my kids up anytime they want to insult me. Like, my kids have nothing to do with me laughing about your small feet. Nothing. Unless you're like, oh, well, you want to know who has small feet? Your kids.
Which would be probably true.
It's true. Children. That's true. That'd be more fact. That would be more acceptable because it's true.
Right.
Like, yeah, well, they're growing up.
Gotcha. But, so speaking of truth, though, I gotta rein you back in here.
Yeah,
we're about the truth on the H3 show.
So here, I know, Dan, calm down. I'm getting there. Let me get there on my own. We made a GIF. I genuinely thought that it that it wasn't Photoshop. Whatever. Somebody got me on the subreddit. But that being said, it's not that different.
It's not that different.
They kind of just made it more clear.
Which is why it's unfortunate that you posted the Photoshop one, because I feel like the joke, I mean, it's still funny. The original photo is funny.
What did they even do? They just shrunk it down. They made it less thick.
They kind of, I mean, yeah, they de-girthed it a little bit. It's like deflated.
He's still got petite feet. And it really bothers him that he has tiny little petite feet. That's fine.
I don't think he even has small feet. He's just that. I mean, it's just objectively funny. In that video, his feet look like little tiny baby feet. It was funny.
Well, I mean, the way he's acting makes me think that it's something he's insecure about. He goes, "Oh, I have baby feet. Well, your kids are. Well, fuck your kids, and also, you're sexually obsessed with me."
Well,
like,
again, this is why I was a little, I guess, in denial about it being real. I really, I refused to believe that message was real.
So, did we make our own edit in the end, love, or is this kind of where we ended it? Yeah, okay. Here's us reacting to it live. You guys can see the unedited petite feet moment. Dude, when he walked into that, he sounded like a lady.
And it's pulled up.
Well, you guys really
looks like
you're defending his baby feet.
No, I'm not. I'm saying it looks.
But when it comes to the song, we got all
I'm not
the excuses
defending.
in the
I'm
world.
calling out the baby feet. I'm saying it looks crazy.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, then.
That's unedited, my friend. That's It's right, not Elo. that different, dude. You ever seen someone who weighs actually 500 pounds? This is what their pants.
It's obviously the pants that are doing.
so
It's
crazy. Listen, whatever it is, okay, it's his
very
fault.
funny. It's very funny. I'm not going to disagree.
And I think it's worth repeating here, and I would appreciate it if you guys don't try to talk about, try to excuse it, because he has little tiny baby petite feet. And that's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person.
You should play the song. Play the song. Just a little
I'm gonna
taste.
get claimed.
If you play just like a second of it,
All
just
right,
the line.
Let me try.
It'll probably be okay.
Petite feet. I can just sing it. I sing it as good. Feminine step. Sounds like a lady when he's walking down in the room. Petite feet. Hold on. All right, I'll play it. Feminine step. All right, here it is, guys. Everybody get hyped.
The game is 7-ball.
Wait, so I don't want this. Skip
Yeah, just
part.
skip forward.
She sounds just right. Real high. I get first, you get seconds.
I'm not trying to get claimed here by Tim. and Eric.
Yeah, I don't want to get claimed either. All right.
Handle this.
I don't care about the Tim and Eric thing. If you want to watch that, it's on YouTube. You can watch it on your own time. Obviously, that's the exact kind of thing that usually gets copyright claimed on YouTube. So we're just gonna try to avoid that altogether. But like, okay, so what we got the So somebody edited the picture with Hassan. So he's got big pants on. That's the whole thing. He's got baggy pants because he is still responding to changes in fashion. Unlike Ethan and unlike Teddy Fresh, which seem to think it's still, 2014, right? Hassan's sense of fashion is moving forward. And indeed, bigger pants, wider pants do in fact make your feet look smaller, but somebody edited it, I guess, to even increase the proportion, that increase the ratio of pants to shoe to make him look like he had even tinier feet, and that made them all chuckle with millennial laughter after the reference to Tim and Eric.
Aw. Shame.
Sounds like a lady when he's walking in the room. Yeah. So that's it. That's the huge scandal that's getting
What a
worse and
scandal.
worse for him.
What a scandalous thing.
Hassan is hiding his shame. Honestly, the really cringe thing here is how he goes to his Discord to cry. Like, that is pathetic, bro. Holy fuck. You're talking to a bunch of your...
Wait, I still don't see him, like, crying. He went to his Okay, so that stuff that he posted in his Discord, it doesn't seem like he's crying, though. Where are they getting Hassan is crying out of this, right? Still weird that he's photoshopping my feet while also brigading my wiki feet. Like, we are not friends. Also, you were weirdly sexually obsessed. See, this isn't Ethan. He's unaware. This is what makes it even funnier, right? The whole joke about Homer Simpson and stupid sexy Flanders is that Homer Simpson is attracted to Flanders and he doesn't realize it, right? And it comes out in his, like, you know, he's so unself-aware that he's like stupid sexy Flanders, right? It's like that, you know, the joke is that it's a type of irony. The audience is in on the joke and Homer Simpson is not in on the joke, right? You're doing the same thing with Hassan, and the more you fucking deny it, the more you fucking deny that you got so. And I don't think it's necessarily, Ethan, that you're attracted to Hassan, that you want to have sex with Hassan, that you have a crush on Hassan or anything like that. I think it's that you know, for being real, it's probably something more along the lines of you were a little jealous of Hassan. And it manifests in a weird way that it's funny because it's like, you know, it's a little too close to you finding him attractive, right? But no, the joke is not that you actually want to fuck Hassan, although you did, you know, have that Photoshop of what was that one picture where Hassan's like standing behind him and he was like, look at that, it looks like Hassan is fucking me, ha 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 ha. I mean, there's just some weird shit. There's some weird moments. That's all people are commenting on. And while you're saying that Hassan is like going to cry to his Discord and that he can't stand the teasing about his little feet, you seem to not be taking the stupid, sexy Hassan joke. And it is a joke. Like, it's like I said, it's not a literal statement of like Ethan is covertly wants to have sex with Hassan. It's just, you know, a funny thing about the way that you react when you're jealous of somebody that is surprisingly similar towards how you would react if you were attracted to that person. That's the whole joke. That's the long and short of it, all right?
Literal sycophantic fans who spend all day in your Discord, no offense to ours, but like there's a community there. I don't go there ever. People aren't like, I'm just hanging out here all day for the chance that I can validate Ethan.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. You never posted that.
He goes there and he's venting to his fans that I'm weirdly sexually obsessed with him and that I need to raise my kids to hate Israel.
Wait. Where did that thing, okay, wait. Still weird he's photoshopping my feet while also trying to brigade my wiki feet. Like, we are not friends. And also you're weirdly sexually obsessed. True. And also a gross defender of Israel. Grow up and raise your kids to hate Israel, old man. All right. Well, I mean...
Bro. Please. Anyway, that's the scandal. And that's all.
Scandalous.
And let me see. Is there anything else or... No, that's about it.
I found a really funny meme while being in the bathroom just now. And it's some sort of like hater pipeline, I think. But it must have made it to... Instagram, like normie Instagram, and I found it so funny.
Someone said,
"Hey, love, I saw this like a week ago, and I fucking died."
Yeah, this is probably the funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for
It went mainstream for real.
This?
Yeah.
Where?
I just thought it was so goofy.
It was on Twitter, it was on Instagram, meme pages were reposting it.
Someone said he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true. I see it.
You're like concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so like this. I think someone must have edited this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
it just
No,
fully...
bro.
So here it is in all of its glory, chat. He swears up and down that the picture of Hassan's feet is not edited. It turns out it is edited, right? makes fun of Hassan, I guess, for what, showing that, for notice, or like, I don't know, somebody in his community noticed it and he like reposted it. He's like, oh, look at that. He's sensitive about the little feet comments. Oh, you're not supposed to be angry when somebody's roasting you. Oh, right. And here he is being like, no, this is definitely Photoshopped. No, this is not. I didn't give this face. I didn't do this look.
Stop.
No,
Look
the saturation.
There's like
is turned
weird
up.
age and saturation stuff.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturized.
No, that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
I don't know, man.
No, it's only saturation or.
You know what? I'm gonna say. You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feet. Let's defend Hassan at every fucking corner in every possible way.
Oh, shut
His
up.
feet are not that big. The minute that this meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
It's not about terrible.
No, it's your
not about you
concerned
looking
look.
terrible. It's the look on your face.
That is not original, bro. You can tell on the edges. It's not.
What?
It's not.
Okay.
It's
I don't think
edited,
it's
bro.
okay.
Maybe.
You know,
okay.
Let's just defend Hassan more.
I want
please.
to see
You guys
the
are
original now.
All
Because I
this
think
is doing
I
is
don't-
proving the point that you would hide the bite from us. So
Yeah, I don't think it's the
AB's not wrong.
change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny
Yeah, you don't
face.
look like
that
that.
I don't think you look
that's
weird
what
at
I
all.
wanna hear.
You look beautiful,
No.
gorgeous even.
Yeah,
Yeah,
does,
I don't
you have
know.
nothing to say
You
about
look
this to me.
gorgeous.
No, Ethan.
I don't want
You look
to
gorgeous.
hear it.
I want the
I don't
truth
think
just
it's
like
edited.
you.
So was this like a is this like a snark thing or is this?
I don't know.
I think it's just a fun.
He's like, no, Ethan, that's in your own community. These are your fans. This is not a snark thing. This is not people hating you. This is
Account ever in my life. I could have cropped the name out,
No,
but it just came up natural on my Instagram. I've never seen a non-H.
You probably should have cropped the name out just to protect this person. Now Ethan's gonna fucking hate this person.
Like from us on Instagram ever. And there it is.
That's
There it is.
me hiding the zombie bite. I mean, it's not inherently insulting. It's
That's
just
why.
a funny
That's why I
picture.
shared it.
Yeah.
That's why I shared it. Yeah.
And I mean, guess shout out to the commenter who has gone. I mean, an Instagram comment that.
So this is a
apparently
TikTok
made the
comment,
rounds.
then
Oh,
shared
TikTok.
onto an Instagram.
It's just it's just like a
So
meme
that's
page.
why I don't know how this made it to me, but it was funny.
Why? Okay. All right. Yeah. Here
All
I
right.
am, guys.
We got to talk about James Charles.
Nope. We're gonna look at this picture more.
Oh God, over it.
Imagine how I feel. Thank you. Okay, so we have James Charles and Jojo. We're never getting to poor
How
Jojo.
much time do we have?
We have about a half hour.
Let's do James Charles. That
Okay.
should be enough. Yeah.
So the last time we
James.
spoke, this is a continuation of.
All right, there it is. I thought there was nothing, nothing to see on this VOD, and it turns out, there's a pretty interesting moment there, right? I was just, amidst the making fun of Hassan over his feet.
Laugh at yourself. And yeah, I have a tiny head, you got it. You got me. This is not how to behave. I don't think this is how you should behave at all.
The truth just like you.
So was this like is this like a snark thing or is this?
I don't know.
I think it's just a funny.
I've never
like
seen
a-
this account ever in my life. I could have cropped the name out,
No,
but it just came up natural on my Instagram. I've never seen a non-H3 from us on Instagram ever. And there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. Clipped admitting your head is tiny. God damn it. Yeah. Okay. So the reason why I brought that little tangent is obviously because there are a lot of egos involved here in this conversation, but Hasan Productions did this fantastic thing where he compiled exactly how to properly resist Israel's genocide, according to Asmongold and Ethan Klein. Now, the reason why I think it's important is because in this day and age, there are many different ways of saying that you're against genocide. But obviously, aside from the everyday existence, the everyday murder of children done by an unaccountable criminal entity such as Israel, in direct cooperation with the most powerful, most unaccountable entity on the planet, the United States of America, a criminal enterprise through and through. Aside from that, there's another thing that we have to pay attention to, which is how to protest. Because obviously, if you think you are protesting against Israel and you're doing it right, you're most likely not doing it right. So let's take a look at how to do this. Okay? Let's take a look at how to do this, because there's got to be a way to do it appropriately. Firstly, stop protesting in the streets. Blocking the roads is an inconvenience for Asmongold, and he doesn't want to be bothered. Okay.
I don't really give a about what Palestine's problems are or Israel's problems are, but if somebody is blocking the road, I do care. And I will tell you also that if they are blocking the road and I'm trying to get through the road, I will reflexively be against them. Like, what are you for? Okay, let's vote against.
Okay. Well, good thing you don't even have to vote for it. That's just like a permanent state of affairs.
Chat. I don't know if I doubt anybody remembers this, right? This is some old Vosh lore, and we don't talk about Vosh anymore. We haven't talked about Vosh in a long time, right? But there was a while in which... Are we back? Let me know if we're back, chat. Let me know when we're back. Let me know when we are back. I'm going to try to kill a few windows here, too, just to make sure we're not overdoing the... Are we back? I was just trying to tell you about Vosh. And yeah, I think we're back. I think we're back. Okay. Anyway. During the BLM protests, chat, Vosh had a stream scheduled for that night. And he wanted to go out and get himself some nuggies, I believe at Jack in the Box. I believe he was going to Jack in the Box to procure the nuggies. Jack in the Box, if you're not familiar, is a fast food restaurant on the West Coast. And they have a slightly larger than normal menu. They have stuff on the menu that other fast food places, you know what I mean? You can get a burger, you can get nachos, there's a lot of stuff on the menu, right? Including nuggies, right? You can get nuggies at Jack in the Box. So Vosh goes out, picks up his nuggies at Jack in the Box, starts to come back because he's got a stream scheduled. And he is waylaid by a protest that was marching past and that had closed down the road, right? And like, look, I understand, I understand that it's frustrating when you're trying to go somewhere, pick something up and go home, and there is a detour, right? I have had that experience. I can attest to the fact that that's frustrating, right? In this case, the detour was because there was a BLM protest, and, Vosh being this big leftist, content creator. So he gets back. I think he was like, I don't know, a few minutes late for his stream that night, and he flips out. He goes off on the protesters. He is so mad that these people made it take too long to get his nuggies, right? And it's just like, there we go.
In America.
Jack in the Box is everywhere. Is it everywhere, George Jackson? Because some people tell me that Buc-ee's are everywhere. And yet, Buc-ee's are definitely not on the West Coast.
It doesn't really matter. Okay. Secondly, if you're Jewish and you peacefully protest Israel's genocide, Ethan will call you a token Jew who does not represent the Jewish majority. Well, that's okay. Hold on. That's weird.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews. The Jews are here. Did we mention that? Mm-hmm. Give the Jewish guy the mic.
Gentiles of all ages.
Yes. And of course they're Jews there, right? And Jews have are allowed to have different perspectives and stuff, but this man is like the embodiment of a Jewish token. Like, holy. So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the they're doing, and they parade them around like, here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that this is this represents the Jewish majority.
it will never not be interesting to me that
Jack and the Crackers nationwide.
As a Jewish man, Ethan Klein is saying, no, actually, the prominent Jewish activists that are against Israel are actually in the wrong. They do not represent the majority of Jewish opinion. The majority of Jews actually love what Israel is doing. That seems insane. It would be like if I were to, in the wave of Islamophobic sentiment rising during like the peak of ISIS activity in the region, if I were to be like, guys, do not listen to any Muslim that tells you that ISIS doesn't represent their faith. You are Islamophobic if you don't defend ISIS. I, as a Muslim man, am telling you the overwhelming majority of Muslims love what ISIS is doing, and you have to love it too. Otherwise, you are an Islamophobic person. That's what this is. That is the literal equivalent. He's like, if I were to go after someone who is who's saying that like ISIS has nothing to do with Islam, a Muslim that's saying that and being like, that's a token. He's a liar. Very strange, especially strange because he's pro-Palestine, but that's interesting. All right.
But it's not. Anyway,
It's
whatever.
not, does not represent it.
Thirdly, stop protesting on college campuses. It makes Asmongold feel uncomfortable.
Ah,
he also thinks you should be arrested and or deported if you participate.
Shit, again? Oh, no. Breaking Columbia protesters are once again occupying the Butler Library while chanting from the river to... Jesus Christ. Can we just please send in the National Guard and arrest these people? Like, what are we doing?
I love these assholes that are like, free speech, free speech. How dare you? How dare you stop me from saying the N-word? How dare you stop me from saying the R slur? How dare you give me side eye for saying the T slur, right? But then when they see actual fucking free speech about something more important than their ability to fucking say a slur, then they're like, what are we doing? How is this allowed? Oh my God. Somebody shut this down. Somebody shut these people up. Wow. So much for free speech, am I right?
What are they doing? Every single...
What are they doing? It's fucking called free speech. God damn it.
Did this, I think they should figure out if they were a student. And if they were a student, I think they should get expelled. And if they weren't a student, I think they should get charged for trespassing. That's what you do it. And yeah, exactly. And if they weren't a citizen, I think they should get deported.
Common sense. I think it should be Kent State 2.0. Those guys were clearly in the wrong. I loved what the National Guard did at Kent State.
Chat, if you really wanted to piss off Asmongold, you know what you'd do? You'd find out when he was on vacation or something, right? When he's away from his house. You would get one of his friends that has a key to his house to let you in, and then you would clean the house top to bottom, refurbish everything, make everything nice, make everything clean, make everything sparkle. Asmongold would lose his shit, right? Like renovate his fucking house. Like do renovations on it. So like, right? So he just disallow him to live in shit. That would piss him off more than anything.
My point is when
don't use emancipatory slogans like "from the river to the sea" when protesting. It makes Ethan feel uncomfortable. Obviously, Ethan's personal feelings are infinitely more important than I don't know, people saying like "free Palestine" or "from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free." Obviously, we have to factor in his personal opinions on this. Duh.
My point is when Israelis hear "from the ocean to the sea," they hear
"from the ocean to the sea."
All of Israel.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between two people,
it's kind of weird because all of Palestine is pretty much fucked up, and you're not concerned about that, right? You know, like if you're really concerned about a group being taunted with the prospect of them being moved off their land, then you should be a lot more concerned about the Palestinians, and you should be advocating for the right of return. If that's something that bothers you, Ethan, and it's not, only when it happens to Israelis and never when it happens to Palestinians, then you should care about that. Jesus Christ. It's such a fucking Like, to think they even care about this shit, right? Or like how hypersensitive they are towards anything that might even suggest that the land that was literally taken by from the Palestinians, might not belong to Israelis, right? Is like, oh my God, how dare you? How that you're haunting my dreams with that shit. How dare you say from the river to the sea?
And one people is telling you they're not
If somebody manages to clean his house, he'd become a ML.
comfortable with this statement. Shouldn't we change the statement to something that both?
Yeah, all lives matter. Like, Black Lives Matter makes me uncomfortable. I'm a white conservative man, and I think when someone says Black Lives Matter, I instantly assume you
organize it so he can't find. So he can't find his house. He doesn't even use libraries. Why does he care? Wait. You're saying like refurbish his house to the point where he doesn't recognize it?
You want to kill all white people. Therefore, you have to say all lives matter. Actually, you should say white lives matter. Why are Black Lives Matter protesters not saying white lives matter? Anyway, don't bother donating to pro-Palestinian charities. According to Ethan, it's not real activism and has no real impact.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely not.
Of course, if you donate to one of these fundraisers, even after you spend the rest of the year trying to deplatform the people that have done these fundraisers, then you're a stalwart ally of the Palestinians, of course. Remember, you're pro-Palestine because you donated to one of these charities and then you wanted to take it down, but yeah.
Like, raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total failures.
Yeah, okay. Do not support any military resistance to Israel's genocide. Asmongold and Ethan will just call you a terrorist supporter. Oh, no. Okay, so even if can we at least contextualize? Can we at least contextualize like why these militancies form in the region?
Some fresh criticism for Hassan, who is an outright supporter of terrorism, quite literally. He is a champion for terrorism and a supporter of terrorism. And if you don't believe me, watch the video. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say about that.
When you say that you support the actions of a terrorist organization and you interview them on your stream and then you play their propaganda, you end up getting detained for extra questioning, re-entering the country. And I think that Hassan and everybody else, including myself, let's all sit together and say a collective thank you to the government for keeping us safe.
Shut the up, you cockroach. Oh my God. What a disgusting little creature this is, okay? What a disgusting little creature. Thank you for defending our nation state to the Trump administration for detaining a Twitch streamer. Like, Asmongold is such a liar on this issue, okay? He knows that I am not a dangerous entity. He has to present it as such because he has to like consistently up the ante. Okay? He has to consistently up the ante because he is captured by the interests of the broad right-wing movement that is formed in his chat as he consistently farms right-wing dumbasses. Okay? That's it. Would you debate?
All right, look, we're almost to the part of the stream where we're going to find out what the 17-year-old reference on the thumbnail is, right? We're almost to that part. We're almost to the actual, like, you know, why did I click on this in the first place?
Yes, but he runs away.
But I should probably catch us up on the vote, right? I don't know what to do, chat, for the bonus skull because I have never had the bonus skull at 534 out of 600%. That is wild, okay? But I should tell you what's winning right now, and that is H3 sends Gaza donos to Israeli org, right? It's a bad empanada video. That's winning at 37%. Second place is Somebody Needs to Do It. That's the Taylor Lorenz video. Third place is More Crash Out. Fourth place is Emma and the majority report on the majority report saying that Hassan should sue the ADL, considering the defamatory language used against him by the director of the ADL, right? So that's where we're at right now. The butterfly goal, as much as I try, chat, as much as I try, we are only 1 out of 10 of the way towards putting a butterfly in my hair. But we do have an hour left. So, you know, there's a possibility you have an hour to do it if that's something that you care about.
From that sort of thing, because he knows he would be humiliated because all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it. And it is. Every
time you say bonus goal, it reminds me of Anna Kasparian and her bonus holes. Yeah, we're going down the bonus hole, chat.
It is.
We're taking a bizarre ride down the bonus hole.
So it seems like Israel killed another 50 people today in a residential building. Another 29 died to starvation. Will Ethan Asmongold or any other drama-adjacent content creator talk about it? Of course not. It's not more important than trying to get Hassan or other pro-Palestinian content creators banned. One more, I almost forgot. Do not be a Muslim while living in Gaza. It's hard for Asmongold to feel sympathy for you if you're being genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. They come from an inferior culture. Okay, this is the last one. So obviously, if you are existing as a Palestinian in the Gaza Strip, then yeah, you can't do that either. Why would he debate you? You're sitting in LA talking about wars 100,000 miles away. Shut the fuck up. Great question. He's in proximity to the Gaza Strip. His proximity to the Gaza Strip is like negligible in comparison to mine. I am more knowledgeable than he is, though, especially considering that I do talk to people that are in the Gaza Strip and have interviewed people that have escaped the Gaza Strip and have read plenty of books on the issue that.
Yeah, Rave says, got to pay the bonus toll to get into the bonus hole, but on the same time, you got to watch out for the bonus troll who lives under the bridge to the bonus hole, right? That's the other aspect.
Pertains to the Palestinian plight over the course of the past 77 years of occupation.
Wasn't that originally from, did Haas call it the bonus hole? You might be confusing two things, Choki. Yeah, Haas, wait, what did he say? Yeah, he was asked, like, how many holes does a woman have? And he said 2. The 2 holes theory. The 2 holes theory.
If you are talking about this sort of thing, then, you know, if you have these firmly held convictions about what must be done to the Palestinians, then perhaps, you know, it would be okay to have this back and forth with the person that you are consistently calling a terrorism supporter that needs to be fucking deplatformed and that the government is.
Wait, what does this play something? YouTubers are knowingly spreading COVID. H3 podcast 201. What is this about? Play something. I have the timestamp. Wait, which thing are you talking about?
Doing a good job detaining. Don't you think that would be fair? Of course, you don't think about anything, and you certainly don't think about this either. It's not the proximity to what's going on is not the problem for you. The problem for you is what I'm saying. And because you can't actually argue against what I'm saying, you have to find something else to cling on to. I think if we're looking at 2 individuals who are engaging in political commentary, and one party is just not even knowledgeable at all about it, and the other party is at the very least knowledgeable and making an effort to understand the plight of the Palestinians, the people that are being genocided, you know, I think you're a responsible enough adult to make up your own mind on who has more knowledge on the situation.
If you want to,
who would be
has Asmongold ever even been to college? Oh my god, that's funny. Just imagining Asmongold on a college tour, like especially if it's like this, especially if it's this sort of situation, right? Asmongold, he's I don't know, he's like he's made it as a streamer. He's got enough money. He's got more money than he knows what to do with. He, I don't know, buys like a wing of like building to get himself into like Harvard or Yale or something, and then he goes to the campus to go on a college tour. That would be hilarious.
More impactful to talk to about this kind of stuff.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have...
What would he major in? Business? I don't know.
Genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can.
So yeah, this is the guy that's calling for anyone and everyone who supports Palestine to be deplatformed, despite the fact that he's saying that a nationality has a inferior culture and therefore deserves what they're getting from Israel. That's essentially, this is the guy that's saying, I don't know, Hassan is supporting terrorism. I don't know, should Frogan stay on the platform? Frogan did the Sabra tier list.
They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
That's like saying that some kid getting the shit kicked out of them on the playground deserves it because if they had MMA skills, that they would be choking out the other students, right? That's fucking ridiculous, Asmongold.
You also can't use terms created by the genocidal state itself. Oh yeah, you can't say Hasbara. You will read people saying I'm doing Hasbara, which means propaganda in Hebrew. What they really mean when they say Hasbara is Jewish propaganda, because they just say
Hasbara doesn't mean propaganda, it means explanation, right? The fact that Israel has to have a ministry of explanation to explain things, like the fact that the existence of their country is due to a massive displacement and ethnic cleansing of people that were living there. It should tell you something, all right? No, it doesn't mean propaganda. It effectively means propaganda because they are using explanation as a euphemism for fucking gaslighting. God damn it. Why do I even...
Saying propaganda isn't good enough to describe what the Jews do. That's why they use the Hebrew word for it. Yeah. Which, by the way, ironically, is the word that Israel uses in its attempts to convince others in the Western world.
Yeah, they don't call it the Ministry of Propaganda. It's the ministry, or I don't know if it's a ministry, but right, they don't call it propaganda. They call it explanation, right? We got to have a good explanation. We got to explain our side of the story well. This
is why people say Hasbara. Hasbara is not Jewish propaganda. Hasbara is Israeli propaganda. Hasbara is propaganda at the behest of Israel. They have entire departments dedicated to this. They spend a shit ton of money on this, actually, openly. Like the Knesset openly states that there are Hasbara initiatives that they are spending additional funds on. There's a special word for Chinese, Russian, or North Korean propaganda, or is it Jewish propaganda? It's so sneaky and insidious that it must be specifically, specially qualified. This dude was talking about noticing, which is a dog whistle.
I don't.
Anyway, that's that's just him trying to show his chat that he is based while simultaneously.
By the way, I think there is a word for. Didn't people use Pravda as a word for which I think is a Russian word? Chat, am I right? Somebody check me on this. All right, Pravda, right, was a word that they'd used to, at first it. Wait, isn't there? Oh my God, chat. I feel like there are words like this when it comes to not Russia, but when it comes to the Soviet Union, right? I feel like there are.
Showing his chat that he is still pro-Israel, but he's still based though. Don't worry, chat. He's still based.
That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people.
He's pro-Israel, but in a based way.
People are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
Yeah, so in the same way that Pravda, which was the name of a Russian, a Soviet newspaper, right? People used Pravda as a shorthand for Soviet propaganda. They're using Hasbara as a euphemism not for Jewish propaganda, because that's a weird thing to say. That's a kind of anti-Semitic sounding thing to say, right? But for Israeli propaganda, all right? This is that would be the comparison. Yeah, there literally is a word for Soviet era propaganda, right? That's and I think it came to mean like any kind of propaganda. Like I think the euphemistically anything that's propaganda you could technically call Pravda, but the original use case was about Soviet propaganda.
That is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't.
This is what happens when people are too ignorant to know that they are listening to an ignorant ass, right? You get this kind of thing where he's just voicing like what any American jackass could learn from bullshit Islamophobic American movies, right? You know, he's synthesizing what American culture teaches you about Arab and Muslim people. Anyway, chat. Let's see, what is this? I think I need to show you this too. What is this?
Doing this. And one day they will look back at their actions that they engaged in at this very moment in deep shame, and they will lie. They will lie about what they did. Friend of the show, Noah Samson, interviewed other friend of the show, Rashid Al-Haddad, cleverly dubbed as Timothy Chalamet. And of course, I wanted to point to this really quickly because this is like, we are so back on the post 9/11 Obama era Islamophobia. We are so in the post 9/11 Obama era Islamophobia, where basically the pirate Houthi is on Noah's stream. Noah did a heart sign.
Oh crap, we already watched this, chat. I had this on my playlist because it was for the stream from Thursday. Or sorry, the stream from Wednesday. So yeah, okay. So what I wanted to hit on next was actually this, right? Yeah, we're on Twitter again. I want to show you something that seems to have gone on with Ethan Klein in regards to iDubbbz. Now we're gonna find he's talking about iDubbbz and Anissa on stream again today. But before we get to that, right? Look, I'm covering the Ethan Klein story. I have done it for you with minimal Ethan Klein because I have heard what many of you are saying is that you're like kind of burnt out on Ethan, and like I don't blame you. I am burnt out on Ethan too. All right, you know, I do want to keep covering this story, but it's, you know, like just sometimes it gets too much. Right. So, what is this? Oh God. Okay. So Ian lost his virginity to Anissa. He had never had a girlfriend or been with a woman before. This is what he told me shortly before he started dating her. iDubbbz is responding to this. He wants to that incel audience so bad. Hassan responds, sex god Ethan Klein. I never planned on sharing that story, but after seeing him call the skulls humorous, I realized that there is also nothing they won't say or do, so I'm returning the favor. My boy has not been so much as touched by the opposite side. I'm sorry. He's talking about he's talking about iDubbbz, my boy, right? Not his boy, his son. He's talking about iDubbbz in this case. Has not been so much as touched by the opposite sex before Anissa. In and of itself, that's not a big deal, but in the context of their relationship, I find it humorous. Get it? Because the humorous bone, chat. The humorous, get it? It's an anatomy joke. It's really good stuff, really funny stuff. Anyway. So yeah, Ethan's gonna talk about Anissa's relationship with iDubbbz. And the reason I'm showing you some of what he had on his Instagram first is because I'm not sure he talks about this on the VOD, right? I think that some of his more unhinged stuff, he like saves it for Instagram. Ian has requested lasagna for tonight's dinner, so lasagna I will make. Excited to make more pasta from scratch. To be honest, it's actually super easy. Remember to use extra virgin. Oh, I get it, because he's a virgin. Because he was a virgin before Anissa. They get it, extra virgin. God, it's all puns, chat. This is like Elon Musk jokes. I always chide myself for like, accidentally saying like Elon Klein or Ethan Musk or like somehow getting their names mixed up because it's Ethan and Elon. But there is a connection here. They have very similar senses of humor. And that is to say, no sense of humor whatsoever. Okay, so yeah. So here we go. Look, Anissa. So I need to find more of this, right? Because he's like responding to somebody's response of something that he said earlier, right? Anissa clarified and showed proof that he was not 17, so I removed the story. He had a story on there. He had a story, chat. I don't know if we can find this, right? Receipts, his parents admitted it on stream. Oh, okay, so the receipts so this person's saying that Ethan's mother was a minor when she started dating his creepy dad. Look, I'm not going after people for stuff with their parents. I don't care. Ethan inherited his weird obsession with sex from his father. Nah, Ethan's just a creep on his own. I'm not going to attribute it to his parents or anything like that. For spreading easily disprovable misinformation about a woman's past romantic life. Anissa, okay, so they don't deny. Wait, what is this from? Okay, so originally, yeah, this is okay. So it's Anissa responding to Ethan's Instagram story saying Ian lost his virginity to Anissa and he had never had a girlfriend or been with a woman before that. This is what he told me shortly before he started dating her. Anissa says, "Why are you so sexually invested in us?" Yeah, he's like Blitz, chat. No, he's worse than Blitz, right? Blitz, at least chat. Oh, sorry, chat. I'm making a Hell of a Boss reference. One in chat if you get what the fuck I'm saying. Do you get how he's like Blitz? Blitz is a main character of Hell of a Boss, and he's kind of obsessed with the relationship / sex life of two of his employees because he has problems with his own relationships. So he's always trying to sneak into their house and like watch them be a couple, right? Or watch them have sex. Like I don't know. It's weird stuff, chat. They don't deny it. Okay, so this is Ethan responding to Anissa says they don't deny it. Okay, so in other words, he's like saying that, oh, I must be right because Anissa isn't denying it. My interest is not about sex. It's about how pathetic you are. Speaking of which, Anissa's previous boyfriend before Ian was allegedly 17. Oh, okay, wait. So wait, this isn't about iDubbbz's then. He's saying, oh my God, chat. It's like you let him get away with one lie and he tries to tell another. Previous boyfriend before Ethan was allegedly 17 when she was 22. Anyway, wow. Exposed. Okay, so Anissa says, hi, so actually, this is actually a lie and illegal. My ex-partner was Acadian, and it is very... Wait, is that the name? Acadian is the name or the handle of the partner? Or is this supposed to be like Acadian as in from Acadie? It's a very public relationship. He was 19 and I was 22. You can look up his birthday and when we dated. I am beyond shocked. Yeah, he just called Anissa a freaking PDF. He just said, he basically said that Anissa, he went A minor. He tried to A minor Anissa. Ethan, every accusation is a confession. Klein spreading easily disprovable information about a woman's past romantic life. Wow. So yeah, I thought that the accusation was that iDubbbz's was underage. Now I understand. Resurfaced clip of Ethan Klein's parents exposing Ethan's father. Garrett, wait, what is this?
Buttons are open.
Oh my goodness, I was
Buttons are
16 years old here.
Wow, look at you guys here.
Dad's 21 and I'm 16.
Dude, if that happened today.
Okay, I don't want to know about his parents' inappropriate relationship. I have proof this is real. Ethan told me everything in private. Ethan Klein had sex literally once with Hila. She begrudgingly agreed to it only after years of him pestering her so he could see what it's like. Afterwards, she swore off ever touching him again. All of their kids were conceived via IVF, and they used sperm donors because Hila wanted to avoid Ethan's genes. Jesus Christ. I have multiple contracts in the crew, contacts in the crew who will corroborate this, right? And then we have a Thai advertisement. Wonderful. Wonderful, Chad. I love getting advertised to in the language that I'm about to learn. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. We're excited. Ethan's entire Instagram is just this now. Yeah, basically. Wait, what is that in response to? Anything happens, Ethan, how can I make this about me and Hassan? As you watch Hassan's fans on Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of two innocent Israelis, understand that me and Hila are just as valid targets to them. I've known this as people like Hasan and iDubbbz's lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended Leftovers. Why would I knew that you were going to be targeted for unaliving? What is he talking about? Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally cheer on my death? There is toxic, violent, nihilistic. You know what the thing is? It's the opposite of nihilistic. Nihilistic is like nothing matters. There is no morality, right? That's what nihilism is. It's the annihilation of any sort of moral sentiment, right? Of all meaning. And the Free Palestine movement is the opposite of that, right? Nihilistic would be Asmongold saying, hey, well, you know, in their charter, it says, you know, bad things about Israel. So therefore, I guess they're a valid target. You know, that would be nihilistic, right? They're an inferior culture. So therefore, that's what nihilism sounds like. That's what that is, right? It's the opposite of what you're seeing from people that are putting their freedom on the fucking line to protest against an actual genocide happening in our time. Oh my God. Ethan. Incredibly full of shit. God. Ethan Klein didn't make any posts, nor did he ever bring up the 6-year-old Palestinian boy. Okay, so talking about like the, yeah. Woke up today and said, how can I make this tragedy about me? What do we have here? Reminder, killing random Israelis is obvious and inevitable conclusion of this type of rhetoric. Yeah, you can't call it a genocide, right? Because then people might realize that what's going on is morally fucking repugnant and somebody might do something. As you watch Hassan's fans, okay, we already read this. What's this? You will read people saying I'm doing Hasbara, which means propaganda in Hebrew. Again, it means explanation, not propaganda. He's putting a connotation on this. The literal meaning of Hasbara is just explanation. The reason that it's taken on the connotation of propaganda is because explanation is being abused by Israel. It's more like gaslighting, right? What they really mean when they say Hasbara is Jewish propaganda, if anything, no, it's Israeli propaganda. Stop conflating the two, because just saying propaganda isn't good enough to describe what the Jews do. Wait, what? That's why they use the Hebrew word for it. Is there a special word for in Chinese, Russian, or yes, there is a special word in Russian. Thanks for asking. Actually, there's probably is a. I mean, you could probably find the Chinese equivalent too. I'm not sure about North Korea, but I definitely know that pravda is a Russian word that has taken on a very similar meaning, a very similar, denotation and connotation to Hasbara or explanation. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Ela Klein brings up the skull incident, saying it was the same day as the CPS scheduled visit. Ethan Klein then proceeds to hit the button twice to erase what she was saying. Such a BS claim, and they know it.
That would be like somebody got murdered, right? Allegedly. Who's fucking
humorous.
But he found it was funny. So, I mean, since we're laughing about everything, I'm like, okay.
But that day for me
Let's have a
was really far from humorous. It was the day that was scheduled for CPS to come and talk to our kids.
Okay, so we gotta mute it when he does the button because their music gets claimed. Wow, it did cut back to Ela for a second there. Wait, he hits the button twice?
I guess I just will not talk about that.
Yeah, so, but,
All right, I guess I just will not talk about that day, but it was not a humorous day.
No, it wasn't. And I mean, Olivia, you guys opened it. You're the ones that fucking opened that shit. AB, that was you handling it, right?
Yes, it was.
It's just so funny that Ian is just being like, no, that was just funny. It was fake. It came from skulls.com and he probably sent it himself. It's humorous.
Wait, it didn't come from skulls.com, chat. What is it? Skulls Unlimited is the name of the place.
I can confirm that Ethan did not send it to himself. And
How do you know?
We were all freaked out by
I
Uh,
it.
was scared out of my mind.
I mean, yeah, we have armed guards at the office now. That's
Wait, how do you know, actually? That's a good question. I wish he would have answered that.
not funny at all.
I'm just curious how he knows.
It was
Even though he's fantastic.
He really is
He
the
is the best. I love him.
They did make a decision to send 2 skulls, which I did interpret as a death threat to Ethan and I.
I saw it as nothing else.
Yeah, well, how else can it be interpreted?
Gold's thing was kind of humorous.
2 skulls showing up at a couple's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not funny, but okay. We're going there. Okay, Ian, I hear you.
I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit like that. That made it funny.
Yeah.
Why?
Just a
Hey Ian, remember the clip? Remember the clip of me you like to show where I say "Go fuck yourself"? Here's a new one. Go fuck yourself.
You fucking silly ass, looking pirate ass, with the gold ass tooth.
Pirate ass? Oh, because he has a gold tooth.
So funny.
Jabba Ranks ass.
Bro.
If it's so funny, why you look so miserable? Like you are just dead.
He doesn't
inside.
know. He says it's funny, but he does not know humor. The joy is gone from his eyes, and you can see it.
Yeah, you can see it. Looks dead inside.
His one gold tooth might shimmer, but the shimmer behind his eye out.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just a death threat to a father, a family.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Was it a death threat?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Skulls.com with this.
Who is this?
Who's watching this shit?
Both of these. Who are they?
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people.
These people have no personality.
Right. It's like the two.
God.
Yeah.
You're saying this after Noah's been up for like I don't know how he's been at this shit for like a week.
Who the fuck is this pig bitch who's gonna come here and be like, I'm the most empathetic person in the world. I just can't help myself, and sit here and laugh about skulls being sent to me and my family's house. Like, who the fuck is this?
Or the other guy next to him.
Well,
saying,
Noah, I expect nothing. Then Noah's a total scumbag, and he's gonna get his. Don't worry. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not forgetting anything about.
Yo, that sounds like a threat.
What?
Wait, is Ethan coming to kill Noah, chat? Is that sounded like a threat? He's gonna get his? Like, wait, that's not.
There's so much happening.
Did he just make a threat on Noah Sampson's life?
I just can't believe it.
By the way, chat, this is me imitating Ethan in his interpretation of things, right? If anybody said Ethan Klein is going to get his, he would be screaming from the rooftops that this person had announced a plan that was a call to action to get him unalived.
I cannot believe it. Like, people who don't like us even had no problem saying, hey, this is too far. Like, this is actually crazy. Why is it that you think you cannot at least like say this is crazy? Because somehow that will make you like a Zionist? I don't understand.
Well, he doesn't know.
Maybe because they haven't seen proof of it. Maybe because it would be silly to comment on something like that, considering that it is just, at this point, a story from Ethan Klein, who has proven himself to be an unreliable narrator, to say the least.
He thinks I'm lying, that I sent it myself, or that even if it did happen, it's funny.
No, but the bottom line is that they'll never say anything that...
I don't think that... Did iDubbbz say that he sent it himself? I think Bad Empanada said that something like that. I don't think I've heard iDubbbz say that.
Slightly will side with us because then they'll be Zionists.
No, because they want us to die. That's why.
Sure.
It doesn't even go that far. There's just literally nothing that could be too bad to do to us. Like that's what causes this type of insane display.
Do you see how little Ethan needs to claim that iDubbbz and Noah want him to die? And then he just said, well, you know, he's got like he just said Noah Samson's going to get what's coming to him, like, right?
Of behavior. It's shocking. It's shocking. What a disgusting freak he's become. Holy shit, dude. So anyway,
see, he expects us to have the charitability for him to think that maybe when he says he's going to get what's coming to him, he means legal action, right? We're supposed to think that, you know, but anybody else that says anything about him, you just assume the worst.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've said this before, and I say it again, that the rules have changed for me, and you guys will soon find out what that means.
Sounds like a threat.
But certainly my rules of engagement. I saw someone posted this.
Your rules of engagement have changed. Okay. Well, you know, when rules of engagement change in the military, it means that they're willing to, use deadly force more. It means that they're willing to use deadly force more, right? So what is
clip on the subreddit of, I forget this guy's name, but he's doing a speech at a town hall, and he goes, "When they go low, I go
lower." Okay, I think that's what he was saying. Anything? Okay, disinformation tracker. Now we're gonna see this guy maybe a little bit. How much time do we have, chat? What time is it? Where are we at? I showed you the iDubbbz thing, and we covered what Hassan really said. There's the Bad Empanada video. What you have to say for Ethan Klein will let you speak on his podcast. What you have to say for Ethan Klein to let you speak on his podcast as a quote unquote Palestinian. Ahmed Al-Kabit works for the American pro-war think tank Atlantic Council. He's a paid propagandist whose job is to excuse U.S. and Israeli crimes, shifting blame to Palestinians.
I'm a spy. I'm a Zionist. I'm a traitor. I'm a sellout. I'm a bootlicker. I'm all of those things. I'm a spy. I'm a
great man Ethan is referring to here is well known as a Palestinian traitor / collaborator who works for the Atlantic Council. Now we're going to find out more about that from the Bad Empanada video, validating collective punishment as a war crime by focusing on frustrations resulting from a terror bombing campaign is genocidal support. Utmost respect for this great man. Haven't seen a single Western pro-Palestinian protester show the slightest interest, empathy, compassion, or support for tens of thousands of Gazans protesting for peace, dignity, and the end of the world against Hamas. Maybe they don't want their beloved resistance group to fall. Considering that at the moment, chat, and this is a sad thing to say, that Hamas, with all of its faults, is the only thing, is seemingly the only force standing between the Palestinians and total annihilation, you can see why maybe people would not want that resistance group. You could see, this is really frustrating. Wait, Hila and Ethan Klein furious that no one fell for their Jussie Smollett sympathy ploy. See, there are people saying that he sent it to himself or it was fake or something, but it's not like it's not iDubbbz's as far as I know. Seethe over people not being as miserable as they are. This is supposed to be a comedy podcast.
Do you think he wears white undies? Anyway, here's this.
Serial number still attached and the packaging still on it.
How does that matter?
To be honest, I didn't know anything about it because I think it was
because you're
linked
stupid
to
as fuck. You don't know anything about anything, dumbass.
It seems like he knew enough to think it was funny and silly and
You
great.
thought you knew enough to make a content cop, but you don't know anything. You don't know shit.
I think Ian still thinks he like he got a dub on that content cop. Even
You know, it's funny because you're afforded a certain amount of like empathy and humanity as a content creator that you know puts their marriage and on screen, works with their partner on their social media endeavor, and in addition talks a lot about their family and their home life, right? You get a lot of charitability from that, and these two are burning it the fuck up by crashing out on stream, right? If you can see somebody as not just an individual, but as a member of a part of a marriage, right? And you can see that the wholesome aspects of that marriage, right? You tend to be sympathetic towards them, right? Whereas what we see from Ethan and Hila is like this kind of fucking just Joker behavior.
he knew enough to think it was funny and silly and
You
great.
thought you knew enough to make a content cop, but you don't know anything. You don't know shit.
I think Ian still thinks he like he got a dub on that content cop, even though, by the way, they lost their event, which is in total fucking shambles.
Mhm.
They fucked over everybody in the event who's like bitterly unhappy with it. And then Anissa has the balls to go on her podcast and say, "I'm happier than I've ever been."
She
Like
just said
what
that.
a twisted, pathetic,
Yeah.
selfish, narcissistic, self-obsessed freak these people
Genuinely
are.
the happiest I've ever been.
And then they come and talk about how
She
they're most
just said
empathetic.
that, just so to make sure you guys understand, this isn't a soundbite from like a couple months ago. She just
Can you
said
pull
she's
that?
the happiest
Can we
she's ever
find that
been.
timestamp? I know, but
Considering
it's
everything
short.
that's going on.
It's short. Yeah, but anyway, let me get through this video.
as like a was it a response to my content column, or was that before? I don't even remember.
Do you think
But
he
yeah,
sent the skulls himself?
I don't. Let's put it this way. I don't endorse sending skulls to anyone's houses.
It is a funny prank, though. It's a silly, funny time.
So Noah said, do you think he sent the skulls to himself? But iDubbbz is obviously not biting.
Enjoyed it. He's like, I enjoyed it.
What if they ordered? What if they ordered from skulls.com?
If you run skulls,
what?
Yeah. So in listen, in honor of Hassan, the iDubbbz's.
Wow. So this is the bonus content for today, chat. The Bad Empanada video talking about the Atlantic Council, which Ahmed is working for, I guess. He's being paid royalties by so the money, in other words, the money that he's raising, like some portion of that ostensibly is going to him. In place of actual charities, they're letting people think that they're donating to Gaza while actually donating to a pro-Israel propaganda organization. All right, that's oh, Skeet? Is that supposed to be like a alternate? It's like Yeet but different. Hila Klein getting caught lying about Skullgate, a proven hoax. Ethan attempts to back a back-to-back button to erase the evidence but fails? Wait, what? Ethan further rants. Wait. Where's the failure?
Humorous.
But he found it was funny. So, I mean, you know, since we're laughing about everything, I'm like, okay.
But that day for me
Let's have a
was really far from humorous. It was the day that was scheduled for CPS to come and talk to our kids.
Wait, I don't see where the failure was.
I just will not talk about that day.
Wait, caught live. So this is the same thing we saw earlier. Attempts a back-to-back button to erase the evidence, but it fails. Wait, how does it fail? Like, where's the information that we weren't supposed to see, or the content that we weren't supposed to see? Ethan further rants about Skullgate. Remember, as the thread explained, Skullgate was thoroughly debunked. Skullgate thread. Is this the debunk thread? Anyway, we can't. I don't know how much YouTube or Twitch is gonna like us looking at human remains. So let's get off that and let's get on to Ethan Klein's stream today. What is this one? Demon mode activated?
Every day.
I'm always cranking it up, my friends. You know what I mean? And there's no stopping me. You know, they're the ones that coined the demon mode. Ian showed me that shit. Demon mode H3, and I just started posting this now.
You guys, every time I see that picture,
Okay, Tay says he tried to cut her saying it was the same day as CPS. So that's what debunks it? Because it was the same day CPS was talking. So wait, that's been, has that been debunked? Is that what he's trying to stop her from saying it? He almost messes up their timeline. Jeez. He's relying on the button rather than changing his behavior.
I seriously like laugh out loud.
It is very funny.
This man actually included this as the most
David.
deadly mode. This is my most deadly mode. And this caption is the best when you're being a little stinker. Demon mode. What made you think that this was? It looks funny and silly.
It looks so silly.
Yeah, it looked like I'm just up to a little mischief. What are you doing? Now here's demon mode. This is what Ian saw.
Right. It's still funny.
Oh yeah, this is when I said that Antichrist had one eye. Or was going to
Oh. So the demon mode is actually picking up quite a bit of lore here. Yeah, that one looks scarier then. This is demon mode too, apparently.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Here we go. Ethan responds to Ian and Anissa.
And so I pointed that out, and this person said, "You stupid piece of shit! You are doing Hasbro propaganda. You and your dumb fuck racist wife defended you of gallant." But here's the best part: you racist demonic piece of shit. Fuck you, your wife, and your kids.
Thanks.
Catching strays.
Yeah, that's kind of the state of things online, and
Yep, randos on Twitter say some fucking wild shit, don't they? It's pretty convenient for us to just like characterize all of our detractors as being hostile to our kids. Yeah, that's...
There's a reason Hassan nuked his Discord, I'll tell you. Yeah. It was the your kids part that was like, You wrote that with your face apparently in the avatar.
Yo, let's dox her too. Apparently, according to Ethan, that's what he seems to be saying here. Like, what else does that mean? What does that else does that? Oh yeah, you wrote that right there with your face in the. Oh, it'd be a shame if somebody were to, I don't know, do a little research, do a little reverse Google search, and I don't know.
Speaking.
Hope you have your Facebook locked down.
Demon.
What an asshole! What a piece of shit! I mean, like, yeah, it's out of pocket to go after somebody's kids, obviously, right? But she is kind of a fucking rando on Twitter, and he is kind of using his kids as a human shield. So
I saw a clip. I went demon mode in the stories. If you guys didn't gather.
Okay, Ethan.
And I'll show you the big moment. I dropped a little bit of a bomb, a secondary nuke, if you would. I saw this clip, and then I'll tell you how I reacted. Oh, this is just a picture.
Oh. What?
I can't play a picture.
No, you cannot. 1 second.
What?
What?
It's from
Click watch again.
Comes from the great.
Yeah, click watch again.
Yeet.
Yeah, just click that button.
Click watch again.
Where? Where is it?
Right in the middle of the screen. Just click
No, it's
that.
a picture.
We'll just click.
Stop it.
Are you guys? It's a picture.
Watch it.
We're trolling you.
Well, just try.
Stop it.
We trolled you.
We got you, dude.
Listen, I know it's a picture.
We got you. We got you.
You are the fucking.
Bro!
By the way, who's the dumbass boomers that put a picture in the document instead of a video link? Okay, it's way to fucking pass the buck on your boomer behavior.
You clicked the picture.
You clicked it.
Bro, you guys literally.
Okay, I think hold on. I think I got it here.
Literally owned yourselves, guys. Such a self-report.
so
I'm
owned.
laughing at you guys.
So
in my mind, I'm just laughing.
We trolled you, bro.
he just max headroom. Chat, did you see that? Did you see that? Did anybody? One in chat if you saw the max headroom. Did you see that shit? He just did a max headroom. Am I tripping out, chat? I need to know. Did we get 100 likes on the stream yet? 85. Only 85, chat. You know something special happens if we hit 100 likes on the stream, right? You're gonna get a different version of me if we hit 100 likes on here. I don't know if it'll happen or not. Tonight's a weird night. We have like literally almost doubled the maximum like bonus goal level that we've gotten. It wasn't. I don't think it was Tourette's. Honestly, I think it was a YouTube error. I think it was YouTube acting up. But it's just freaky after he's talking about demon mode, and then he like glitches out like a demon. I wonder if people can get their money back if they donated to the Gaza charity. Yeah, we'll look into that after this. Bad Empanada's got a video. It looks like that's what's going to win. Chat, I don't know what 89. 89 is good. Like that's only 11 from getting that special, unlocking extra special, maybe faded Irene.
When I go to sleep,
but chat, we'll see if it's fated to happen or not tonight.
I'll be laughing and laughing about what idiots you guys are.
If you scroll down.
Do these fools live on their subreddit? This is just lazy content. I wouldn't be surprised if their jokes were not just taken from their subreddit. Yeah, he bitches about Hassan going on his Discord, and yet this behavior isn't really, is actually probably more cringeworthy than how he's trying to characterize Hassan's.
Down, you'll probably find a link in here.
So these guys are having obviously a hard time locating it. Thank you, Olivia, who's finally...
Open the one I sent. Open the one I sent, because there's a spoiler in Olivia's.
All right.
Oh, wait, what's the video?
Shut up. Stop right now. All right, here it is. So iDubbbz called into Noah Samson, also a great, totally cool dude. No problems with that dude there.
No.
Who's dressed as Scarface for the day to match his psychotic behavior.
Huh?
Because he got
Al Capone?
The split hair.
Al Capone didn't dye his hair.
Scarface.
Are you saying like the movie poster?
Scarface. Batman villain? It's half-half.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking his name.
chat, I'm not a big DC or Marvel person. I guess Batman's DC, but I know that there's not a Scarface. There's not a Scarface here. There's a Two-Face on yeah, it's Two-Face.
I was
What's
thinking
the
the poster
mystery?
for some reason.
His name
You,
is
you mean
Two-Face.
Two-Face, not Scarface.
Yeah, Two-Face.
Who was played by Tommy Lee Jones, who you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
all connected.
Yeah.
All right. At any fucking rate, let's watch. So he calls in to have a chat with Noah.
One last question. Did you send the skulls? What is your opinion on the skulls?
Why
and
would
did
you ask
send them?
that? Like,
Because they think it's a joke.
yeah.
They think it's funny. They like that it happened. And then also there's
Or because they think it's funny that you've accused anyone and everyone of sending the skulls. You've blamed any like, you know, that this, you know, look, if you're getting sent like, I don't know, skulls as some kind of like weird death threat from some, you know, some unhinged person on the internet, like, you know, that sucks. But when you turn around and try to use it as a cudgel, then yes, Ethan, it does become a joke. Because you show that you're not fucking serious about that, right? If that shit was serious, if you were worried that those skulls were a sign, were a threat, then that you would have gone to the FBI with that. You wouldn't have gone to social media with it.
they say that
You would not be incentivizing a, you know, kind of copycat behavior or
I'm lying. I sent it myself. It never happened, but also it's funny and we love it that it happened. That's basically everything.
I love that you're trying to use this event as a weapon against. It's like it's Hassan's fault. It's Denham's fault. It's iDubbbz's fault. It's everybody's fault.
Send the skulls. I don't know. I thought the skulls thing was kind of humorous to hear that.
Nice.
Yeah. So I mean, I was like, okay.
So
That sounds pretty funny to me, bud.
That empathy unlocked thing that you were talking about, I don't believe it anymore. I think there's 0. I don't think you're even at 20%.
Well, I don't know what's not funny about receiving human skulls in the fucking mail.
Especially when I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit like that.
Skulls Unlimited, which is the only place, by the way, in the entire America that sells skulls.
Is that
They
true?
are real.
I think so. They're like an exclusive retailer because guess what? It's not easy to obtain human skulls and sell them. That's generally a very dicey business to be in.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? I'm glad there's only one place.
Yeah.
They are real, though. He's talking about it like it's some kind of prop or something.
Yeah.
That was a real human skull.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Obviously, if someone just sent me a human skull in the box, that would be like a serious criminal investigation.
Yeah. Right.
That would be like somebody got murdered, right? Allegedly. Who's fucking
humorous.
But he found it was funny. So, I mean, you know, since we're laughing about everything, I'm like, okay.
But that day for me
Let's have a
was really far from humorous. It was the day that was scheduled for CPS to come and talk to our kids.
Here we go again. Oh God, they're using the. I know the Like I know the effect that does that. This kind of shit on DaVinci. It's like an AI thing actually. Oh, there's the double button. So you did see Hila come back for a second, so I guess that's how we know it was 2 buttons and also the amount of time.
Yeah, so, but,
All right, I guess I just will not talk about that day, but it was not a humorous day.
No, it wasn't. And I mean, Olivia, you guys open.
What's funny is that you can't talk about it without contradicting your previous story.
You're the ones that fucking opened that shit. AB, that was you handling it, right?
Yes, it was.
It's just so funny that Ian is just being like, no, that was just funny. It was fake. It came from skulls.com and he probably sent it himself. It's humorous.
I can confirm that Ethan did not send it to himself. And
How do you know?
We were all freaked out by
I
it.
was scared out of my mind.
I mean, yeah, we have armed guards at the office now. That's not
Yep.
funny at all.
It was
Even though he's fantastic.
He really is
He
the
is the best. I love him.
they did make a decision to send 2 skulls, which I did interpret as a death threat to Ethan and I.
I saw it as nothing else.
Yeah, well, how else can it be interpreted?
Goals thing was kind of humorous.
2 skulls showing up at a couple's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not funny, but okay. Okay, we're going there. Okay, Ian, I hear you.
I heard that they were like from skulls.com or some shit like that. That made it funny.
Yeah.
Why?
Just a death
Hey,
threat
Ian,
to
remember the
a
clip?
father.
Remember the clip of me you like to show where I say, go fuck yourself? Here's a new one. Go fuck yourself.
You fucking silly ass. Looking pirate ass. With the gold ass tooth.
Look, when somebody drops the F word like unexpectedly and confidently, I guess it works for them in the new media environment, right? You know, it's considered more honest. But when you do it kind of reflexively like this, where you just like kind of help yourself and every other word is the F word, it's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. It doesn't sound hard. It doesn't sound badass. It sounds pathetic and fragile.
So funny.
Jabba Ranks ass.
Bro.
If it's so funny, why you look so miserable? Like you are just dead.
He doesn't
inside.
know.
Hila, you are miserable. What are you talking? Why do you even show up on Friday? You just show up and you get mad the entire time, and you're gonna tell me Ethan doesn't look like he's having any fun? What the fuck?
He says it's funny, but he does not know humor. The joy is gone from his eyes, and you can see it.
Yeah, you can see it. Looks dead.
The only thing that Hila's enjoying out of this whole broadcast is the new Teddy Fresh drop.
His one gold tooth might shimmer, but the shimmer behind his eye, out.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just a death threat to a father, a family.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Was it a death threat?
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. Skulls.com with this.
Who is this?
Who's watching this shit?
Both of these. Who are they?
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people.
People have no personality.
Right. It's like the two.
Oh God.
Yeah.
We're at 95. We're at 95 chat. We're at 95 likes, chat. Can we make it happen today?
What the fuck is this pig bitch who's gonna come here and be like, I'm the most empathetic person in the world. I just can't help myself, and sit here and laugh about skulls being sent to my family, me and my family's house. Like, who the
Look, this is a big day, chat. This is a big day. We busted the previous record for bonus skull. We're at 534 out of 600. My Thailand Visa fund is now 62% completed, right? It is almost 2/3 completed, right? So that's amazing too. It looks like I'm going to actually be able to afford language school, right? That's amazing too. We're at what did we do? Oh, did we miss the butterfly? Oh, I didn't pay attention. Oh no, goal ends in 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, we're gonna miss the butterfly. It's it. Like, look, chat, get paying for my language school easy mode, right? 10 teal super chats. I don't know. Apparently impossible. Getting a butterfly in my hair. I don't know. Apparently impossible. Look, at the very least, chat. At the very least, we got to hit the the goal for the likes.
fuck is this?
Or the other guy next to him.
Well,
saying,
no,
I don't like these late night streams because even though it's not late night for me, it's the middle of the day. I feel like I somehow feel the tiredness of chat, and like nothing makes sense and everything is super weird and just like, I don't know.
Expect nothing. The Noah's a total scumbag. and he's gonna get his. Don't worry. You know what I mean? Like I'm not forgetting anything about what there's so much happening for
I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Like people who don't like us even had no problem saying, "Hey, this is too far. Like this is actually crazy." Why is it that you think you cannot at least like say this is crazy? Because somehow,
and Chad, I don't even know how to celebrate the 500 bonus goal. Like I feel like I should celebrate this, or should we wait until we hit the Thai visa fund goal?
That will make you like a Zionist. I don't understand.
Well, he doesn't know because he
that
agrees.
Is what they think.
He thinks I'm lying, that I sent it myself, or that even if it did happen, it's funny.
No, but the bottom line is that they'll never say anything that slightly will side with us, because then they'll be Zionists.
No, because they want us to die. That's why.
Sure.
It doesn't even go.
Obviously, that's it. They're wishing death on us. That's iDubbbz's and Noah. They came to agree. They secretly give the handshakes of wishing death on Ela and Ethan, and that there we go.
Nothing that could be too bad to do to us. Like that's what causes
100 likes, chat. 100 likes. Okay.
Type of insane display.
I will be right back, and I will be slightly altered when I come back. I can't go into specifics, chat, but I can go onto the balcony, and when I come back from the balcony, I'm going to be a slightly modified version of myself. See you in a few. Here, I'll get my I'll listen to like what's going on like I'll bring my phone.
Display of behavior. It's shocking. It's shocking. What a disgusting freak he's become. Holy shit, dude. So anyway, yeah, I mean, like I said, I've said this before, and I say it again, that the rules have changed for me, and you guys will soon find out what that means.
Jeez.
But certainly my rules of engagement. I saw someone posted this clip on the subreddit of, I forget this guy's name, but he's doing a speech at a town hall, and he goes, "When they go low, I go lower."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, I'm not high roading anybody.
Well, you don't have to go lower. I don't like that.
Sometimes you
go the same level if you lower.
No, I'll go lower. I don't care. That's my thing. I don't, lower. And
be right back.
That's in the eye of the beholder, right? How low it is, but like my point
is, in space there is no up and down.
My point is that in this type of fucking information war where this guy's laughing about skulls being sent to my house, there's nothing I can say or do to this guy that's off limits.
No.
Even knowing that you shit your serial pants shitter and you have fucking... How often do you buy new underwear? Be honest.
I don't even remember.
Probably a lot. You think he wears white undies? Anyway, here's this.
Serial number still attached and the packaging still on it.
How does...
Oh crap, chat. He said information war. There it is, chat. That's the reason for the thumbnail.
To be honest, I didn't know anything about it because I think it was
because you're
linked
stupid
to
as fuck. You don't know anything about anything, dumbass.
It seems like he knew enough to think it was funny and silly and
You
great.
thought you knew enough to make a content cop, but you don't know anything. You don't know shit.
I think Ian still thinks he got a dub on that content cop, even though, by the way, they lost their event, which is in total fucking shambles.
Mm-hmm.
They fucked over everybody in the event who's like bitterly unhappy with it. And then Anissa has the balls to go on her podcast and say, "I'm happier than I've ever been."
Mm-hmm. She
like
just said
what
that.
a twisted, pathetic, selfish, narcissistic, self-obsessed freak these people
Genuinely
are.
the happiest I've ever been.
And then they come and talk about how
She
they're most
just said
empathetic.
that just to make sure you guys understand. This isn't a soundbite from like a couple months ago. She just
Can you
said
pull
she's
that?
the happiest
Can we
she's ever
find that
been.
timestamp? I know, but
Considering
it's
everything
short.
that's going on,
It's short. Yeah, but anyway, let me get through this video.
as like a was it a response to my content column, or was that before? I don't even remember.
Do you think he sent the skulls himself?
I don't. let's put it this way. I don't endorse sending skulls to anyone's houses.
It is a funny prank, though. It's a silly, funny time. I enjoyed it. He's like, I enjoyed it.
What if they ordered? What if they ordered from skulls.com?
If you run Skull,
what?
Yeah. So and listen. In honor of Hassan, the iDubbbz's finding this funny.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain piece of information that I've known about him that I've been holding my tongue because, listen, it's not necessary. It wasn't necessary to go there, right?
Yeah.
And well, I'll tell you what it is. It's you guys are gonna love this. Ian, and you were there. It was in the Jeep we were driving. We were all in the car together. And he goes, I was talking to him. We were hanging out. We just did a video. And I started asking him about his, his love life. I was curious because I've just never seen him. And I was like, do you get out? How do you meet people, you know? Because he's kind of just like living in he was living by himself with like his parents or some shit. And I was like, and he was a successful YouTuber. I was like, what's going on, man? I was trying to help my boy out.
That was like his golden era.
In his golden era, yeah. And he told me that he had never had a girlfriend. He had never been with a girl. He'd almost practically never even talked to a girl romantically. And this was right before he started dating Anissa. So Anissa is the only person that Ian has ever so much has. She's the only partner he's ever had. Which, and again, that in itself is not a problem. That's fine. That happens all the time. It's normal. What is funny is in the context of their whole relationship. I find that detail very funny, and I think that this is the Virgin iDubbbz's bomb. And I'm sorry if you think it's inappropriate, but I find it, quote, humorous.
I think it's so humorous.
I think it's I honestly, if you want to talk about what's funny and what's not, I mean, this is objectively funnier. You know,
Humorous?
You be like, oh, that's out of pocket. You shouldn't have said that, but like, it's funny.
Humorous?
You know what I mean? Sending human skulls to someone's house isn't really that funny. I fail to see the humor in that.
Kind
Personally,
of, humorous.
Although, what do I know? I'm just one of the top podcasters on YouTube, right? Right?
A house with kids, by the way, who could open the package as well. And it would be very nice to explain to them what's in that package, right? What a fun, humorous day. As a
You know what would have been funny if they sent us a humorous bone? Is that what it's called?
Humor.
Isn't there a humorous bone?
It's your funny bone, yeah.
What's what's happening, guys? You don't know about the humorous bone?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know what.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. The long bone in the upper arm.
It's called the.
Okay, right, because it's not spelled the same way. I see what I didn't. It's too high level of humor for me. I apologize.
This is too high level.
It's that's straight up humorous bone. Humorous bone.
H3H3 humor.
Humorous. It's literally said humorous. It's the long bone in the upper arm connecting the shoulder to the elbow, Dan.
Right, yeah.
Oh my God, chat.
If they sent us the humorous bone, then maybe I.
Oh my God. I was listening to that along with you. I do not get it. Like, I kind of get it. Like, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch because of that whole thing where, yeah, top podcaster on YouTube, crickets in the studio. The thing is, I don't care what his fucking numbers are. Oh God, you know what? They probably took that. Like there was something, right, that did show H3, like, you know, it showed like Midas Touch and then a bunch of stuff and then H3, right? And if they're anywhere close to Midas Touch as far as podcasts on YouTube, that's, you know, pretty high up there, right? But like, I wonder if it had something to do with the day that he debated Hassan, right? That he had 100,000 in chat, 100,000 concurrents in chat. So as far as like live streaming podcast, that's a pretty good number, but it's not exactly representative of Ethan's normal But yeah, no, it's just like this weird thing where they watch iDubbbz and Noah talking about the skull, kind of joking around. It makes them mad. And then they like flip out and you're like, oh, you know what else is funny? iDubbbz was a virgin before he fucked Anissa. Shh. And it's just like, you're too mad to be funny. You don't know what podcasting is, and you don't know what humor is, Ethan Klein. Right? Because what's funny about the skull thing is the way that you react to it, to be honest, all right? You know, it's not funny, you know, if somebody gets sent human remains. I mean, that's disrespectful to the donors of those human remains, and it's, you know, potentially unnerving for the recipient. However, you and your behavior, you're turning this into content has indicated to the world that it is not a serious thing to you. It is not something that you are taking seriously. So whoever sent those skulls, right? It didn't stop you from talking about it on stream, right? Chad, if I had somebody fucking sending me that kind of shit, and I thought there was a chance that they meant it, you wouldn't hear about it at all. The authorities would hear about it, right? That's, you know, just not something you fuck around with. And he's done nothing but fuck around with it. So yes, it's funny. I'm sorry, Ethan. It's funny, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. What a disgusting person Ethan is to shame someone because they haven't had a lot of girlfriends, like half of the H3. Yo, is that going to go over well with the H3 audience? Good point, Steven. Good point. Or Steve, sorry, I'm misreading people's names.
I'd have a laugh.
Free humor. It's very, yeah, no, that's good. It's good. It's great. It's great even.
I thought I was cooking.
You were? You cooked.
So anyway, I think that it's important that people understand this about Ian's story, is that he was a virgin. He had never even kissed a girl. And then he met Anissa.
See, the thing is, here's what's getting to me, all right? One, I don't believe him. I just don't. This guy's not particularly honest. There's no corroboration of what he's saying. I don't think it's the truth. Secondly, if it is the truth, I mean, you're just a dick. There's no justice in like exposing somebody's, I don't know, like difficulty connecting to others, if that's what, you know, this is, right? That you're just a dick. Oh no, that's the joke. See, it's not funny. You're just being a dick. That's not humor. And I'm not saying that it's anti-humor, which can be humor sometimes, right? I'm saying that it and humor do not live in the same universe, all right? These are not the same, you know, these are not the same area codes. But yeah, no, he's like, he's not funny on purpose. He's funny by accident. And that is the description of a lol cow. That's what he's doing right now on the internet. And I feel weird about interacting with it. It's not.
Who took his virginity and
God, everything fucks with me, chat, though. I swear to God. Like, right? You'd think that they're like, people go to the internet a lot of times to escape. You know, people go to the internet to discuss politics. Like, people go to the internet for a bunch of different reasons. But if I'm trying to escape from the harsh realities of politics by covering this shit, it's actually kind of not great either. And anything that I watch, I swear to God, I watched James Adomian has a new special. I think has produced his own special because even though he is hilarious and super talented and just has a number of amazing impressions, he has not, gone mainstream. He has not gotten hired, right? There's nobody trying to make his special. So he made his own special, and it is him as Elon Musk. And that is some high-level comedy. But I can't enjoy watching it because it's too fucking real. And I think that's intentional with James Adomian, right? I think he's offering something that he's the guy that did Gorka. Let's see, who else has James Adomian? Jesse Ventura. He did Jesse Ventura. It was pretty funny. And he actually does a great job as Musk too, despite the fact that, these are all very, very different people that he does, amazing. But yeah, I couldn't even enjoy that. Right. And I low-key think that James Adomian doesn't wants to unnerve you. Right. I'm low-key thinking that this is what he's doing is all right, this is, the world that I live in. This is the comedy show I will make instead of letting you escape from the world and relax and laugh and vent. I'm going to face you with the exact problem that you're dealing with right now. I'm going to face you with the richest man in the world who literally ran roughshod through our government and disabled anything that could possibly hold him accountable. He had kind of the hammer coming down on him from several different directions, right? Through things that he had, done in his business, right? And every single governmental apparatus that would have somehow held him accountable was, apparently a target for Doge. So here we are talking about politics anyway. Interesting how this works. Now I am using politics to escape the dark realities of this man's life. Because it is kind of from time to time, I just get this feeling that we're doing lolcow content. And I don't like that. That's not my aspiration. I'm not Nick Diorio. I don't know if you were aware of this. Do I ever sleep? Oh, because it's super late at night. Yes. Well, guess what? It's not super late at night where I am. Whoa, the sun.
Everything else.
Oh my God, I didn't close the window completely.
But also that's just the context there. A little funny gag. It's a humorous little gag. I like the detail. It's funny.
Pufferfish donated $50 and said, "Really appreciate having Hila in the war segments."
Hila's ready.
I am all in on this war, baby.
Yeah.
The pufferfish.
This is survival.
It is, and yeah. And so it is also. It's very interesting. That's all I'll say. Right? It's just, So take that with you, guys, please. Everybody take that and absorb it and understand that that's part of Ian's legacy. Thank you very much.
No.
And again, it's not like, oh, dude, this guy never got laid. That's not what's funny about it. It's that.
What's funny about it then? What's funny?
In the context of their relationship, you could be in a normal, healthy relationship and be like, actually, I've never had another partner, and you'd be like, wow, that's crazy, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm not, you know what I mean? It's not that interesting. In the context of his relationship, it is very funny and very interesting.
Yes.
That's all I have to say.
Oh, so chat, I gotta admit something to you. I have not followed. I know this content exists. I know this is a huge discourse on YouTube, right? I have not kept up with any of the iDubbbz's and Anissa controversy. I'm a little surprised that there is a controversy, but apparently there is. There's a controversy about iDubbbz marrying Anissa. There's a controversy about Anissa, you know, having an OF. And when I say controversy, chat, I mean like I don't understand why there's a controversy. Like maybe somebody in chat can help me understand what exactly this is, why it is that so many people on the internet talk about what like Anissa as like a negative influence on iDubbbz, that he was cool before he met her and now he is not cool. This is like the I want the old iDubbbz back, you know, thing from a few years ago. I just don't know. I'm not, you know, I did not follow. I don't know if this was like before my time on the internet or if I just was like not interested or what. But I do know that there are a whole bunch of people online who hate iDubbbz and Anissa. And I don't entirely understand, other than the, you know, obviously he did the apology for his previous content that annoyed a lot of his former fandom. And, you know, that's where some of it comes from, I guess. Okay, because Ian used to be an edgelord. He got with Anissa and changed and made an apology. Yeah, so it's all about that, I guess. It's all about the apology. He apologized. That's what iDubbbz did to get canceled. That's why iDubbbz is bad. You gotta understand, iDubbbz apologized and he cannot be forgiven for that apology. That is like, it's an unforgivable thing to do, to fucking apologize. How dare you, iDubbbz, apologize for something that we enjoyed, thereby implicating us as being less than in the moral clear as far as our enjoyment of your previous content. How dare you? How dare you, sir? I can't say I understand it. I find it weird. I find it really, really weird. Tajium says, "Ghost woke, take smoke." That's what I just did. I gotta drink. That helps. Yeah, they felt like he was putting himself above them by denouncing that. Yeah, this is wild. I don't know, maybe I should have paid more attention to this, right? Because the more I get into it, like, the weirder it gets. For Ethan to adopt that position, all the iDubbbz haters shame Ian about shows just how scummy of a friend Ethan was after all. Well, yeah, so I guess, sorry, I went on, that was a bit of a stun lock, right? But the point is that this is what Ethan is leaning into now. He is fully, that the significance of this, right? This sharing of the story of iDubbbz's supposed virginity is just the beginning of Ethan leaning into the content of the sort of anti iDubbbz Anissa, you know, that he's like tapping into that exact vein of stuff. And I'm surprised, chat, considering, you know, how old that hate is. I'm surprised that that pulse is still pumping. You know what I'm saying? Everything about this is just like, I'm doing that. Is this real? Right? Because it just doesn't feel like this would be something to get so mad at a creator about. But it's real. And a lot of people feel this way. He showed himself to be a terrible person, to become a friend with bad friends, with victims in the wake behind him. Ethan's logic is, if you're going to use snark and bad empanada, I'm going to use, oh no, what? Okay, I hope it's not getting that deep, Queen Bee. But, he's like escalating. That's what he does. It's a disproportionate escalation. That is his move, right? It's like a fighting game, and he's got this move that he just does all the time. And if I'm being real, I feel like I've never seen him not escalate. Trisha said during the frenemies meltdown that Ethan holds on to the little things people tell him as ammunition to use against them later. Yeah, definitely seen a lot of that. It's kind of weird, right? Because I think of Destiny as the originator of all of this, like, monster behavior on the internet, right? The whole thing where you harness your parasocials to go after people, and you twist the narrative to try to make somebody look sinister. It's just like, I always attributed this kind of thing to Destiny. And the more I'm learning about Ethan, the more I'm realizing that he actually might be the true OG when it comes to, like, he has been around, right? For, I don't know, as long as Destiny, is that right? Wait, does anybody have a timeline on Destiny? Right, like, I'm gonna fucking get a degree in Destiny studies. It'll be there'll be college courses on Destiny in the future. Is what I'm getting at, and it'll be wonderful. Maybe they'll be taught by me. That's a great job prospect to be looking at. Brave says, I just agree. From his point, he's not escalating. That's why it won't ever end. Oh, wow. So you're saying he can't help it. He's just like that. He's built like this. This is just like what he does. Destiny started streaming in 2010. Ethan's got videos that are 10. Does he have videos that are 13 years old? I'm trying to remember the oldest H3 Productions video I've seen. It's like 13 years ago. Yeah, Destiny is older than Dirt. Right? Or Zerg Crawl, to be more specific. The current one is 2013, but I think, he had older. So maybe they're contemporaneous. Is that the right word? Destiny and Ethan.
That's fun.
Chat. Did I have this just way too loud? Is it just me, or is that like ridiculously loud? It could be just me. MF Doom Scroll, I just read your chat. That freeze frame is crazy. And then I looked up because I hadn't really looked at. I swear to God, chat, I am at no moment am I trying to make Ethan look any certain way. But the freeze frames, the random freeze frames. I mean, look, freeze frames can make you look weird. I definitely, like, that's the hardest thing about editing yourself is like,
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
you got to see all the freeze frames, right? But I don't get these moments like exactly. That's an Ethan thing. It's loud.
Take that, guys, please. Let's see here. Now there's something we got to get to about the Justin Bieber thing.
I think we should skip it and go to the.
Oh, we have
We still have to talk about more stuff before the call.
So maybe we'll see how long the call goes, and then we can go to the Biebs convo. You wanted to confront me. No, that's a bad segue.
Pretty awful segue. Yeah.
So tell me with the Biebs thing real fast.
Okay.
You had a problem. You want to show? We said we had a short message in WhatsApp.
Okay. So throughout my time here at the podcast, I have been I've wanted you guys to hear me when I say that Selena Gomez.
Wow. We got the Selena Gomez portion of the show.
Selena Gomez is my girl, and Justin Bieber is the problem. I have in the past said that Haley is also part of the problem. While I do still feel that she was mean when she was growing up on Twitter, Justin Bieber is the main problem, and let me show you this. He posted on his Instagram page Haley's first USA solo Vogue cover. This is a huge day for her. Not only
Okay, chat, as much as I would love to find out what's going on, do people really call him Biebs? One in chat if you call him Biebs. I don't think about Justin Bieber anymore. I don't know. But I guess he still exists. Okay, so I think this is the part.
Blast through this Hassan stuff.
Nice.
He can't help himself. You're right, Queen Bee. Look at this. Look at this. Yo, it's not just that. Like, so Queen Bee was observing that he responds in kind of in his own mind, but in actuality escalates at every turn. And you're also seeing that he...
Let's move on. We're running. So wait, he's calling at 3?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So then let me just try to blast through this Hassan stuff.
Nice. Yeah.
Let's see what Hassan's been up to since.
You're also seeing that he compulsively, almost like Vince, he's in a psychic battle, a psychic internet battle with Hassan in his own mind. And he needs to talk to the audience about this. It's not even about, even if you prove to him that, you know, somehow it was bad for his career, even if you showed him proof of that, right? He would still do this shit. And I don't think he thinks it is bad for his career. So he's obviously, like, you know, using this as a content strategy to try to catapult himself back into relevance after losing over half of his audience. And, you know, I mean, like, he thinks that, you know, the numbers that he got with, you know, the Hassan debate, the numbers that he got with iDubbbz's, right? this is to him proof that he can hit those numbers, and his mind goes into just thinking of like, okay, how can I maintain this level of conflict every day? And hence the person you see before you. I give you Ethan Klein.
This DC shooting. On the evening of May 21st, that was 2 days ago, 2 staff members outside of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. No, sorry, 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy were tragically shot and killed outside of a Capital Jewish museum. The victims, Yaron Lish.
Let Me Love You will always be, yeah, Let Me Love You is a good Bieber song. I don't think of him though. Like, even though his music exists, right? I just think of him as like a phenomenon of the early 2010s.
Lishinsky and Israeli diplomat Sarah Lynn Milgram, an American citizen, were a couple planning to get engaged. The suspect, Elias Rodriguez, a 31-year-old from Chicago, allegedly opened fire on the couple as they were leaving a diplomatic event hosted by the American Jewish Committee.
No, that's a good point, Bree. They always have relied on drama. Trish, Ryan Kavanaugh, Hassan, iDubbbz's.
Rodriguez shouted, "Free
Phidias,
free Palestine." It's on. There's a video of it during his arrest, and allegedly told the police, "I did it for Palestine. I did it for Gaza." Rodriguez has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder under. Yeah. Anyway, he's been charged. They arrested him. Yada yada. The FBI is investigating it as a hate crime, which I love. It's like
Ethan thinks that the Trump Department of Justice is like positively disposed towards I don't know. This is wild, right? Does he understand that it's Trump's Justice Department? Like, he's like, oh, I don't know. You know, they're saying it might be a hate crime. No, they're pulling that lever as hard as they can at any fucking turn. Trump utilizes what the Democrats kind of set up with conflating, you know, anti-Israeli protests with anti-Semitism. And Ethan is responding as if maybe his Justice Department's going a little soft. You're going a little soft on the terrorists, aren't you? Well, they support the terrorists, don't they? So they might as well be. I don't know. This, you know, it's really ugly to see like this strain of liberalism in its weird dalliance with the exact same positions as the Trump administration, if not worse, right? Like, oh God, they didn't start from a presumption that this was a hate crime. Well, that must mean that, I don't know, he's talking about it like the FBI is too woke or something.
Charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder under. Yeah. Anyway, he's been charged. They arrested him. Yada yada. The FBI is investigating it as a hate crime, which I love. It's like
we're not sure.
Goddamn woke Trump Justice Department. Too sympathetic towards. Oh my God. A dude that shouts. Free Palestine, right? The Trump Justice Department is too sympathetic towards a person like that. They're giving him too much benefit of the doubt.
It's a tough one to call. So obviously, as soon as this happened, there was going to be a lot of finger pointing, right? And a lot of shirking of responsibility. Obviously, this is exactly what me and a lot of people have been talking about, that when Hassan and iDubbbz look me in the fucking face as non-Jewish people and tell me that I'm hallucinating threats, that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism, This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And these were a young Israeli couple. This shooter went there and shot 2 people at random. He went outside the Jewish museum, who was having an event that night, and he just killed the first 2 people outside of it that were coming out from the event. So this whole narrative that it's just not anti-Semitic because is bullshit. He could have easily just killed some American Jews that had nothing to do with Israel, but he happened to kill 2 Israelis, which makes it apparently, if you ask a lot of people online, totally fine.
I was reading they were going to get engaged next week.
Yeah,
yep.
Israel.
Beautiful young couple.
Wait a minute. Does Zach not have a shirt on? What's going on, chat? Is this like... Does United States not mandate, like, you got, not... Does the United States not mandate that you have a shirt and shoes to get service?
Bullshit. He could have easily just killed some American Jews that had nothing to do with Israel, but he happened to kill 2 Israelis, which makes it apparently, if you ask a lot of people online, totally fine.
I was reading they were going to get engaged next week.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong things, chat, but I'm just surprised, like,
Israel.
Beautiful young couple, honestly.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I have been away for America for too long, and this is the way that people are living now. There are
very, and the details of it is just horrific. Like when it's one thing to read and be like, they were murdered, and that's horrible. But then you read like he went up, he shot them in the back, and then the girl was trying to crawl away, and he went up and shot her in the head twice, and then the guy stood up and tried to help her, and he shot him in the head again. Like he assassinated them both in cold blood.
Yeah.
And people like Hassan want to pretend like this is terrible or whatever. This is what you've been. This is what you want. What do you think globalized the Intifada means?
This is also
This is what the Intifada is.
This is what we all knew from that first episode after October 7, where you and Hassan were talking about what happened, and Hassan would refuse to show any tiny bit of empathy to the Israeli side.
This one guy was like, and all these heroes parachuted in and ruined these hippies' day. I'm sure they're fine. Ha ha ha. It's like, what?
It's like
bare-chested and barrel-chested in these here United States. These here United States of United White, or States of United White.
To us, it's been clear that it's heading in this direction.
It's funny, these guys love talking about manufacturing consent. This is what
they love talking about. Manufacture. They'll sit there and watch that Noam Chomsky cartoon with the orange dude and the press hat all day long. They love that manufactured consent.
You've been building intentionally. There's no other outcome that makes sense than this. When you dehumanize an entire group of people, when you describe, Hassan described anyone who's ever had any type of Zionist feelings in their life is not fit to be a dog catcher who's a Nazi.
I know what he means. He didn't say it right. He's trying to say that Hassan thinks that anyone, anyway, yeah, he said that anyone who had sympathy towards the state of Israel, he did not want them anywhere near elective office, based on the Democratic politician, I believe, who was signing off on a authoritarian action against protesters in Michigan, right? That was the context, right? So whenever, Ethan talks about content nuke and Hassan talks about context, right? that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. That you can sort of decontextualize something and present it in a certain light that looks bad, you know, of like, here it is as a clip of Hassan. Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that? You know, right? But then you understand that it's in response to even like a Democratic politician being a being as bad as the Trump administration when it comes to protesters, student protesters.
This is what happens, right? You're basically giving these people permission to act out violence on anyone outside of a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C. And
And he knows that too. I mean, he's calling me a terrorist now regularly. He
That's
knows,
it. That's
he knows what he's doing when he does that.
If you're a terrorist, then that justifies the craziest people in his audience doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, these people who are murdered, who people are celebrating now online and making excuses for and this and that, there's essentially no difference between them and us. They're just two Israelis that happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Weren't they also American, by the way?
One was American,
Okay.
I think. But they were both Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been me and Hila. And if it was me and Hila, these people would be cheering. They would be celebrating. They would be.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so why the fuck would I ever want to be a member of a community that would celebrate my fucking murder? That doesn't sound like a community that's got my back, personally. I mean, that's kind of the definition of it, of not having my back, shooting me in the back, more like, literally. And so, you know, it should be obvious to anyone of sane mind that looks at this and say, these were two innocent people who were murdered in cold blood. Also, this guy who's doing it for a movement, on behalf of a movement, which is already, this movement is getting like a lot of bad press from this and that, and like it's a movement with a really good intention that's getting a bad reputation because of people like him.
I'm sorry, you've been nothing but hostile to the movement. Let's be real, Ethan. Let's be real. Don't act like, you know, like, oh no, the movement's got some good points and it had some potential, but then this is bullshit. It's the technical term.
And these people who are supposedly pro-Palestinian are they're quick to defend him, which not all of them, but a lot of them are, especially online leftists and Hassan and all these leftist Twitch freaks, because there's literally no reason to.
Oh, I heard about that MF Doom scroll. Yeah, that was a wild situation.
Defend him or even rationalize, because it doesn't help anyone, right? It makes their movement look bad, and it promotes violence against random fucking Jewish Walker buyers. You know what I mean? That's what Hassan always says. I just channeled that from him. You know,
Walker buyers. Yeah, I always hear him say that.
What I mean?
It's true. Walker buyers. I feel like there is a way to make fun of Hassan, isn't there? Right, there is a way to do what he's trying to do. He's not doing it right. When he tries to emulate a mannerism of Hassan, or I mean, like, well, the worst was in the content nuke, where he was like making fun of Hassan's speaking pattern, or and Hassan said that he thought it was to bait him into doing the same thing back to him, and then, you know, oh, gotcha, you're making fun of my tics.
And you know, this is exactly what is the logical next step of where this type of dialogue has been moving. It is. This is what happens when Bad Empanada plays a game where...
Oh, wow. No, Queen Bee says Hassan's smug fake laugh is very annoying. It works on some people, chat. Maybe Ethan is onto something for a certain audience. Maybe it's just like a hypersonic, or not hypersonic, but you know what I mean? Ultrasonic. What do they call like the dog whistle that a dog could hear but you can't hear? What's the technical name for that? I can't remember. But it's a there's definitely, yeah, there's like, okay. So it works on some people. All right. It's just like, to me, it doesn't. I do believe though, Queen Bee, that there is a way to make fun of Hassan. I do believe that he's mockable, right? I'm not sure I would know how to mock him, and I definitely don't think that Ethan's doing a good job mocking him, but it is subjective, right? So to each their own.
He hunts Hila in a video game and kills her, right? This is what happened when Noah Samson makes a video saying,
infallible foul. I never thought like this before, but now I've been radicalized by Ethan Klein. Let's go manufacture some consent, fam.
Protesting is not working. We know where they are. We know where the propagandists are, and we know, and we need to step it up. We know where they are, and we need to...
Like, I almost want to see somebody make fun of Hassan. Who would be able to make fun of Hassan, though?
Step it up. Protest isn't working, right? This is what happens when, you know, Hassan refers to Jews as inbred, or he refers to all Zionists as
he also
Nazis.
Yes.
Well, now people think there's nothing you could do to a Nazi that would be out of pocket, right? Murder all Nazis.
You can mock Hassan for his gamer stuff. Oh, his sighing. That's true. I forgot about his sighing. Yeah. Oh, Michael Brooks could probably roast him. That's true. I could see that. Michael Brooks like roasts everybody, or has the potential, had the potential.
Right. That's how evil they are. Right. So when they say, "Oh, they're Nazis," this is giving permission.
Okay, so everything is on the table.
Everything's on the table. And that's what's insane to me. That's what, from the beginning, which seemed obvious to me, that nobody wants to grapple with. Sam Cedar looked me in my fucking face and told me I'm causing anti-Semitism. You know what I mean?
Sam Cedar said that if it weren't for me, there would be no... Oh my God.
And like, what world are we living in? Hassan had this...
When someone streams 8 hours a day, any repetitive behaviors can be roasted. I mean, that's where it starts. I think you're right, Queen Bee. It's like the repetitive stuff, because then people will see it and they'll be like, oh shit, I've seen him do that. Right? If he repeats it enough, then more people like recognize that as being a Hassan characteristic.
Has one of his Jew...
Adam Friedland could, you know, I feel like he should have roasted Hassan. He had Hassan on. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, like, I wouldn't expect him to go in on Hassan the way that he went in on Destiny, but I feel like he could have Like, I mean, there's a reason that that video didn't come out for like a year after it got recorded, right? And it's because compared to other things that they'd recorded for Adam Friedland, it just wasn't as interesting, right? So something about them being friends, right? Made it so that the kind of weird interactions that you get with Adam and say like a Chris Cuomo, or wait, was it Chris Cuomo? So Andrew Cuomo, sorry. Wait, was it Andrew Cuomo? Oh my gosh, I'm so mixed up, chat. Chris Cuomo, right? News guy, Chris Cuomo? It was Chris Cuomo. Oh my god. Chat, I got my wait, which Cuomo is running for mayor in New York? Oh my god, chat, I'm hopelessly lost. I got my Cuomos mixed up. I can't remember which Cuomo's which.
Jewish tokens he keeps around. Who
Andrew is running for mayor. Okay, Andrew is running for. Okay, so. But I mean, I'm just saying that was a particularly good episode of Adam Friedland. I'm trying to think of the other ones. Dave Portnoy was a good foil for him. Chet Hanks. But I mean, you know that the Chet Hanks show is going to be, like, the Chet Hanks episode is going to be interesting, right? Just by the nature of that it's Chet Hanks. But it got extra good because Adam decided to challenge Chet to like a rap battle. Yeah, they did a rap battle. And it was great. But yeah, I don't know if you're going to do like, you're going to get Hassan in a rap battle, right? I don't like how do you match that with Hassan?
he restored, who's like, I refuse to admit this was anti-Semitism. This was a reaction to Israel's apartheid. It's like, bro, it happened outside of a Jewish museum. 2 random people were killed. What the fuck do you need to know? Like, what more do you need to know?
Mm-hmm.
It's so pathetic, bro. And this is what I knew from the very beginning. Like you said, when we first had that conversation with this guy laughing about a bunch of innocent kids being raped and murdered by a terrorist group, and Hassan sitting there.
The fuck?
And being like,
There we go. There we go.
I don't know enough to say.
And this was before Israel.
That sounds like RFK. What are you doing? What are you doing, Ethan?
Israel even reacted.
That's it. That's the part too that you always have to consider. Is
that,
people say,
I literally thought he was doing RFK.
Oh, this is just because of what Israel's done.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Hassan sounds like in your head?
Then how do you explain October 8th?
Mm-hmm.
You know? How do you explain the middle of the night, October 7th, when Frogan's saying shit like, this is just revolution. This is what revolution looks like. You know? This is the natural progression of.
One brother is a New York mayor and his brother is a former CNN mouthpiece. Yeah, the brother. Okay, wait, no, like that. The election hasn't happened yet, has it? Hassan is actually really good at rapping. He made a tape back in the day. You're lying. Oh, you got me. You got me. Play something. I was like, okay, I guess Hassan is a rapper.
The type of language that all of these people are using.
It's really dangerous.
I mean, if Vivek Ramaswamy, I can't say names. If Vivek Ramaswamy can be a rapper, then
and
yeah, it's Andrew. Okay, Chris has the TV show. Wait, and they both had a scandal, right?
By the way, this is one event that's happened.
Like Andrews was pretty bad too, wasn't it? That's wild, chat. Andrews about to win in New York City. They're gonna fucking elect.
And honestly, it seems likely that more is going to be happening, and it really depends on how people react to it. Because a lot of people are, like they love to say, manufacturing consent. How far does this go? You know, who's a valid target exactly?
Manufacturing consent. Excuse me, what the fuck is Ethan smoking, chat? What is this guy smoking? The brother got fired and now he has his own show. Yeah. The CNN brother.
It depends on how people react to it, because a lot of people are, like they love to say, manufacturing consent. How far?
How? Okay, no. Manufacturing consent. Let's see when he first says this. Right here.
It's clear that it's heading in this direction.
It's funny, these guys love talking about manufacturing consent. This is
so leftists like Noam Chomsky, who they're always talking about manufacturing consent.
What you've been doing. You've been building.
You've been manufacturing consent, actually.
Intentionally. There's no other.
Ask him to explain manufacturing consent. Ask him to explain it structurally.
Outcome that makes sense than this.
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. Tell me again, Ethan Klein, how pro-Palestine you are. I'll probably believe you this time.
He does play with that. Telling you how pro-Palestinian he is, and then, I mean, like, Hassan had that whole thing about, telling you how you in what ways we're okay to be pro-Palestinian.
When you dehumanize an entire group of people, when you describe, Hassan described anyone who's ever had any type of Zionist feelings in their life.
Look, there's some people with some strong Zionist feelings at some point in their life, and they've always wanted to be dog catcher. And the sad thing is, chat, that Hassan would deny them that just based on their affinity to Zionism. I mean, really, what an authoritarian overreach to say that you don't think that a Zionist can be the dog catcher.
Is not fit to be a dog catcher who's a Nazi. This is what happens, right?
Wasn't there something about when he first reacted to this, the way that he said the thing about the dog catcher? Like, he totally said it weird too. It was
you're basically giving these people permission to act out violence on anyone outside of a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C. And
And he knows that too. I mean, he's calling me a terrorist now regularly. He knows what he's doing when he does that.
If you're a terrorist, then that justifies the craziest people in his audience doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
will the Zionist? Oh my God. Okay, I gotta be like real careful about how I say things. But that is a funny joke. Brave. Will these dog catchers ask the question we all want to know? Who let the dogs out? Who?
It's like these people who were murdered, who people are celebrating now online and making excuses.
Oh, he said dog walker. Is that right? He said dog walker? That's wild. He said dog walker. He kept saying dog walker. Yeah, that's like weird how how reliably he misspeaks. If you watch Hassan streams backwards, he's telling you to mail skulls. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
For and this and that. There's essentially no difference between them and us. They're just two Israelis that happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Weren't they also American, by the way?
One was American,
Okay.
I think. But they were both Israelis. That could have been me and Hila. And if it was me and Hila, these people would be cheering. They would be celebrating. They would be.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so why the fuck would I ever want to be a member of a community that would celebrate my fucking murder? That doesn't sound like a community that's got my back, personally.
Welcome to the internet, bro. Right? Look, if you get involved in fucking squabbles on social media, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people wishing a lot of unhinged shit on you. Regardless of, you know, if you're arguing about fucking Pokemon. That's not your special persecution. That is not a demonstration about how morally bankrupt the left is. That is the internet. Right?
I mean, that's kind of the definition of it, of not having my back, shooting me in the back, more like, literally. And so, you know, it should be obvious to anyone of sane mind that looks at this and say, these were two innocent people who were murdered in cold blood. Also, this guy who's doing it for a movement, on behalf of a movement, which is already, this movement is getting like a lot of bad press from this and that. And like it's a movement with a really good intention that's getting a bad reputation because of people like him. And these people who are supposedly pro-Palestinian are they're quick to defend him, which not all of them, but a lot of them are, especially online leftists and Hassan and all these leftist Twitch freaks.
The online left, chat. Let me tell you about the goddamn online left. Oh my god, chat. If I had like a single bot for every time somebody is bitched about the online left, I would be able to buy myself a durian. And that shit is not cheap.
Because
chat, did you know that it's durian season?
There's literally no reason to defend him or even rationalize, because it doesn't help anyone, right? It makes their movement look bad, and it promotes violence against random fucking Jewish walker buyers. You know what I mean? That's what Hassan always says. I just channeled that from him. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? I'm Hasan Piker. He's being so immature.
And you know,
ooh, I want some kind of fruit thing. What do I want?
This is exactly what is the logical next step of where this type of dialogue has
meow.
It is. This is what happens when Bad Empanada plays a game where he hunts Hila in a video game and kills her. Right. This is what happened when Noah Samson makes a video saying,
I believe his name is Noah Samsung. He's sponsored now, Ethan. You need to get his sponsor in there.
It's not working. We know where they are. We know where the propagandists are. And we know, and we need to step it up. We know where they are, and we need to...
Wait, some say durian smells of skeet. What is that? Like mosquito repellent? Skeet? Is that short for mosquito repellent, I'm guessing? Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. We're in another strange freeze frame of Ethan Klein where it almost looks like he's eyeing the button, as is the mood on this H3 podcast. where he's had to hit the button not just once, but twice in a row now to cover up Hila's exposition on the story of the CPS visit, lest it contradict their previous versions of their story. But we are mostly through with the Ethan Klein content for tonight. What do we have? Oh no, we aren't. Just look, you know what's winning for bonus content? It's Bad Empanada. Talking about Ethan Klein, I guess, directing donations made for Gaza towards an Israeli think tank is what I'm hearing. I don't know. We'll look into it. We'll see what you think about it in a little bit. But first, we got to go back to Ethan Klein. But yeah, good to see you, Streamlord.
Step it up. Protest isn't working, right? This is what happens when, you know, Hassan refers to Jews as inbred, or he refers to that all Zionists as
he also
Nazis.
Yes.
Well, now people think there's nothing you could do to a Nazi that would be out of pocket, right? Murder all Nazis, right?
Mhm.
That's how evil they are. So
Right.
when they say, "Oh, they're,"
Somebody punched Richard Spencer once, but I don't see people doing that, Ethan. Jeez.
Nazis, this is giving.
Like, I mean, there are Nazis, right? There are people that are, in fact, especially now that Twitter has brought free speech back. Now that humor is legal once again, we're seeing a lot more open Nazis, right? What a weird thing to say.
It's like,
Permission.
okay, so everything is on the table.
Everything's on the table.
Mhm.
And that's what's insane to me. That's what, from the beginning, which seemed obvious to me, that nobody wants to grapple with. Sam Cedar looked me in my fucking face and told me I'm causing anti-Semitism.
Sam Cedar, what a nightmare.
You know what I mean? And like, what world are we living in? Hassan has one of his Jewish tokens he keeps around, who he restored, who's like, I refuse to admit this was anti-Semitism.
I'm like, who's he talking about?
This was a reaction to Israel's apartheid. It's like, bro, it happened outside of a Jewish museum. 2 random people were killed. What the fuck do you need to know? Like, what more do you need to know?
Mm-hmm.
It's so pathetic, bro. And this is what I knew from the very beginning. Like you said, when we first had that conversation with this guy laughing about a bunch of innocent kids being raped and murdered by terrorist group, and Hassan sitting there and being like, I don't know enough to say.
And this was before Israel even reacted.
Chat, that's RFK Jr. What the fuck? That's not Hassan. How is that? How is this your Hassan? I've never seen Hassan do this. Like, who? That's like a RFK Jr. thing, like answering a question in front of Congress.
That's it. That's the part too that you always have to consider, is people say, "Oh, this is just because of what Israel's done."
Mm-hmm.
Then how do you explain October 8th?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna get some.
You know, how do you explain the middle of the night, October 7th, when Frogan's saying shit like, "This is just revolution. This is what revolution looks like." You know, this is the natural progression of the type of language that all of these people are using.
It's really dangerous language.
And by the way, this is one event that's happened. And honestly, it seems likely that more is going to be happening. And it really depends on how people react to it. Because a lot of people are, like they love to say, manufacturing consent. How far does this go? You know, who's a valid target exactly? And do we trust these people who are out there murdering people to make a distinction between Zionists and Jews? Do you think that they're making that calculation as they pull up to a Jewish museum and just unload on a young couple who just walked out of the building? And then not only to unload, but to fucking
Joshua
walk
Kell,
up to them and
super chatted
execute them.
$5. We're living
they
in the
beg
world where
for their
Ethan
life, fight
Klein
for their
didn't
life.
bother to listen to what
You know what I
Sam
mean?
Seder was saying.
Whoa.
Bro really does think he's Pope of the Jews.
Yeah, I mean, There's a few people he might have to fight for that title, but I'm sure he's in the running. That's a whole different creator clash, right? We're living in a world where Ethan Klein didn't bother to listen to what Sam Cedar was saying. Bro really does think he is the Pope of the Jews. Yeah.
What are we doing, guys? What are we doing?
I've seen Hassan also say, like, I think maybe it was in relation to when he was conflating what you said. You said the Jewish history in the Middle East, and he was like, what Israeli history in the Middle East? He was doing it on purpose. And then he goes on to say, Israel heritage is only apartheid, death and destruction, genocide. That's all they are. And that is so dangerous.
That's one half of it, right?
Saying that, to me, it's like, okay, I need to watch my back everywhere I go because I'm Israeli.
Dude, Jewish people are like afraid
that is
in this
so
country.
dangerous to say that.
It's funny for people who are not Jewish to laugh in my fucking face. Like when I made a message that was like, just so you guys know, that could have been me and Hila, or basically any other Jewish couple that you know that just happens to be there. And Hassan's response is, leave it to Ethan to make this all about himself. Like, and that's acceptable statement to make in the wake of a violent tragedy, a violent, hateful tragedy, right? To express that I don't feel safe. And by the way, I don't.
Let me get this straight. You use a violent tragedy to bring attention to yourself. You use a violent tragedy as a cudgel against a movement, and then you are unhappy when someone notices you putting yourself in the center of all this. Like, I feel like in another timeline, Hassan had Ethan, the clip of him defending him and Ethan just reflecting. Oh, he just self-reflected. Oh, where he actually watches that clip. Yeah. Instead of like, let's move on. This is not good. This is not good content.
Because the way that people talk about me and Hila being fucking terrorists, baby killers, propagandists, genociders, right? Everything bad that you could say. They say as far as if you tell from the people who talk about me, I'm as bad as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even like a little pro-Israel. I'm like a fucking, it's like I strangling babies with my own bare hands if I could.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to the left. Like, what happened to inclusion, to understanding different backgrounds and different cultures.
Bro, it's even
like
worse,
I did the army. You know how long ago it is now? It's almost 20 years ago that I did the army.
Yeah, because you were a kid.
I was
you're
18
an adult,
and
you're
I'm
grown up
gonna
now.
turn 38 this year.
Yeah.
That was 20 years ago.
Of course. And so, like, of course I don't feel safe because of what you people are saying about me. Because of everything you guys are saying. And if somebody's convinced enough to go outside of this and kill 2 random people, why the fuck shouldn't somebody feel comfortable coming to my house and?
So that's really what we should be doing. We should be thinking about Ethan Klein right now. Yeah, no,
killing me and my fuck.
Don't think about Gaza. Don't think about the people that died in DC. Just think about Ethan Klein, I guess, right? Because
family.
According to him, this is more proof that he is the primary. He is the victim. I don't know. Every time Irene says "smoosh that like button," I think, wow, that button could have been me, and I don't feel safe. Yeah.
Are you actually going to look me in the face and say I'm crazy for being afraid of that happening? Who would look me in the face and say that's not something I should worry about? You think this guy coming up to my house and killing me and Hila, would feel any different? Do you think that the reaction online would be any different?
No, I know what the reaction will look like.
So what are we working towards here? What exactly is the goal here?
That's the problem.
What is
a persecution complex, I believe.
the goal of this movement exactly? Not the Free Palestine movement, which has a noble goal, but this online leftist, fucking violent, obsessed, and you look at the.
It's so weird though, him acting like, no, there's like a valid goal for the Free Palestine movement. It's just these violent leftists that have gotten into the mix.
Behavior. You look at the history of leftists calling for violence, which I showed in the content nuke. They do it openly on Twitch and without being punished. Mike from PA literally said, the only way to get to me is to give me till I'm bleeding from my mouth.
Right.
He said that on Twitch and he wasn't
no
punished.
punishment.
He was not punished. This fucking.
And what happens every time they're not punished? They double down.
And then guess what, Mike?
I don't even understand what Ethan's accusing Mike of. What did Mike say? Anybody know what he's talking about?
Mike said when these guys got killed, he says it was a psyop.
Yeah.
No, dude. It's because of the
up.
shit you're saying.
I have never.
It's because of Mike from PA?
Seen Hassan apologize for anything. I've never seen him apologize for anything or take anything back or say, you know what, that was too far.
Never. Honestly,
That's irresponsible.
I can't find a single time he's done that.
Because he never gets punished, so he just doubles down, triples down, quadruples down.
Same with all of his, and his orbiters who have something to prove are even worse.
Oh my God, the orbiters. The orbiters.
Like Mike literally said, Ethan will never learn till he's bleeding from his mouth.
Yeah.
And there was no punishment for that. And then a week later, 2 random Jewish passerbyers outside the Jewish Museum are.
Is there more context to what Mike said, or?
Are murdered in cold blood. And his reaction is it's a psyop.
I can't believe people are calling it that. I see false flag too. That's
Hassan suggested it too. I've got it all here. By the way, some ordinary gamer, Mudahar, said, I found that
Hassan did not suggest it. Hassan smacked it down.
statement dumb. What you were saying was similar to if a Muslim had said they feel unsafe after the Christchurch shooting. Who the fuck would tell them stop trying to be a victim?
Uh-huh. Well, you know what? Sometimes.
Thank you, Mudahar, for the comment.
Thank you. Sometimes
Thank you, Mudahar.
older Jewish Israeli people, they'll say Jews are not allowed to cry, which that's what this is about. They don't. You're not allowed to say your problems, talk about your problems.
Well,
people don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I see this.
It's where this statement comes from.
There's this Goebbels Nazi propaganda line that I start to see all the time. That's like the Jew hits you and cries out in pain. Like that's, you know.
I was listening to Mike from PA, and he said it was a psyop. He played that Bad Empanada video, or he never said, sorry. Mike never said it was a psyop. He played that Bad Empanada video titled R.I.P. and everything made sense kind of after that. He just told people to be careful. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything Hassan suggested either.
You know.
So it's like when you're talking about
That's
it,
Nazi
oh,
shit.
what a way to make it about yourself. Or like they're always
That's
have
Nazi
something.
shit.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
doing.
That's Nazi. Okay. So chat. Never call somebody out for making it about themselves, because then you're like the Nazis. What kind of logic is this? Didn't he apologize for his Ukraine take? His prediction that Russia wouldn't invade, that one?
Doing that fucking. He's doing that. The Jew hits you and cries out.
Jews are not allowed to cry. That's what
Like
that statement
the
is.
blatant, violent anti-Semitism that is oozing off these people. If you can't see it, then we're basically just going, I mean, where are we going?
It feels like where it was during the war and the Holocaust. It's reminiscent of that time.
To the extent that that's true, it's not the same people whose lives are at stake. It's not the same groups that are targeted. To the extent that it does feel eerily like, yeah, the 1930s, you know, it's not. Was this guy around during World War II?
Time.
It's crazy to see.
Well, because
you can see.
But that is a wild thing to say. I mean, you know, obviously he meant that it feels like. Reminds me of the Lake and Riley situation in regards to people exploiting a situation.
How it happened. I've always said, like, I have no idea how the Holocaust could happen.
God, and so many Democrats voted for that bill.
It just makes no sense. And now I see it. I see how it happened.
It's not that there's like so much wanton violence against Jews happening, although there is an insane rise in hate crime against Jews in America. And
Joshua Keller, I don't know why it's not reading your super chat, but I will. Okay. Joshua Keller super chat. Dude repeatedly conflates being Jewish and Israeli, and it is so fucking frustrating. If anyone is reminiscent of the Nazis, it's current day and
around the world, it's the consent, it's the ease, it's the comfortability that people have with violence against us. Dehumanizing language, being platformed mainstream,
and seeing
being
it
platformed by New York Times,
yeah, exactly.
by the CEO of Twitch saying this is his favorite creator.
He hates Hassan getting attention. That's what this is really about. At the end of the day, that's what this is about. He hates Hassan getting attention. He does these, like, he gets in these beefs, like, on purpose periodically to try to spur interest in his show. And he's used to being able to kind of beat people down by just, you know, being a larger social media entity. However, he came across Hassan at a pretty, you know, peculiar time, and that was like the time that Hassan was transcending him in terms of, you know, concurrence. And so it didn't really work out as well this time.
Yeah, seeing it on all levels.
The people are comfortable with the idea, and as people get more comfortable, guess what's going to happen? Watch this. By the way, Hassan just erased his entire Discord.
Yeah, I saw people say that that's something they do kind of regularly.
He's done it a few times, but now is a pretty funny time.
Why.
He let's see. He tells his chat who.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, he tells his chat, by the way, who when he's reading the shooter's manifesto, he put his chat in emoji only mode. And even then, by the way, they were able to express support for the shooter. And by the way, Hassan managed to do more to
the sinister emoji only mode
support this shooter's dignity than me.
Mm-hmm.
It was only after I confronted him that he put it in a chat emoji mode.
Chatter, are you crazy? Chatter goes, yo, use this as your blast off meme. No, I'm not gonna do that, okay? Missed therapy appointment, so now I have to pay extra, and we're here. What is this? You about to be arrested? For what? Having a fucking fat cock? Don't think that's illegal. You about... True. All right. Osama bin ballin' blast off. Can you get through the news before 3 p.m. when I see the new Mission Impossible streamer, man? No. Should I use Tyrese Halliban? Should I do that? I don't. No, dude, I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this, dude. Y'all are so stupid. Give me. Okay, guys, this is not like. This is not a time to be fucking. It's not a time for you to say fun, wild, edgy things. Okay, there are probably 1,000 people in the chat currently documenting every single thing that you guys are saying in an effort to basically tie it back to me. And
notice it's not don't do this because it's
not
wrong.
because it's wrong.
It's don't do it so that we don't look bad.
So we don't
So
get
we
caught.
don't look like we are.
So
we don't. You don't see who we actually.
But wait, he was right. There was like 1,000 people in his chat ready for. You're kind of proving his point by reacting to this.
Actually are.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, the Discord's not public facing, although I think anyone can join it. But there's a reason they erased that. They just nuked the whole fucking thing.
This community and rob it of its context or anything like that.
Oh yeah, the context, sure.
And to try to get me fucking deplatformed. Like lock in. Stop fed
Lock in.
posting.
Stop
it's not
fed
time for
posting.
Fed
memes.
posting.
Just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you will stay anonymous. All this stuff. Okay.
Hold the terrorist sympathies until after the show is over. Thank you.
We got a lot of eyes on us, so.
Literally mob shit. Hey guys, keep it. Don't spend the money for a couple years.
Yeah.
They're gonna track the cash.
I didn't even know what Fed posting until I saw this stuff, and then people explained that it's like kind of like you're incriminating everybody.
Our guest is here. I have more clips to show. Is he? I can just talk to him and then we'll finish when we're done with him. But yeah, I have a really interesting guest. Let's bring him on. His name is once again Ahmed Fuad Al Khatib. And I'll have him tell you about his background. Mm-hmm. But he's a peace activist, a Palestinian peace activist, someone who I've been following for a while with a great.
So anyway, this is the guy that Ethan brings on, and has a long conversation with. I wanted to look at this part right here because the question came up about some donations that they took after their talk, right? And the allegation has been made by Bad Empanada, I believe, that the this was represented as donations to benefit Palestine, and that the organization that the money was actually going to was a Israeli think tank. That being that he draws royalties from. So, maybe a little conflict of interest there as well, and definitely there, allegations that there was misrepresentation of where the donations were going to.
I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have we have like our own standalone website, realignforpalestine.org. There is a donate button, and so like you're certainly folks can donate there, but also. I would encourage folks to consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for here I'm going to give you the page that is dedicated for sending food just for Gaza, and they are incredibly capable.
Oh, that's great. What is that's the world?
Yes, I just dropped it.
So
World
send
Food
us both
Program.
links so we can put them in the description.
I sent this link. So this is the U.S. This is the fundraising arm of the World Food Program, but all money here donated at this link goes to the World Food Program for Gaza specifically, and they're basically one of the biggest feeders of Gaza right now at scale. And then I'm gonna send you. So yeah, so you can donate there if you want to feed Gazans, and I'll send you the Realign for Palestine website that I would love if people can explore. And as you navigate that website, there is there's an option to.
Can you Lena, can you donate 1,000 to each one of those orgs for us? And then
So it sounds like he's pitching like 2 orgs to donate to his org, Align in Palestine. And then the World Food program for Gaza being the other one. So apparently Bad Empanada had a different idea, and sorry chat for kind of skipping right through to the bonus content, but I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me just check again and make sure that the H3 sends, it's ahead by 9 points, and I haven't gotten anybody saying that they want their donation going to like this or to that, or it doesn't look like the, I mean, if you have donated and you want to put it towards one topic or another, this is, kind of your last chance. We got to also figure out what to do, chat, after hitting 500. We have never done that before. I don't know. I'm biggest feeders. Yeah, it's a weird way to say, that they are bringing the most food into Gaza, I think is what he was trying to get at. Trying to reroute food into his organization. I don't know. We're going to have to see what Bad Empanada says, but looks like that's in first place. So, if you've got, if you've donated or you want to donate and you have a different idea, speak now or forever hold your peace. And we shall proceed to, I think it's on this channel. Oh, there it is.
So this might be the worst thing that I've seen the H3 podcast do so far, and that's obviously saying a lot. They are scamming people into donating for Palestine, except it's not actually donations for Palestine. It's not donating to like a charity like the UNRWA or the PCRF or something like that. No, it's donations for Palestine that they are soliciting, which go to a pro-Israel propaganda organization. So in that podcast episode from today, Ethan Klein had a talk with Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, who is like this...
Wait, what is this? There is no evidence that Realign for Palestine working in an aid capacity. It's an advocacy/policy group.
Pro-Israel Palestinian who says, Palestinian...
Joshua Keller says, all of mine for Vox.
...are at fault for all of their own misery. Israel does nothing wrong. And he works for the Atlantic Council propaganda organization. He's basically like the one guy who these Israelis prop up as their like token, look, a Palestinian who agrees with us sort of guy. So he always does the rounds. It seems like they can't find any other. But this video isn't about that. I'll probably be covering that on my stream this week. This video is about something that's even worse than that, if you can believe it. There's a part of this stream, timestamped and called Donate to Palestine, in which Ahmed solicits donations for a project of the Atlantic Council, which is explicitly actually pro-Israel. And Ethan Klein is calling it Donate to Palestine. And Ahmed himself also tried to imply this was donations for Palestine, rather than literally just throwing your money at a fucking pro-Israel think tank / propaganda organization. So here's that segment. See, Donate to Palestine. What's he got to say? Let's check it out.
As I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have we have like our own standalone website, realignforpalestine.org.
So yeah, now he's not saying this is money that's gonna go to Palestine, but the org is called Realign for Palestine. He doesn't really say anything else about it either, so I don't know what you're supposed to think.
There is a donate button, and yeah, so like you're certainly folks can donate there, but also I would encourage folks to consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for here, I'm going to give you the page that is dedicated.
So you can see here that Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib recommends donating to his own personal vanity page on the Atlantic Council website before he even mentions an actual organization that does something for Palestinians, the World Food Program. He sort of phrases them like they're the same thing.
For sending food just for Gaza. And they are incredibly capable.
Oh, that's great. What is that's
so
the
this
world?
Is their arm. Yes,
world,
I just dropped it.
So send us both links so we can put them in the description.
I sent this.
Check out Ahmed's org Realign for Palestine here. It's linked in the description. So let's go to the Realign for Palestine website.
Dude literally owns red flags.
This is a website that's literally just pro-Israel talking points, anti-Palestinian talking.
Yeah, like you can almost like, I don't know, like even the way he says this is like, it feels like he's trying to get away with something. Now I will say, he didn't say, it's not that he lied about, like I from what I can tell, he's not like lying about his fund. He's mentioning his fund first, and the name of it implies they're going to do something for Palestine. So if it's just if it's just going to advocacy, within the context of the Atlantic Council, then I'd say that's somewhat deceptive. Maybe not intentionally, but effectively. He does mention a real charity, which ostensibly is getting food to Palestine. So, I mean, I guess that's good at least. But yeah, the way that there's no indication on that first one that it's of what the true nature of, he's just like, yeah, you should vote, you should donate to this thing for me. It's for Palestine. Right? It's just like, okay, I mean, that's
points set up to like masquerade as a pro-Palestinian web.
Well-crafted unspoken message using lies of omissions. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Site. And front and center, you go here, donate to the movement, you click it, donate today to stand with us in building a future rooted in hope and dignity. Each contribution strengthens the movement for peace and self-determination. You know, I notice this is not tax deductible. It's not donating to a charity. It's literally just sending your money to Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the Atlantic Council. And this is marked as Donate for Palestine. And it's in the description of the video. After 2 years...
Seriously, donate for Palestine? Oh, God.
The stalwart pro-Palestinian Ethan Klein finally attempts to raise money for Palestine, and he sends it straight to a pro-Israel think tank. And it has like this thing of like quotes from Palestinians who support it, and they're all from fucking Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. It's literally his personal vanity website in which he solicits donations for himself. This is disgusting. This is absolutely gross. This is foul. What more is there to say about this?
Where did Ethan find this guy?
This guy solicits donations for himself from people who think they are donating to Gaza. What more can you expect from a dirty, disgusting collaborator like him? And what more can you expect from Ethan Klein? By doing this, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the H3 podcast are literally stealing food from the mouths of starving Palestinian babies. And that is not...
Oh, God, it comes full circle. Yeah, Lissy Rosa, he works for a think tank. They write speeches for politicians, etc. They are literally involved in the what Noam Chomsky actually described as manufactured consent, not whatever the fuck Ethan Klein was trying to compare to it in Hassan's behavior.
Fucking ghouls.
God damn. That is wild, chat. All right, so we hit 546. How
understand what's going
Sam
on
Cedar
in terms of Harvard. Harvard was, I think, the first university to fight back when the Trump administration wanted them to kowtow to the administration. Remember, this is also a function. The administration, I don't know if they fell into this or this was, this was an active strategy. I would probably imagine the latter. They, oh, did you ever print that out for me? We can read it here. I'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
They, the Trump administration has been using in part this notion that there was rising anti-Semitism on campuses, and the agenda of Zionist ideology in this country to stifle criticism of Israel.
Yeah, the chapter in the H3 video was titled Donate to Palestine.
And their act of genocide. And that became the fig leaf in which they were basically extorting law firms and universities over the past, I guess, five months now. Harvard was one of the early, or the first, one of the biggest, certainly, universities to balk at that. Then we started to have some law firms who said, we're not going to capitulate to your insistence that we fund immigration attacks on people. And so the administration's obviously been looking for ways to deal with this. Here is a letter written to Harvard from Homeland Security. Harvard Student and Exchange Visitor Program decertification. I'm writing to inform you that effective immediately, Harvard University Student and Exchange Visitor Program certification is revoked. So like 25% of Harvard students, I would imagine across both undergraduate and graduate, are foreign.
Yep, it's around, so it's like a fourth of their student body, 6,800 international students at Harvard.
And
they often pay.
So chat, obviously the Trump administration has declared war on education in general and higher education to be specific, whether it's defunding research or this attack on free speech on college campuses, this, kind of desire to micromanage the way that universities work and what they teach. And Harvard was one of the first universities to stand up and say, no, we are not going to go along with your ideas. Now, the reason that Harvard has an easier time standing up than as compared to some other universities is that their endowment, I think, is large enough that they can sustain withdrawal of federal funds if need be. But this is, I guess, another way that the Trump administration is trying to get to them.
Pay full price.
Yeah.
They end up subsidizing other students there in some respects. As I explained to you in April, it's a privilege to enroll foreign students, and it's also a privilege to employ aliens on campus.
It's psychotic.
Nazis.
This is really
all universities must comply with the DHS security requirements, including reporting requirements under student exchange visitor programs to maintain this privilege. As a result of your refusal to comply with multiple requests to provide DHS pertinent information while perpetuating an unsafe campus environment that is hostile to Jewish students, promotes pro-Hamas sympathies, and employs racist diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, you have lost this privilege. None of what they're outlining, incidentally, is in any way criminal or I don't know that any of this is statutory.
Right. That's my question. Well, I was trying to look into it a little, but we can touch on that after we get done with this insane letter.
The revocation of your student and exchange visitor program certification means that Harvard's prohibited from having any aliens on F or J non-immigrant status for the 2025-2026 school year. This decertification also means that existing aliens on F or J non-immigrant status must transfer to another university in order to maintain their non-immigrant status. This action should not surprise you, and it is an unfortunate result of Harvard's failure to comply with simple reporting requirements.
So here she goes into this,
now, wait a
timeline.
Second.
Yeah.
I just want to say, this sentence, I mean, I don't know who's writing these letters, but that sentence is not consistent with what they said in the first paragraph. This action is a result of Harvard's failure to comply with simple reporting requirements. And as we go back up, there were others that they claim that it's an unsafe campus, employs racist diversity, equity, inclusion policies, promotes pro-Hamas sympathies. No. She says down here, this is just a function of reporting requirements.
Right, right.
So within 3 paragraphs, they have contradicted themselves.
She's admitted that it's not just that, it's also their speech.
On April 16th, 2025, I requested records pertaining to non-immigrant students enrolled at Harvard University, including information regarding misconduct and other offenses that would render students inadmissible or removal. Harvard's counsel provided information that he represented as responsive to my request. It was not.
And Harvard's suit against the federal government today addresses this, and this seems to be kind of where the core of this their case rests on. Harvard did produce the information that they asked for within the timeline, and she essentially admits it, Christy Nome, and says that the information was not responsive to her request without providing any evidence. And so they give her the information, DHS says it's insufficient, and then they revoke the student exchange visa authority regardless. So this is just a mafia shakedown.
As a courtesy that Harvard was not legally entitled to, the acting DHS general counsel responded on my behalf, afforded Harvard another opportunity to comply. Harvard again provided insufficient response. Consequences must follow to send a clear signal, and all universities that want to enjoy the privilege of enrolling foreign students that the Trump administration will enforce the law, root out the evils of anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism in society and campuses. Head to the second page where we can see the laws that she's citing. Obviously, there are laws that she can point to. Here it is. Please be advised that materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent information may subject you to criminal prosecution. Other criminal
that stuff.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. So she's referring to the law that says you can't lie to us when you send us information. But she's not referring to the law that they already broke. I expect full and complete responses to the following request. Any and all records, whether official or informal, in the possession of Harvard University, regarding illegal activity, whether on or off campus, by a non-immigrant student enrolled in Harvard University for the last 5 years.
It's a crazy request.
A non-immigrant seems to be all the students, right? I mean, if I'm a citizen, I'm a non-immigrant student.
That's how I think of myself, a non-immigrant.
But I wonder if that's what they meant, or if they just meant people who are here on visas.
That aren't immigrating, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's unclear.
Wait, I mean, I think that's just part of a immigration status, right? That you're on I think it's just like it's a kind of visa, right? Is that?
Because this was written by a 3-year-old.
Yep.
Any and all records of any regarding dangerous or violent activity, whether on or off campus, by a non-immigrant student enrolled at Harvard University in the last 5 years. Like the idea that they would keep record, I don't know. Maybe they do.
But they also have a duty to protect their students from the federal government.
I would imagine there's privacy.
100%.
I mean, look at the way Shipman got booed by Columbia.
They're opening themselves up to massive liability with their student body by violating their privacy because of this stupid ass letter from Kristi Noem.
If you're an international student, why would you go to a school that is willing to give all this information to the Trump administration?
No, of course you won't.
And they're not. And good for Harvard for standing up here. They have the endowment to do it.
Regarding deprivation, the same request regarding deprivation of rights of other classmates or university personnel, whether on or off campus. Any and all disciplinary records of all non-immigrant students. Any and all audio or video footage of any protest activity. Signed, Kristi Noem.
There you go. Footage of the protest activity. So please, you're going to comply with us while we violate the free speech rights of your student body, or we're basically going to go for your purse, because that's, as we touched on it just a second ago, these international students tend to pay full price, including room and board. So this is a hit at Harvard's.
Joshua Kell super chatted $5. The people who scream about freedom the loudest seem to actually hate it. I hate it here. This country is cooked.
I don't blame you at all, Joshua Keller. It's a scary place to live. Yeah, I mean, we just saw Asmongold earlier, right? The guy that like constantly can't shut up about free speech when it comes to like Nazis being able to say Nazi shit. But when it comes to student protests, he just sees a normal ass protest. He's like, oh no, this cannot be allowed to happen. They should get the names of all those people and kick them out of school, kick them out of the country. Just
finances, which is what they're trying to do. It's what it's designed to do. And it's clear that we haven't talked too much about it, but there was reporting a few days ago in the New York Times about how the Heritage Foundation, which was behind Project 2025, has this separate project called Project Esther, that's using the same tactics to crack down on the pro-Palestinian movement that are being used in Project 2025. And it seems like this is very much out of the playbook of what was outlined in that.
There is a question, and someone just IM'd us about the specific law that protects students' education records is FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. FERPA requires written consent from parents or eligible students before their education records can be disclosed to third parties. It is unclear to me, like whether education records constitute any records held about the student by and the educational institution. But nevertheless, it's quite clear that there's no legal basis for what they're asking for because they don't even cite a law. Here is Kristi Noem on Fox News trying to explain this.
On themselves. They have promoted and allowed violent activity on campus. They have allowed anti-Semitism, participation with CCP and Chinese infiltration and influence on their campus, and they haven't protected their students. So we have given them multiple opportunities to share criminal activity with us, backgrounds on these students, to let us conduct the oversight into this program that is our responsibility. And
pause it. Incidentally, apparently all these students can go enroll in another college and they'll be fine.
Yeah.
So we have all these
scatter these Hamas.
We have all these Hamas Chinese, these Chino Hamas agents.
The Chi-Com Islamists.
And as long as they go to a different college, they'll be okay. Is that what, like?
For sure, Sam. That's what we're saying, okay?
Also, I really liked the.
They're under the cone of protection by Cornell University.
I liked the beginning when she talked about how violent they are, and they're just the whole B-roll that Fox News is showing is this giant protest that says "Let Gaza live," and then also now here stop the genocide.
Divesting, that's kind of violence against investors.
Yep.
That is our responsibility, and they have refused to do so. So today I sent them a letter that said they will no longer be allowed to participate in this student exchange visitor program, and that's up to 27% of their enrolled students. So it's significant. Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university to go to, because Harvard has chosen instead to not protect their students and to allow this kind of violent and discriminatory action continue.
So as you violence, yeah.
And the law that they have violated, the law of privilege, I don't know what it is.
Words are not violence. Words can be hateful, but words are not violence. Bombs are violence. And
especially not words that are like stop the genocide and divest from Israel. That's actually the opposite of violence.
Right. But I mean, I don't know why she even needed to write that letter. Couldn't Trump have just done habeas corpus and all of this could have been solved? I've been told by her that that's a presidential authority.
Habeas
corpus adunum.
Habeas chicken nugget 10 piece.
So Harvard is, I mean, they immediately filed suit. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when some of like the biggies, like apparently the future queen of Belgium just finished her freshman year at Harvard. No word on whether she's a secret Hamas anti-Semite, secret plant or whatnot. Sleeper cell. But I would imagine at one point there's going to be people there. And where's that Bill Ackerman guy? Yeah. Didn't he? Is that what his name is?
Oh, he's thrilled about this.
He loves it.
This is what his money. He was a big Trump donor. He was having to bankroll this himself back in the day with Harvard, where he was putting out LED doxing trucks outside of the campus with the names and photos and information of the students there. Now he's got Project Esther to do it.
And he does all this stuff tweeting from the elliptical, too, apparently.
Oh, there you go.
And by the way,
Project Brain Drain is
Yes.
what's going on in this country right now.
And just got to say, this is disgusting, and it's not making Jewish students safe. It's making them unsafe to continue to use them for the Trump administration's fascist actions.
Absolutely.
It's disgusting to continue to conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism for this authoritarian crackdown.
It's incredibly dangerous.
I saw 3 young Orthodox boys walking on my way to work this morning. They had anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism placards. Good for them.
Hey,
Chat, I need to thank once again my Patreon. Look, we hit like a number that we've never hit before on the Butter Skull. I want to do something to celebrate that. Normally that would mean multiple topics, but I am too tired to actually react. So instead, I'm going to read my the Patreon list and try to think of something to do for this weekend that would be fun. It might be a subathon, it might be like an extended stream or something like that. I don't know. I'll try to do something to, because like that's a big deal. That's his highest number we've hit so far. The Thai Visa Fund is actually 62% full now. So we're getting towards me actually being able to afford my year of education in Thai. So anyway, if you want to help me out with that, it's on throne.com/nocommentchick. Let me thank my Patreons now. Thank you to Or Else Ellipse. Thank you to Temporal Insanity. Thank you to Steven Sayre. Thank you to Funky Monkey. Thank you to Shakespeare. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Nadia Yvette. Thank you, Moe. Thank you, Crystal Safira. Thank you, Jules K. Thank you, Izzy Mandius. Thank you, Infallible Fell. And thank you, Hot Ham Radio. Thank you, Good for Gabby. Thank you, Buffy Geek. And thank you, Animus. And a fancy thank you to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, to Omega Star. With that, I will be maybe, did the raid go through? It did. Okay, cool. We raided into CashApp. That's cool. Let's see what is going on there.
Look like I care, bro. Can I finish this business deal?
Ooh, they're watching a video of, oh wait.
Be referring to that I would highly recommend, in regards to it all, but it's 3 hours and 10 minutes, so I completely understand.
Anyway, doing a lot of fun things over there on CashApp today. Chat, I'm gonna have to go to bed, or not go to bed, but I my brain is like kind of cooked, so I cannot continue to stream. I will try to figure out something cool to do for this weekend. All right, because like, you know, this is something something to celebrate, and I'm looking forward to starting my new life as a Thai language student. Anyway, much love, and meow.